Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 9 of What If Naruto Was the Devil Ninja in High School DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. After leaving the hotel, Naruto and his party hurried toward Kyoto Station. They planned on taking the next bus to Niju Castle from there. Naruto was no longer wearing his school uniform. The black pants he had donned rustled as he moved, while white bandages wrapped around his calves before disappearing into his custom-made shinobi sandals. His sleeveless shirt was orange. The ninja pouch attached to a belt at his waist jingled as he moved swiftly in front of the others. Issei, Saji, and Kiba were still in their school uniforms, unlike him, but that was likely because they didn't have any official battle attire. Asia was wearing her black and white habit from her days as a nun, while Irina was dressed in the skin-tight black outfit of the church. Rosweiss had likewise not changed out of her business suit, which she wore when teaching. It didn't take more than 15 minutes to reach the station. They stood by the bus stop, waiting for the bus to arrive, but just as Naruto began to grow impatient, someone suddenly collided with his back. Naruto-san, I am coming too. Turning around, Naruto found himself staring down into the determined eyes of Kuno, once again dressed in her priestess clothes. After the battle on the Togetsukiyo, Kuno had gone back to the inner capital. He had assumed she would be staying there until the situation blew over. However, it looked like the girl had other plans. Naruto placed his hand on her head and rubbed it. Are you sure you want to come with us? This is going to be incredibly dangerous. Shaking her head, Kuno clung to him, her hold on his waist tightening. I want to rescue my mother, too. I don't want to be the only one not doing something. I can't take the idea of just sitting around while everyone else does what they can to save her. Naruto squirmed in discomfort as the girl's chin ground against his ribs. Please, I'm begging you, take me with you. While he wasn't sure how other people might respond to this girl, Naruto's first inclination was to tell her she could come. Kuno wanted to save her mom. Far be it from him to stop a girl determined to save her mother. That said, he also knew that all of the higher-ups wanted Kuno to remain out of harm's way. What do you guys think? He asked, looking at the members of his part. Can we take her along? I think we should take her with us, Asia said, though her tone was uncertain. That girl wants to save her mother, right? Asked Irina. I understand how she feels. We should let her help out. Saji crossed his arms. Don't look at me, I'm just following orders. I'll go with whatever you decide, sensei, Issei added. You're the leader here, Kiba said. If you decide to take her with us, we'll of course comply with your request. Naruto nodded at everyone's answers, which were about what he had expected, and then he looked at Rosweiss. She was a teacher, so she technically had some level of authority over him. However, he was the leader of this mission. Rosweiss gazed at him for several seconds before sighing. I do not believe bringing such a young girl is a good idea. But if that is what you want, then I'll do my best to help you keep her safe. Thank you. Smiling in gratitude, Naruto glanced back down at Kuno. You heard them. You can come with us. Really? Asked Kuno, her eyes wide and hopeful. Really. However, make sure you stay with me. Don't leave my side for even a second, okay? As Kuno nodded along, her head bobbing so emphatically she looked like those bobbleheads on car dashboards, Naruto wondered if maybe he was too soft. Oh, well, it wasn't like it mattered. He wanted to respect Kuno's feelings and was willing to take full responsibility for her well-being. Everything would turn out fine. He was sure of it. Just as Naruto made this decision, a light mist appeared from underneath their feet. In that same moment, a strange feeling permeated his entire body. He recognized what was happening. This is, Issei's eyes widened. Dimension lost, Kiba shouted. A bright light enveloped everyone. Naruto thought he heard screaming, but all the noises seemed to have been drowned out. Unsure of what else to do, and wanting to protect the person near him, he held tightly onto Kuno. When the light died down, Naruto opened his eyes to discover that he was no longer standing by the bus stop at Kyoto Station. He was inside of a room with blue carpet that had silver floral designs. The room was shaped kind of like a donut, with the outer wall being made almost entirely of glass. A glance out the glass revealed the skyline of Kyoto. This is Kyoto Tower. Kuno declared in shock. It certainly seems that way. Naruto, Irina, and Kiba had been planning to visit Kyoto Tower with Issei and the others on their last day. It looked like he was visiting a day early. However, I do not believe this is the real Kyoto Tower, Naruto declared. I'm pretty sure we were just transferred to an alternate dimension with dimension lost. Kuno was staring out the window. Her eyes were wider than he'd ever seen them. He could only imagine the kind of shock she must have been feeling right now. Then doesn't that mean that Sacred Gear user created an exact replica of Kyoto? How much power do those hero faction people have? Naruto glanced at the world created using Dimension Lost. It appeared Georg couldn't completely replicate all of Kyoto, as a thick layer of mist surrounded much of the city, blocking it from view. Even so, there was more than enough city to see. This dimension must have been at least several square kilometers in size. I guess that just goes to show you how dangerous Georg really is. As he said that, Naruto's smartphone rang, prompting him to look at it. The caller was Kiba. He accepted the call and held the phone to his ear. Kiba, I'm guessing you were also transferred into this alternate dimension as well. Where are you right now? I'm at the Kyoto Imperial Palace with Rosweiss and Saji. Where did you get sent? Kuno and I are on top of Kyoto Tower. It seems this dimension has recreated a good portion of Kyoto with Niju Castle at its center. I guess that goes to show you how powerful these people are. This dimension is about the same size as a raiding game battleground. These people are definitely dangerous. Let's meet up at Niju Castle. That's where the hero faction is anyway. I understand. Have you contacted Aiz and the others? Not yet. I'll do that right now. After hanging up, Naruto called Issei first. It turned out Issei, Irina, and Asia were together, which was a huge relief. Those two would be able to protect Asia, who didn't have any combat capabilities. He told them that everyone was going to meet at Niju Castle. Rosweiss called him after he finished his call with Issei. She said that Kiba had tried getting in touch with Azazel, but they couldn't reach him. It appeared Azazel had not been summoned to this dimension. According to her, there was some kind of barrier or spell surrounding this dimension, which prevented any contact with the outside world. However, that was only for contact with people outside of the dimension. People inside could still communicate just fine. Naruto explained all this to Kuno as they descended the Kyoto Tower. The elevators in this dimension worked just fine. He wondered if that was also thanks to Georg's power as a Sacred Gear user. I wonder why they are allowing us to communicate with each other inside of the barrier, she murmured. It could be they don't have a spell capable of interfering with communication inside of this dimension, Naruto said. However, I think the more likely case is they don't have a spell that can discriminate between our communications and theirs. I suspect we'll run into several Sacred Gear users as we make our way to Niju Castle. That being the case, Cao Cao will definitely want to keep a communication line open so he can track our progress. That does make sense, Kuno said with a frown as the elevator stopped moving and the door slid open. As they stepped outside, Naruto turned to face Kuno and knelt so they were eye level. Kuno, I want you to stay by my side and don't leave no matter what. I am going to protect you and save your mother at the same time. After he finished speaking, Kuno's face turned a burning shade of fire truck red. Duh, so cute. Naruto would have normally squealed and began petting Kuno's ears after seeing such an adorable display. It was too bad now wasn't the time. They stepped outside and began walking down the street. Before they even got a dozen meters from Kyoto Tower, Naruto paused as he sensed a powerful hostile intent aimed at them. Kuno must have also felt it because she froze. Granted only a moment to react, Naruto lifted Kuno into a princess carry and leapt back as several dozen spears nearly impaled them. The spears were black as night. Jutting from the ground, Naruto realized they were composed of shadows. It reminded him of Shikamaru's shadow jutsu. Naruto. Hold on to me and don't let go, Naruto ordered Kuno as he began leaping back again. Several more spears flew from the ground and tried to impale them, but he moved deftly across the street to avoid them. He expected the spears to disappear at some point, but instead they wavered and writhed like living creatures before transforming into grotesque monsters. They had 2 legs and 2 arms, but their posture was stooped, and their arms were almost as long as their legs. Each arm also ended in a set of wicked-looking claws. What sort of sacred gear is this? Naruto was not well versed in sacred gears. He only knew of the 13 Longinus, which he had deemed the biggest threats. This clearly wasn't a Longinus. With Kuno still in his arms, Naruto darted forward and channeled wind chakra into his legs. The swirling chakra was so thick it became visible. Spinning around, Naruto leapt into the air and sliced through the enemies with powerful kicks. Or that was his intention. A frown crossed his face as his attacks were absorbed by the shadow monsters. So these things could absorb attacks. It looked like even his chakra was being absorbed into these monsters. Landing on the ground, Naruto sensed movement behind him and swerved to the side. Just then, a massive portal made of shadows opened behind him and the wind chakra he'd used to attack was launched back at him. It missed. That said, just seeing his own attack being reflected back at him was fairly shocking. It seems we've run into a troublesome opponent, Naruto murmured. What should we do? Asked Kuno. It looks like this sacred gear can absorb and reflect attacks as well as control shadows. Naruto leapt into the air as several more spears appeared out of the ground and tried to skewer them. Landing on a wall, he channeled chakra into his feet and hung there. What's more, the wielder is hiding somewhere. He kicked off the wall as several shadow hands appeared and tried to grab him. If we want to win, we have to find the user. How do we do that? Naruto grinned. Simple. We force him to reveal himself. Shadow clone jutsu. Even though he'd been losing power, Naruto still had plenty of chakra to spare, and so over 100 Narutos quickly appeared in a large cloud of smoke. About half of those Narutos transformed themselves into Kuno. The Narutos who still looked like Naruto each picked up a K-clone and ran off. Meanwhile, the real Naruto went through another series of hand seals. Toden Jutsu. A layer of chakra coated Naruto and Kuno from head to toe. While the girl in his arms shivered at the feeling, Naruto was used to it. He allowed the jutsu to do its thing. When he looked down, the girl in his arms, along with his arms, were completely invisible even to his own eyes. I can't see you, Kuno muttered in shock. This is a transparency jutsu that my sensei invented, Naruto said, speaking in a hushed whisper. It makes the user completely invisible. That sounds useful, Kuno said, also lowering her voice to a whisper. It is. My sensei used to use this jutsu when he was spying. Naruto paused. He also used it to peep on women. Your sensei sounds disgusting. I hope you don't peep on women with this technique. Naruto could actually hear Kuno's nose wrinkling. Naruto shook his head even though he knew Kuno couldn't see it. I don't. I have no need to peep on women. While he let Kuno ponder those words, Naruto began creeping through the streets of Kyoto. All around him, his clones were leaping around and presenting nearly impossible to hit targets. Spears would shoot from the ground only to miss. Monsters would emerge from the shadows but find their enemies no longer within reach. Even if these clones only had 1/100th of his chakra, it was more than enough to help them keep from being immediately dispelled. What are we doing? Asked Kuno. We need to find the sacred gear user, Naruto said. However, I can't do that if I'm busy dodging attacks. I'm using the clones to keep him distracted. Meanwhile, you and me are going to search for him under this invisibility jutsu. Oh, that's smart. Naruto could not help but grin. Right. While his clones kept the sacred gear user distracted, Naruto began his search. He didn't think the user was far. Sacred gears like this normally had a limited range. Kiba could not create swords a certain distance from his body, though Naruto knew his friend was trying to extend that range. He was going under the assumption that this power was similar. That meant the sacred gear user had to be close. Just as Naruto suspected, the person controlling the shadows was close. He was hiding inside of a souvenir shop that sold 1/6 scale models of the various national sites. Pondering whether or not he should set Kuno down for a moment, he ultimately decided not to. She would become visible again if he did. Naruto used his stealth skills to sneak into the shop undetected. The person controlling the shadows was a young man with black hair tied into a bun who wore sunglasses and a gakurin, a black school uniform worn by boys during the fall. He was staring out the window with a frustrated look on his face. Naruto smiled. Undoubtedly, the numerous Naruto clones and his inability to kill them was frustrating him to no end. Naruto snuck up behind the boy and launched a kick at his head. Perhaps the boy just had amazing perceptions, or maybe he sensed the ill intent, but in either case, the sacred gear user quickly melted into the shadows and disappeared. Naruto's kick smashed apart the window instead. As Naruto dropped the transparency jutsu, seeing no more points since he'd been discovered, his opponent appeared from another shadow several meters away. I see you managed to find me, he said with a frown. I had been hoping to take you out quickly, but it is just as Lord Cao Cao said. You are not an opponent I can underestimate. And who the hell are you? Asked Naruto. My name is Kanla, he answered readily enough. What an upstanding guy. I am the wielder of night reflection. I believe you'll find my sacred gear to be most troublesome. It's great against opponents like you. Is that right? Asked Naruto before launching a wind blade from his foot. Once more, the man disappeared into a shadow at the floor, avoiding his attack. The wind blade continued on and sliced through several dozen shelves and even the wall of this building. He disappeared, Kuno said in shock. It looks like he can walk between shadows. What an annoying ability. Naruto leapt onto the ceiling as several shadows attacked him from below. A number had transformed into hands that tried to wrap around him, while others had become spears that tried to pierce straight through his body. He wove around the spears while keeping a tight grip on Kuno so she wouldn't fall. The young yokai, to her credit, did not utter a single scream as she clung to him. "Tch. It seems you are quite nimble," Kanla said. "I'm so glad you noticed," Naruto shot back in a voice filled with mock cheer. "However, it doesn't matter how nimble you are. No one can escape from my technique." Wrong. Naruto landed on the ground, holding Kuno with one arm, reached into his pouch and pulled out a flash bomb. "I've already figured out the weakness of your technique. Close your eyes, Kuno." Naruto didn't wait for the man to reply as he closed his eyes and threw the flash bomb against the floor. An explosion of light filled the room. While his eyes were closed and therefore he couldn't see what was happening, Naruto knew the light was chasing the shadows away. It also seemed like Kanla hadn't closed his eyes. A smile crossed his face as he listened to the man's screams. Rushing toward the screams, Naruto leapt into the air and finally felt his foot connect with something solid. The dull impact reverberated along his leg. As Naruto landed on the ground, he opened his eyes to find Kanla had flown several meters back and slammed into the wall. Despite being hit quite hard, the high schooler was still struggling to stand up. "Damn, you!" Kanla wiped some blood trickling down his mouth, which was set into an angry snarl. "How did you figure out that weakness?" Naruto snorted. "Oh, please. It's obvious. Your power is to manipulate shadows. If there are no shadows for you to manipulate, then your powers are useless. Anyone with a brain would realize that." Times like this made Naruto regret being a devil. Had he been an angel, he could have created a powerful light source using light magic and chased all the shadows away. He almost sighed. There was no use crying over spilt milk. Kanla clicked his tongue. "I didn't want to use this power yet, but it seems you've left me with no choice." Balance break. A series of loud rustling sounds echoed around them as the man's presence filled the small shop. There was an almost physical pressure pushing down on Naruto. Well, he said it was a pressure, but it wasn't very strong. In either event, all of the shadows in the area, the ones under the man's feet, the ones near the shelves and racks, were squirming as they gathered beneath him. Starting from his feet, the shadows crawled up the man's body, wrapping themselves around him before taking shape. Clawed boots clacked against the ground. Greaves and gauntlets appeared along his shin and arms. A chestplate covered his torso. Lastly, a sleek helmet appeared around the man's head, covering his entire face from view. While Kuno stared at the shadow-clad figure in fright, Naruto tilted his head. "So, this is your balance breaker." "That's right. This balance breaker was created after witnessing the power of the Sekiryute. I remember seeing his armor in the raiding games that Lord Cao Cao made us watch, and I kept thinking about how it would be nice to have armor like that, to have defensive capabilities like that. This balance breaker was created from that desire." The armor covering Kanla squirmed and writhed as though it were alive. All of his face was covered except for a pair of thin slits that revealed the man's sharp eyes, which glared at him with a sense of arrogance. Naruto took a step forward, but then he was forced to leap back when spears appeared out of the ground. Kuno screamed in shock. Perhaps she had expected Kanla to be incapable of using more shadows once in his balance breaker. Swerving to the left, Naruto avoided more spears as he changed direction, charging toward Kanla. Left, right, left, left. Naruto could almost sense the spears as they appeared all around him, trying to impale him and Kuno, but he deftly avoided everything thrown at him and reached his enemy in record time. Whoosh! Naruto tried to launch a powerful kick at Kanla's midsection. He blinked when his leg passed right through the man's body, which scattered like smoke. His foot hit the ground and he stumbled forward. Quickly recovering, Naruto spun around and attacked again, but just like before, his attack went right through the man. He narrowed his eyes. Not only were his attacks phasing through Kanla like his enemy wasn't there, but he couldn't feel any resistance. It was as if Kanla himself had become a shadow. Shikamaru would be jealous of this guy's power. "I wouldn't bother attacking me," Kanla mocked Naruto. "It's useless. This armor renders all attacks ineffective." Leaping back, Naruto filled his lungs with oxygen and chakra, molded it, and then spat out several balls of wind that hurtled through the air. They struck Kanla, who made no move to dodge. The wind spheres disappeared into the man's body. Barely a second later, the spheres that Naruto had launched at Kanla were suddenly hurtling toward him from various shadows inside of the shop. He avoided them quickly. Swerving, ducking, dodging, and weaving, Naruto didn't let a single sphere hit him or Kuno. "I see. That armor of yours has the same abilities as your regular sacred gear. That's right, Kanla crowed. Physical attacks don't work on me, and I can absorb all of your spells and send them back at you. What's more, I can still control the shadows in the area. As he spoke, several shadows emerged from the ground. The shadow monsters were bipedal, but their arms looked like blades instead of regular hands, and they quickly attacked Naruto, who was forced to move to avoid him and Kuno being skewered. As Naruto did his best to avoid the shadow monsters, Kuno held out her hands and created a tiny fireball between her palms. She threw it at Kanla. However, the man made no effort to dodge. He reached out and caught the foxfire in his hand, and then clenched it into a fist, smothering the fire. What was that, little fox princess? Were you trying to attack me with foxfire? This level of heat cannot work against me. It's not nearly hot enough. Damn it, Kuno muttered in dejection. Not hot enough. As he continued evading the shadow monsters, Naruto thought about the man's words. It sounded like he could still feel heat despite wearing that armor. That meant he was susceptible to most forms of energy, aka heat and cold. Of course, Naruto did not have any attacks that generated heat or coldness. That said, it sounded like he was still affected in some manner by things outside of his armor. Nodding, Naruto switched from carrying Kuno like a princess to carrying her with one arm. He held the girl close. As he continued evading attacks and monsters, he formed a series of seals with only one hand. Futon, Shinku Kinko Wind Release, Vacuum Vault. Having thought about what he wanted, Naruto created a new technique on the spot. There was no visible difference between before Naruto unleashed his technique and now. There was no distortion of the atmosphere, no strange singularities, or anything that would indicate a jutsu had been used, unless someone were to look at Kanla. The sacred gear user held his hands to his throat as though he was being strangled and tried to suck in oxygen, but nothing happened. Naruto watched with an impassive look as the man fell to the floor. Oddly enough, no sound could be heard. There was no dull thump as the man hit the ground, landing on his hands and knees. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 5, 30. When a full minute had passed in utter silence, Kanla slumped forward and went still. Naruto dispelled his technique. What just happened? Asked Kuno, still in his arms as Naruto walked up to the man. I realized as we were battling that even though my attacks go through him, he is still affected by things that happen outside of his armor. Heat and cold obviously affect him. Naruto flipped the man over with his foot. He was breathing, but it was very shallow. Either way, it looked like he would live. I figured he would also be affected by a lack of oxygen. The jutsu I just used creates a vacuum that robs a specific area of oxygen. Kuno's eyes widened. I get it. You strangled him to unconsciousness by depriving him of oxygen. That's it exactly. Naruto nodded. Anyway, hold on tight. We're going to save your mother now. Yes. As Kuno wrapped her arms around his neck, Naruto left the souvenir shop and launched himself into an all-out sprint. His destination was Niju Castle. Devil Ninja. Phew, I think that's the last of them. Issei wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then looked back at Asia and Irina. The two of them were standing side by side. Irina had created a light sword that she had used to protect Asia, but upon seeing that all of their enemies had been defeated, she relaxed. They had been ambushed on their way to Niju Castle by two sacred gear users, Flame Shake and Freezing Archaeopteryx. Flame Shake had been fairly easy to deal with, but the wielder of Freezing Archaeopteryx had been trouble. The man had kept at a distance, hiding away, and using his sacred gear to create an army of ice golems. It had taken a lot longer than expected to defeat him. It doesn't look like there are any more enemies, Irina said. I think it's safe to move. Issei nodded. Right, let's get going. They moved at a quick trot, traveling through the subway station, which was where they had been dumped after being sent to this dimension. Issei probably could have gone faster, but he was likely being considerate toward Asia. I may not have another chance. Irina bit her lip as she jogged up to Issei, who was already in his Welsh dragon armor. Eyes. Can I ask a question? What is it? Issei looked at her, and Irina took a deep breath before plowing forward. Is your dream still to become a harem king? That's right. Issei nodded without even the slightest hesitation, but then, a strange smile came over his face. But I can't focus on that right now. Oh, Irina blinked in surprise. Why not? Issei didn't say anything for a moment. He stared straight ahead. Irina wondered if she might have said something wrong, but then, speaking slowly, he said, it's because of Akeno-sama. What about Akeno? I couldn't stop her from leaving me in Asia, but I still love her. Issei's admittance was accompanied by a pained grimace. I'm probably being selfish, but I want to convince her to come back to us. I haven't given up on her. And I don't think she's given up on us, either. That's why, until I can have a real and proper heart-to-heart with her, until I can make her realize that she still has a place here, I don't think it would be right if I tried to create a harem. I need to prove to Akeno-sama that I'm serious about her. A soft voice interjected here, and Issei and Irina turned to Asia, who was running beside them. I am also with Aiz-san on this. I want Akeno-sama to come back to us. Aiz-san and I promise to do our best. Irina didn't let Issei know how shaken she was by his words. This wasn't quite like the young man she'd come to know after returning to Japan, the perverted boy who thought only about breasts. Hidden inside of him was a devotion and caring that bordered on fanatical. On the one hand, she was happy to see that, even though he was a pervert who loved breasts, he still remained devoted toward Akeno. On the other hand, if he didn't plan on letting anyone else join them. What am I thinking? A frown marred her face as she realized where her thoughts were going. She'd been thinking about joining them, about becoming a part of their polyamorous relationship. That went against her religion. It was wrong. Yet, at the same time, a part of her really had been hoping Issei would be receptive to the idea. Until Akeno returns, Aiz won't even try creating a harem. She didn't know what to think, but part of her was beginning to realize that even if she joined Issei and Asia in their relationship, she would be playing second fiddle to Akeno. No, she would be playing third fiddle to Akeno and Asia. She wasn't going to be Issei's number one. Could she even feel welcome when it seemed like Asia and Issei were already so devoted to Akeno that they wouldn't allow another woman in without her? She didn't know. She didn't think she could. A small place within her heart felt like it was slowly unraveling. Devil Ninja. Naruto and Kuno didn't run into any more enemies after defeating Kanla. They traveled quickly through this fake Kyoto and made it to Niju Castle, arriving at the massive front gate. Made of wood and coated with intricate motifs crafted from gold leaf, the main gate that led into Niju Castle was something even Naruto, who'd seen plenty of structures like this in his old world, couldn't help but admire. Kiba, Saji, and Rosweiss were already there. Kiba was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed as he relaxed. Saji was sitting on the ground. His legs were crossed and he seemed to be deep in thought. On the other hand, Rosweiss seemed tense as she shifted from one foot to the other, looking, not nervous, but more anxious, like she wanted to do something but had nothing to do. Asia, Aiz, and Irina haven't arrived yet? Asked Naruto. Doesn't look like it, Kiba said. Naruto sighed. I guess we'll have to wait. He set Kuno on her feet, pretended to not see the disappointment flashing across the girl's eyes, and stood next to Rosweiss. You feeling okay? He asked. I am fine. She flashed him a nervous smile. I just don't like the idea of waiting like this. We don't know what's going on up ahead, but the longer we remain here, the more time the hero faction has to finish whatever their plans for Yusaka are. Yeah. Naruto glanced at Kuno, who had obviously heard what Rosweiss said and was biting her lip. Rosweiss also realized it. She quickly made to reassure the young fox girl. I don't mean anything bad is going to happen. We'll definitely make sure to stop them before they do anything to your mother. Naruto decided to let Rosweiss keep trying to reassure Kuno. It was kind of amusing, and took a seat beside the two. He crossed his legs and entered the seal, though he kept one ear open for Asia, Issei, and Irina. Alongside Kurama, he practiced forming the hand seals for their new jutsu. He had a feeling they would need it. Sorry we're late. Hearing the voice, Naruto returned from the seal and looked up as Asia, Issei, and Irina ran up to the gate. He stood to his feet as Kiba uncrossed his arms and welcomed the trio with a smile. It's good to see you three are safe. We ran into some trouble, but it was nothing we couldn't handle, Issei said. I'm glad to hear that. Naruto clapped Issei on the shoulder. You ready? Of course. Nodding, Naruto looked at everyone. Are all of you ready? You know I am, Kiba said. Rosweiss gained a serious look. I am prepared. Me too. Irina, though a tad pale, wore a determined expression. Asia nodded with a determined expression. I am ready too. I'm also ready, Saji added. Though I have to admit what we're about to do is crazy. Kuno tugged on Naruto's pants. Let's go rescue mother. Right, let's get this party started. Leading everyone to the front gate, Naruto was prepared to open it when, with a loud crash, the gates gave off a heavy grating sound as they opened on their own. As the group watched the door open, Kiba gave a wry laugh. It looks like they were waiting for us. Issei frowned. It does seem like they are looking down at us. The gates finished opening. With Naruto in the lead, they wandered through and found themselves standing in a large, flat space. Multiple separate buildings connected to each other by corridors marked this as the Ninomaru Palace, which Naruto, Irina, and Kiba had visited earlier that day. The assassin I defeated said that Cao was waiting for us at Hanmaru Palace, Kiba said as they studied the layout. Then let's not sit on our laurels here, Naruto said, leading the way. They made their way to the Ninomaru Garden, a traditional Japanese landscape garden with a large pond, ornamental stones, and manicured pine trees. They didn't have time to admire the scene. The group quickly made their way through to the Hanmaru, passing through a Yagurumon gate, and entering the main circle of defense. There, an imperial residence stood. As Naruto looked at the rows of ancient Japanese eaves, he scanned the area for their enemies. It wasn't hard to spot them. Illuminated by lights, Cao stood in the garden with several other members of the hero faction. They wore the same uniform as before. At the front, Cao rested the Longinus on his shoulder, a grin marring his face. Among this group was a woman. Her beautiful kimono accentuated her mature figure, further enhanced by the golden hair surrounding her like a halo. A pair of fox ears sat on her head. Nine tails jutted out behind her. However, while the woman was undoubtedly a beauty of unfathomable depths, her expressionless face disturbed Naruto. She looked like a puppet. Mother! Kuno cried out as she also spotted the woman. However, not even the cry of her daughter made Yusaka respond. Her eyes remained dark, her face didn't so much as twitch, and her body was completely unresponsive. Kuno bared her fangs at Cao and his group. What have you done to my mother? Cao tilted his head. Didn't I already explain this to you? We wanted your mother to cooperate with us on an experiment. Of course, she remained stubborn, so we were forced to use a more drastic means of securing her cooperation. No, Kuno's horrified look sent ripples of anger through Naruto. Cao tapped his spear against the ground. Not even a moment later, Yusaka released a pained cry as though something was tearing her apart from the inside. Her body changed the next instant. It began glowing as though light was pouring out from inside of her, and her form gradually transformed, growing and expanding as her 9 tails blew up in size. Well, what do you know? She actually does look like a proper Kyuubi. I'm not sure that's a good thing right now. The giant beast stood at least 10 meters tall, its golden fur bristling with every movement. 4 powerful legs rippled with slender muscles. An elegant muzzle held an entrancing beauty that left an impression of power and grace in all who witnessed it. 9 tails waved behind her like writhing tentacles, but even those had a sort of charm and grace to them. Naruto had seen Kurama plenty of times back when he was a 9-tailed fox, so this did not surprise him. However, the others were staring at the massive figure with bulging eyes. Taking a deep breath, Naruto calmed his anger and looked at Cao. The man was grinning. It seems you are finally taking me seriously. What's the point of all this? Asked Naruto with a sweep of his hand. What are you trying to accomplish here? Tapping the shaft of his spear against his shoulder, Cao answered in a casual voice. Kyoto is actually a large-scale magical device surrounded by powerful ley lines. The various famous and historical sites are actually places of incredible power. The ancient Yin-Yang masters, the Onmyo-ji, hoped to mold this city into a wellspring of power they could use against invaders. Well, it's precisely because of this that all sorts of existences like yokai have been attracted to this place. Naruto was not as well versed in theory as others, so even if he understood the basics, a lot of this flew over his head. He would admit it. Outside of knowing how to create jutsu, he'd never really tried to expand his knowledge further. So long as it worked, who cared about how it worked? That had been his motto. I'm going to need to study more. That was a depressing thought. Our current pseudo-space is located in the dimensional gap, both infinitesimally close to and infinitely far away from Kyoto at the same time. We've set this place up so the power of the ley lines is now flowing here. As the strongest existence among yokai, the 9-tailed fox is said to be on the level of the Dragon Kings in power, and the relationship between Kyoto and the 9-tailed fox is also intricately linked. That is the reason our plan must be carried out here. As Cao continued, Naruto kept an eye on both him and Yusaka, now a giant 9-tailed fox. Using Kyoto and the power of the 9-tailed fox, we are going to summon Great Red to this place. Summoning him would normally require a dragon gate and the power of multiple dragon kings, but gathering the dragon kings by force is impossible even for God and Buddha. We're using Kyoto and the power of the Kyuubi as a substitute. Naruto closed his eyes for a second. Something about this didn't make sense. Why do you want to summon Great Red? Ophis left you. She's with me now, in case you haven't realized it. You no longer have any reason to work for her. Didn't I tell you? This isn't for her. It's for us. Cao Cao was still grinning, and for the first time, it was Naruto who felt infuriated. Ophis might not want anything to do with us anymore, but that doesn't mean we don't have need of her power. I refuse to let her remain with you. That is why I'm going to summon Great Red. I'll agitate this creature of impossible power, and then when it's enraged, I'll retreat and let it kill you. Naruto snorted. So that's it. If I die, you can show Ophis that I don't have the power to help her. You'll say something like, only the hero faction can help you accomplish your goal. That's your plan, right? Something like that, Cao Cao admitted. Of course, there are so many things about what we are doing that are unknown, and even Great Red is an existence that we barely understand. That's why this is an experiment. We wish to learn more, like what effect the Dragon Eater will have on the Apocalypse Dragon. Naruto had never heard the term Dragon Eater before, and from the looks on everyone else's faces, they didn't know what he was talking about either. I don't understand any of this, Naruto admitted with a shrug. And frankly, I don't really care. What I do know is this. You kidnapped that woman against her will, forced her daughter to suffer with worry, and now you're planning to summon a massive being of unknown power just to kill me. That's all I need to know. Naruto pointed at the man. Cao Cao, I'm going to kick your ass from here to the underworld. I'll admit, you are a serious threat, Cao Cao said, though he didn't sound worried. On your own, you could probably kill me. However, I'm not alone, and I don't need to defeat you. I just need to keep you from interfering. It seems talking with them isn't going to get us anywhere, Kiba said. I think we should do our best to eliminate them. Issei nodded. Most of this is beyond me, but I know these guys can't be allowed to complete their experiment or whatever. Let's kick their asses. I'm with you too. A light sword appeared in Irina's hand. Saji sighed. It seems like every time you Grimoires get involved, I find myself fighting a battle to the death. Fine. This is also for our fellow students and my friends anyway, so. A surge of power erupted around Saji as numerous black snakes appeared from his arms, legs, and shoulders. They entangled his body. Soon, his body was entirely covered in black serpents, and then a large serpent appeared under his feet. It presented itself to Saji and formed a coil, its body emitting black flames. Saji's left eye turned red and resembled a snake's eye. You guys probably don't know it, but after we all fought to rescue the 3 faction leaders in Greece, I asked Azazel to modify my body so I could access more power. Not only did I find the other parts of Vitra and combine them, but my body was upgraded so I could use my newly acquired power properly. Naruto would admit that Saji's power had increased a lot since the battle in Greece. He felt like an entirely different person. If he had to place Saji on a power scale, he would be stronger than Kiba but weaker than Issei. His power was closer to Issei's than Kiba's, though, which just went to show Naruto how much stronger he was. Vitra, sorry, but I'd like to ask you to lend me your strength. Hyodo, I'm going to need your help controlling him. Pull me back if I enter a berserker state. Oh okay, Issei muttered, looking too shocked to do anything but agree. As Saji spoke, black flames appeared all around him, and then the huge serpent next to him spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Ah, my other self. Where is my prey? Is it that holy spear? Or is it the fox? I'm fine with either one. It's been so long since I was able to come out. Haha, I feel great right now. Perfect. Powerful. In fact, why don't I just consume everything here with my black flames? Naruto glanced at Saji and frowned. When he had said that he entered a berserker state, Naruto had been expecting something like Heracles from that Unlimited Blade Works anime Rias had told him about. He had not been expecting the dragon to be capable of speech. You need to calm your ass down, dragon, Naruto said as he stepped forward. Your opponent is going to be the 9-tailed fox. Your goal is to capture it, not kill it. If you do kill it, rest assured that I'll tear your body apart even more than God did when he turned you into a sacred gear. The serpent hissed at Naruto. Who the hell are, oh. What's this? I see. You have a great power inside of you. I've never felt something like this before. Even I am aware that the being you're harboring in your body could kill me if you unleashed it. Very well. I'll go along with your plan. I don't want to die. I'm just happy getting to stretch my limbs and have some fun. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Naruto took a calming breath. Breathe in, breathe out. As he allowed his mind to think more logically than he liked to, he began issuing orders to everyone. Rossweiss, you see the big man over there? The one who is over 2 meters tall. He's your opponent. He's physically powerful and has a high resistance to magic. His sacred gear is called variant detonation. It's the ability to create explosions in time with his physical attacks. You'll have to overpower his magical resistance if you want to defeat him. I think I understand. Please leave him to me. You might also have to deal with Georg, Naruto added. It looks like he's taking part in the ritual to summon Great Red, but don't let your guard down. He's a highly advanced magic user on top of being the wielder of Dimension Lost. Keep your eyes out for him as well. Okay. Kiba, your opponent is Siegfried. I believe you saw his abilities firsthand. His twice critical is a subspecies that allows him to create a dragon arm on his back, and his balance breaker lets him create 4 dragon arms. He can wield all 6 blades in his possession when he's like that, so be careful. I've got it, Kiba said as he created a pair of swords. One of them was dark and released an ominous feeling, a demonic sword. The other weapon was light and pure, a holy sword. I have to be honest, you telling me about his powers and abilities only makes me want to fight him more. Just don't underestimate him. I'd never do that. Eyes, Naruto grabbed the boy's attention. I hate to ask this of you, but I need you to protect me, Asia, and Kuno from Cao Cao and Jean. I'm going to use a jutsu that Kurama and I have been working on, but it will take time to activate. If you can give me just 5 minutes, that should be enough time for me to complete my jutsu. Issei looked a bit shocked at hearing that he'd be fighting against 2 people at once, but perhaps owing to the confidence he'd gained through repeated training, the perverted high school student quickly regained his confidence. Just leave it to me. He thumped his chest. I won't let either of them harm you. Naruto nodded. I'm counting on you. Naruto. Irina began as though to ask, what should I be doing? Glancing at her, Naruto smiled and said, you already know what you need to do, right? Zenobia needs help. She's lost and unsure, and as her best friend and partner, you need to make her see reason. I'm leaving her to you. In that moment, Irina's eyes sparkled like gemstones as a healthy blush spread across her face. A smile like a flower blooming underneath morning rays of sunlight caused her to look even more radiant than usual. She looked so happy that even the tense situation they were in appeared to be insignificant to her. Yes, she said with more enthusiasm than he'd ever heard from her. As Naruto laid out his battle plans to the Grimoire peerage and Saji, Cao Cao stood with other members of the hero faction and the still emotionless Yusaka. It seems I really did underestimate you, he was speaking to Naruto. Ever since our first meeting, I had assumed you were just an abnormally powerful idiot, but that's not true at all, is it? You're also capable of acting like a real leader. You gathered information about our strengths and weaknesses and created a plan to deal with each of us. That Rias Grimoire was certainly lucky when she found you. In a few years, you'll probably attain the rank of high-class devil and create your own peerage. The old Mao and that idiot Loki were fools to think the 3 faction leaders were the only threats. Are you flattering me? Asked Naruto. Not at all. Cao Cao shook his head. I am merely stating the facts as I see them. Naruto snorted. Cao Cao. Siegfried glanced at his leader. How would you like to proceed? Well, I believe we should just start the experiment and see what happens. Cao Cao started tapping his spear against the ground, and the Kyuubi leader glowed even brighter than before. Georg, it is time. Focus your power into the force nodes of the 9-tailed fox and prepare to summon Great Red. I understand. The user of Dimension Lost reached out with a hand, and what seemed to be an endless number of magic circles appeared around him. They spun in a rapid circle around him. Naruto couldn't make heads or tails of the magical scripts, but Rosweiss could. This boy is quite something. Rosweiss narrowed her eyes. Just at a glance, I can see Norse, demonic, fallen angel, white magic, black magic, and even fairy magic spells. There is an incredibly diverse and wide array of scripts in there. It seems you were right, Naruto. That boy is an incredibly powerful sorcerer. He might be too busy to fight right now, but don't take your eyes off him, Naruto said. I promise to keep at least one eye on him at all times. As she spoke, a magic circle appeared above her palm and a small eye suddenly materialized from within it. The eye quickly darted away. Naruto assumed it was somehow linked to Rosweiss and would let her keep an eye on Georg while she battled Heracles. A magic circle far larger than anything else appeared on the ground around Yusaka. Naruto didn't know what it was. However, as the magic circle appeared, Yusaka's pupils became dilated. A dangerous light had entered her eyes, and her golden fur was standing on end. The magic circle and the sacrifice for summoning Great Red are ready. Now we just have to see if Great Red will take the bait and come here. We're actually quite lucky. We have both a Dragon King and a Heavenly Dragon present as a bonus. My apologies, Sao Company, but I'll likely be too occupied with operating the magic circles to fight, Georg said. It's fine, that is what you are here for. Cao waved his hand in acknowledgement. Leonardo and the others are battling against the allied forces outside. They won't be able to buy us much time, but I'm hoping it will be enough. Reports have stated that not only have Azazel and Seraphal entered the fray, but members of the Seraphim have arrived. It seems like things have gotten interesting, Heracles said as he and Jean stepped forward. They have indeed. Cao smiled as he directed his attention to Naruto. Now let's see who among us will prove victorious. Us or them? Is everyone ready? Naruto asked his companions. As he received a chorus of affirmatives, he took a deep breath and sat down, crossing his hands and getting ready to connect with Kurama. In that case, you know what you have to do, so let's do it. Right. Everyone shouted at the same time and rushed off toward their respective opponents. Only Issei stood back. He had Asia quickly promote him to knight before he darted forward to take on both Cao and Jean. Kuno, Asia, please stay behind me, Naruto instructed. But, Kuno began. Do not worry. We will rescue your mother. He smiled in her direction. But I won't do it at the cost of your safety. Please stay behind me. Everything will be okay. Oh okay. Kuno nodded and moved behind him. Asia also moved behind him, though unlike the young Kitsune, she was keeping an eye on the battle. As a healer, she'd be using her ranged healing, which had extended to several dozen meters, to heal their allies when they got injured. Are you ready, Kurama? No, I still can't believe we're doing this. We're doing this. Believe it. Please don't say that ever again. Quote ellipsis. Sorry. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then extended his chakra into the seal. At the same time, Kurama's massively overwhelming chakra surged from the seal and latched onto his, creating something like a tunnel or even a vortex between them as they synchronized their chakras. The two beings from another dimension brought their hands together at the same time. As the sounds of battle echoed all around them, the two quietly began forming hand seals. Tilde Devil Ninja Tilde. Xenovia. Irina swooped down from the sky, a light sword in her hand. Xenovia raised Durandal to meet her attack. Their two weapons clashed together with a thunderous explosion of energy, causing the ground underneath Xenovia's feet to crack. Irina gritted her teeth as she pushed her weapon against the massive blade in her friend's hand. However, as expected of a holy sword on the same level as the original Excalibur, Durandal was more than able to fend her off. You should know. That sort of attack won't work on me. With a loud shout, Xenovia strained her muscles and cleaved right through the light sword in Irina's hand. An explosion of energy burst from the blade. It would have hit Irina, but she moved out of the way quickly. Coming back in, Irina began swinging her blade in a series of slashes and thrusts at speeds that Xenovia couldn't match. All the other girl could do was use the flat end of her blade to block the attacks. Narrowing her eyes, Irina pushed her muscles to work harder and increased the speed of her thrusts. Over and over she attacked. Xenovia slowly lost ground. She stumbled backward as Irina swung. It seems I'm not the only one who's gotten stronger, Xenovia muttered as she took several steps back. Irina smiled. I've been training with Naruto and Kiba. They've helped polish my sword skills and increased my stamina. That's so. Xenovia shifted her shoulders a bit as she grabbed Durandal with both hands. It seems you've become quite fond of Naruto. Back when I was in the church, all you would ever talk about was Issei, but now you're talking about Naruto like he's all you care about. Despite herself, Irina blushed. That's because. Using her embarrassment as a distraction, Xenovia rushed in and began swinging Durandal at speeds a blade that size shouldn't normally be capable of moving. The sword was like a blur, a streak of light. Despite being caught off guard, Irina responded to her opponent's attacks. She increased the potency of her light sword. Now condensed many times over, she met Xenovia's attacks, not head-on, but with subtle deception. Durandal screamed down from overhead. Irina angled her blade so the massive holy sword slid along the edge and slammed into the ground. An explosion caused the ground to rumble, but she ignored that and spun around as Xenovia swung her blade from the ground into a vertical slash. Again, she angled her sword, let Durandal slide along it, and then brought the blade over her head so it would miss her. Leaping back to gain some distance, Irina threw several light spears as a distraction. All of them were blocked by Durandal. That was fine. Ascending back into the air, she created several halo-shaped projectiles, which she threw at Xenovia, peppering the girl over and over. Of course, this was Xenovia. Irina didn't expect her attacks to work, and just as she expected, the young woman with blue hair swung her blade, unleashing a powerful crescent wave of energy that destroyed all of her attacks in a single swing. "Did you really think you would be able to defeat me like that, Irina?" asked Zenobia as she raised her blade over her head. "Don't make me laugh. You might have become an angel, but you aren't the only one who's become more powerful. Let me show you the power I gained while working with the hero faction." Raising Durandal above her head, Zenobia furrowed her brows in concentration. Irina felt a surge of energy come from Durandal. Her eyes widened as large streams of white energy leaked off the blade. However, the streamers, like plumes of steam rising from the surface of a boiling lake, soon gathered and became condensed. It engulfed the sword. Then, as though Zenobia had suddenly turned up the power, the energy grew upward. As she stared at the massive weapon, which looked like a 15-meter-tall blade, Irina could only gulp. "Let's see what you can do against this." With another loud shout, Zenobia brought Durandal down faster than Irina imagined possible. The air howled as it was rent. Irina, desperate to get out of the way, moved quickly. She flapped her wings and swerved to the left. However, even though she managed to evade the massive sword, the force that weapon left as it cut the air pushed her back, and the excess power leaking from it singed her skin. Then the sword struck the ground. A deafening sound not unlike the sonic boom of someone breaking the sound barrier rocked Irina's ears, forcing her to cover them. Light blasted out from where Durandal struck the earth. Irina covered her face with her arms as the blinding light seared her vision. She would have closed her eyes, but the massive explosion had caused an updraft of energy that tried to knock her out of the sky. She had to put all her focus on flapping her wings, and she needed to at least see where she was going. When the energy died down, Irina looked back at the ground. She gawked. The area she'd been floating near was now a large crater. It must have been at least 15 meters across. What's more, the ground around the crater was cracked and split. I didn't think Zenobia could get this powerful. Zenobia was a power fighter, so of course that meant she was physically imposing and could unleash a lot of power. At the same time, she was still human. There were limitations that a human could not exceed. "I see you dodged my attack," Zenobia murmured as she stuck Durandal's blade into the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Irina narrowed her eyes. "You should have known I would dodge such an obvious attack. That attack looked like it cost you a lot of stamina." "I've got stamina to spare." Having removed the sweat from her brow, Zenobia picked up her blade again and held it in a ready position. "Now, come at me." Irina didn't hesitate to rush forward. She traveled over the ground on fleet feet. It almost looked like she was flying, especially with her wings flapping, but she was actually using a technique called skimming. The flap of her wings was being used to accelerate the speed of her run, pushing her forward. Hiyaaa. Slamming her light sword into Zenovia's Durandal, Irina tried her best to push the other girl back. Thanks to the speed she'd built up, momentum was on her side, and Zenovia skidded across the ground as Irina kept pushing against her. The blue-haired girl's teeth were gnashed together as she struggled against the light sword. "Not good enough. It's not enough." With a concerted effort, Zenovia pushed Irina back after several seconds of a stalemate, but rather than simply letting herself stumble backward, Irina sent several light spears at her opponent. Zenovia dispelled them with a swing of Durandal. However, as she did, Irina noticed something about her movements. They're growing sluggish. The longer they fought, the less energy Zenovia was able to put into her swings. When this battle had first started, Zenovia had been swinging her sword so fast it was only thanks to her powers as an angel that she could keep up. Durandal was still being swung quite fast. However, the difference between then and now was like the difference between an Olympic athlete and high school student. "You're getting tired," Irina observed. Shut up," Zenovia muttered. "I can do this all day." Even though she said that, the more they fought, the less stamina Zenovia had. She also didn't unleash that massive attack again. Either that meant she was saving that attack for a time when she thought it would hit, or she couldn't use that attack anymore because it required too much power. They shuffled their feet across the garden that was their battleground. A good portion of the garden had been destroyed. Craters and scars littered the ground. Given how rugged the terrain now was, Irina knew she would have to be careful to avoid tripping or getting her foot caught in a crater or trench. A lull entered the battle after soon. Zenovia and Irina stood several meters from each other. While her breathing still remained light, her opponent was breathing a lot more heavily, shoulders heaving as she sucked in oxygen. "Zenovia," Irina began, "do we really have to keep fighting? Can't we just stop?" Looking away from Irina, Zenovia grimaced. "I can't stop now. I've already decided to join the Chaos Brigade." I can't afford to let my resolve be so half-hearted. Taking a deep breath, Zenobia switched to a one-handed grip, and then pulled out another holy sword from a dimensional rift. It looked like a replica of Excalibur Destruction. Now gripping two massive blades in each hand, the blue-haired girl stared at Irina with a hard expression. If you want me to stop, then you're going to have to stop me. I see. Irina finally realized what was going on here. Zenobia had always been a hard-headed and stubborn person. That was the entire reason she'd gotten into that massive argument with the church, left, and joined the Chaos Brigade. Once she made a decision, she would always see it through to the end, even when that decision brought her nothing but pain. Zenobia is asking me to stop her. No, she is begging me to stop her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Zenobia rushed forward, Excalibur Destruction and Durandal scraping against the ground, creating sparks. I understand now, Zenobia. Irina readied her light sword as Zenovia's charge brought the other girl ever closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. I'll definitely be the one to stop you. When she reached the 1-meter mark, Zenobia raised both of her swords, prepared to bring them down on her former partner and friend. Irina reacted quickly. Dispelling her light sword, she shot forward before Zenobia could attack. She was already in Zenovia's guard. Even if the girl swung her swords, they would miss. Now face to face, Irina could see the surprise in Zenovia's eyes. However, she could also see the pain, the hurt, the sense of betrayal, and loss. Her friend was lost and hurt and didn't know what to do. The Chaos Brigade had likely capitalized on those emotions and convinced her to join them. I won't let things stay like this. Irina wrapped her arms around Zenobia and pulled the other girl into a tight embrace. Zenobia froze. The hands that had been raised to bring down her swords slowly lowered, and then a loud clank signified the two holy swords falling to the ground. I'm sorry for not being able to help you before, Irina apologized. But I'm here now. I won't leave you to suffer alone. I was so lost, Zenovia's voice was choked. I know. I didn't know what to do. I know. Irina, It's okay. Irina hugged her friend tighter. Everything is going to be okay now. I'm not going to let you go through that again. Several seconds passed before, with a slowness that made her seem reluctant, Zenobia wrapped her arms around Irina. She hugged the other girl tightly as several tears flowed down her cheeks. Irina felt the tears fall against her clothing, but she ignored how her clothes were getting wet and let her friend cry out all of the sorrow, frustration, and hopelessness that had been eating away at her since learning of God's death. Devil Ninja. Kiba was not used to fighting with two swords. Dual wielding was not a skill he had cultivated. That said, as he and Siegfried fought against each other, Kiba gripped a sword in each hand as he tried to withstand the overwhelming power of his opponent. What is this? Siegfried laughed as he slammed Graham into Kiba's demonic sword, shattering it and forcing him to make another one. These swords are pathetic. Haha. Do you really think you can defeat me with such lousy weapons and shoddy swordsmanship? Kiba said nothing, not because he had nothing to say, but because it took all of his concentration to avoid being killed. He dodged attacks that came in from the left and right, from above and below. Siegfried was not dual-wielding like him. He was tri-wielding. He gripped Graham tightly in his left hand, a light sword in his right, and Nuthung, a demon sword that was sharp enough to cut through almost any known substance, in the dragon arm protruding from his back. With 3 blades to contend with, Kiba found himself on the defensive. This is utterly ridiculous, Siegfried spat as he slammed his light sword into Kiba's holy sword. It didn't shatter, but the strength behind the blow sent him skidding backward. Given that you are the swordsman who defeated Fried Selzen, I assumed you would be strong, but I guess Fried was just weak. You're not even a challenge. Kiba gritted his teeth at the insult. Bending his knees, he pushed off the ground and used his speed, which was far superior to a normal human's, to turn his body into a literal streak. He ran around Siegfried, hoping to attack the man from his blind spot. Yet when he attacked, the dragon arm welding Nuthung intercepted him. Kiba could only gnash his teeth together as Nuthung sliced through his demonic sword with ease. A weak attack like that won't work on me. Siegfried spun around and swung Graham from overhead. Kiba dodged, but the destructive power sent him flying backwards. I have no blind spots, you fool. My twice critical is a subspecies that lets me grow this dragon arm out of my back. Not only does it double my power, but this arm also acts as a sensor. After all, there is no point in having an arm growing out of my back if I can't sense attacks coming at me from behind. Now that he had a bit of breathing room, Kiba was able to finally speak. So you basically have no blind spots. Is that what you are telling me? That is it exactly. Grimacing, Kiba reassessed his strategy. If he couldn't defeat Siegfried from attacking his blind spots, then he would need to use the greatest advantage he had to attack from multiple directions at once. Sword Birth. Slamming a hand onto the ground, Kiba put power into his sacred gear, creating a large number of holy demonic swords that sprung from the ground around Siegfried. His hope was to skewer the man. Sadly, that wasn't what happened. Siegfried leapt into the air. Once airborne, he swung Graham at the ground, sending a large crescent wave that obliterated the holy demonic swords with ease. Kiba didn't give up and created more swords, this time in the air, which she launched at Siegfried as a form of makeshift projectile. His hopes to somehow impale his opponent from afar were also met with failure. Siegfried used all three of his blades to bat his swords from the air as though they were nothing. Still not enough, Siegfried taunted. I need something stronger. No, not stronger. I just need a sword that can counter Graham's power. Sword Birth gave him the ability to create an infinite number of demon swords that could exhibit numerous properties. He even had one that devoured holy energy and other sources of light. If he could create a sword capable of devouring demonic energy, then it's worth a shot. Getting rid of the holy sword he'd been using, Kiba reached out his hand and imagined a weapon that could devour demonic energy. He frowned. Since he was trying to create something that could devour demonic energy, that meant he couldn't use Sword Birth, which created demon swords. In that case, Blade Blacksmith. Kiba didn't just have one sacred gear. After absorbing the spirits of his lost comrades, Kiba had gained the ability to create holy demonic swords. However, Sword Birth only allowed the creation of demon swords, so how was he able to create swords with a holy attribute? Obviously because he had both Sword Birth and Blade Blacksmith. Forming in midair was a blade of the purest silver. Untainted by anything, this pure blade had a straight edge and the general shape of a European broadsword. It wasn't very large. However, that was because he was condensing its power across a smaller mass in order to make it stronger. Now using the demon sword, Holy Eraser, and the holy sword, Demon Eraser, Kiba rushed toward Siegfried once more. You don't honestly think those two swords will be able to defeat my swords, do you? Asked Siegfried as he swung his light sword down. Kiba blocked the attack with Holy Eraser. The holy sword's bright glow, a symbol of the holy energy infusing it, flickered and dimmed before going out. Siegfried raised an eyebrow at that as he swung Graham at Kiba. Like when he'd blocked the light sword, Kiba brought up Demon Eraser to block and absorb the energy of this weapon. It didn't work. Demon Eraser shattered. Out of desperation, Kiba created a wall out of his holy demonic sword, Sword of the Betrayer, to protect himself. Graham slammed into the shield and shattered it with ease. It was like the weapon was cutting through paper instead of countless holy demonic swords. Fortunately, Kiba had been able to leap back and avoid taking the brunt of the damage, but just the excess power from Siegfried's swing created a powerful repulsive force that shoved him back. Kiba stumbled across the ground before managing to right himself. A sense of danger caused the hairs on his neck to prickle. He looked up. Siegfried was already in front of him. Eyes widening, Kiba defended against Graham by creating another holy sword, but of course the powerful demon sword shattered it like it was nothing. Even so, that single second it took to destroy his blade allowed Kiba to move. Using his superior speed as a knight, he avoided getting hit, not that it mattered. Siegfried spun around and attacked using Nathon. Desperate to avoid taking any damage, Kiba created the Destruction Sword, a two-handed demonic sword that was over 2 meters long. He didn't intend to swing it. He used it as a shield. Nathon sliced into the weapon, which exploded with an incredible amount of power. Black energy howled. Siegfried stumbled back as his dragon arm was thrown wide. Kiba leapt several feet back to put some distance between them. I am very surprised you managed to last this long, Siegfried claimed. Even if I'm not going all out, you still managed to survive longer than a lot of other people. For that, I'll grant you a special privilege and allow you to witness one of my strongest attacks. Sheathing Nathung in the light sword, Siegfried grunted and, with a strange tearing sound, 3 more dragon arms emerged from his back. Not only did he grip Graham with both hands, but all 4 dragon arms reached around and grabbed the sword as well. A shiver ran down Kiba's spine as dark energy poured off the blade like smoke. He knew that if he let Siegfried hit him with whatever attack he had planned, it would be the end of him. I can't let myself get hit by that. Kiba was already certain he wouldn't be able to reach Siegfried in time, so he instead sent out hundreds of swords, both holy and demonic, to attack the man. They were fired off like bullets from an automatic rifle. However, despite being peppered with hundreds of swords, nothing happened. Perhaps it was the overwhelming energy leaking from Graham, but all the swords Kiba fired shattered before they could hit Siegfried. This is not good. Here it is. Have a taste of the kind of power someone who wields a true demon sword has. Siegfried raised Graham in the air, all 6 of his hands gripping it tight, and then he brought it down. A massive wave of black energy burst from the sword. It was like a black flame spreading across the ground, but instead of burning everything in its path, it destroyed it. The ground was ripped apart. Kiba, in a last, desperate attempt to keep himself from being killed, poured all his energy into erecting several dozen walls between him and the massive tidal wave of energy. However, the tidal wave crashed through one wall after another. Kiba released all the demonic energy he had in one last gambit, and then the tidal wave of energy washed over him. Devil Ninja. Their battlefield was the palace itself. Being a magic user, Rosweiss had immediately taken to the sky. Magic circles appeared all around her, glowing blue circles that rotated where they floated. From within those circles came blasts of lightning, gouts of fire, torrents of water, and a deluge of powerful cutting winds. All of it was aimed at Heracles, who stood on the ground several meters below her. Ha 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 ha. Do you really think magic like that will work on me? A massive explosion went up as her attack slammed into Heracles with enough power that the detonation could be felt for kilometers. The lightning sent arcs of energy across the ground. Massive plumes of fire rose into the air like a phoenix rising from the ashes. That fire was quickly doused by the water, which then solidified into ice, freezing everything within so the cutting winds could slice through her opponent. Rosweiss narrowed her eyes as she stared into the destruction her attack had caused, watching to see if her enemy had survived. He had. Heracles stood exactly where he had been, his arms crossed and a confident smirk on his face. The Gakurin and Greek armor he wore didn't have a single scratch on them, and Heracles himself also seemed completely unharmed. Rosweiss could only look at him with wide eyes as her bombardment failed. Did you really think your pathetic magic would be enough to overcome my defenses? Ha! I carry the spirit of the Greek hero, Heracles. A pathetic magic attack like that will never hurt me. Rosweiss narrowed her eyes further as she tried to figure out what she could do. It seemed bombarding him with multiple types of magic didn't work. He must have had a very high magical resistance, which meant it would take an overwhelming amount of power to break through. That, or maybe I can break through if I condense my magic into a beam. As a skilled practitioner of Norse magic, Rosweiss specialized in long-range and bombarding attacks. She was capable of using just about every element: ice, fire, water, lightning, wind, thunder, light, summoning, and even explosive-based magic. If she used her explosive magic to create a condensed beam, perhaps she could punch through Heracles' defenses. It was worth a shot. I hope you don't think I'm going to just let you keep attacking me, Heracles said as Rosweiss came up with her plan. It's time to show you how powerless you really are. As he finished speaking, Heracles' body started glowing with a bright aura that surrounded him. The aura then transformed into objects that resembled missiles. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the missile-like objects blasted forward at speeds she could scarcely track. Rosweiss moved into a series of aerial maneuvers, but the missiles followed her, staying on her tail as even more missiles joined in. Realizing that she couldn't keep dodging, Rosweiss created over 100 magic circles and launched lightning at the attacks. Her magic struck the missiles and caused them to detonate. While the detonations pushed her around some, Rosweiss decided to use the bright light from the explosions as a distraction to launch her own attack. She soared above the many flaring explosions and locked onto Heracles. She held out her hands. A magic circle appeared in front of her, smaller than the others but containing even more power. Concentrating hard, she incorporated hundreds of high-level magic symbols into her attack, causing the entire thing to become so dense it looked like a single object as opposed to a bunch of small symbols. Once her attack was ready, she launched it at Heracles. What erupted from her magic circle was a condensed beam of red energy. It moved far faster than anything else she'd launched thanks to an acceleration spell she'd added. Her inspiration had come from an anime Rias had watched in which a character named Misaka fired off a coin using electricity so fast it was like a railgun. The attack struck Heracles dead on, and the man, arrogant to the end, didn't even bother moving out of the way. The attack pierced his shoulder. Herc! Heracles went down onto a knee as the magic went straight through him and struck the ground, exploding with enough force to push the man forward. His hair blew every which way as he placed one hand against his shoulder and the other on the ground. He dug his fingers into the cement to keep himself from being sent flying. When the attack was over, he stood up. There was a massive hole going through his left shoulder, so large even Rosweiss, several dozen meters in the air, could see through it. Blood leaked from the wound, drenching his clothes. He glared up at her. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. "You fucking bitch. You cock-sucking little shit. I'm going to fucking kill you." Before Rosweiss could think of attacking again, nearly 100 missile-like projectiles flew through the air, all sailing toward her. She already knew she couldn't dodge. They were surrounding her on all sides. In desperation, she created a shield made of nearly 200 magic circles. Would it be enough to protect her? A massive light flashed through the night sky as the missiles slammed into her shields with a relentless fury. Tilde Devil Ninja Tilde. Issei stood before Cao Cao and Jean. The roar of combat echoed all around them. Over a dozen meters away, black flames danced and surrounded Yasaka, writhing like tendrils. The Kyuubi leader shook as her body released a powerful aura. It looked like she was in pain, but then she spat out several large balls of fire. They didn't look as powerful as Tannen's flames, but Issei could still feel the heat from where he stood. Saji wasn't the only person battling. Irina had gone to fight Zenobia, Kiba was battling Siegfried, and Rosweiss was fighting Heracles, which meant Issei had to deal with these two. His job wasn't to win, however. He was aware of his own limitations. His job was merely to buy Sensei time to activate his new technique, whatever that was. Asia was currently doing her best to heal the others, but it was proving difficult because their battles were taking place further away. She and Kuno stood behind Naruto. So far the only person she'd been able to heal was Rosweiss, who was flying high above them as she fought. The woman had been caught in a massive explosion and injured, but Asia healed her from a distance and the battle had resumed. "Isn't it great?" Cao Cao asked, causing Issei to look away from the battles. "It's like a balance breaker free for all. Well, without having a power like this, there is no way as humans can compete with you supernatural existences." Cao Cao twirled the spear in his hand with a casual grace, causing Issei to distance himself. At that moment, his opponent had many openings, but Issei knew better. Even if those openings weren't traps, Cao Cao had Jean standing by his side. That said, he should be able to defeat her no problem. "I should beat her first." Issei had already been promoted tonight. He would make use of his speed to quickly defeat Jean. "Breasts, reveal your thoughts to me." Bilingual. A strange space covered the area around the battlefield, visible only to him. With bilingual activated, Issei charged straight for Jean, extending his left hand as Ascalon shot from the jewel above his knuckles. "Ooh, going after me first, you perv. I'll show you who's a perv." With that shout, Issei quickly closed the distance. "I'm going to move left and then attack from his blind spot." Jean's breast spoke to him, telling him what she would do next, and Issei reacted accordingly. He turned around as Jean moved around his left to attack his blind spot. Her sword clashed against Ascalon. Despite having her attack defended against, she didn't seem shocked, and in fact, there was a large smile on her face. Issei would have wondered about that smile, but then he felt a chill on his back. He disengaged from Jean. Spinning around, he moved aside as a spear pierced the place where he'd been standing. It was the Longinus. He knocked it away with Ascalon, and then tried to attack Cao Cao, but he was too slow. His opponent had already retreated. "Did you know my companions and I came up with a theory on how to defeat you?" As Jean circled behind him, which Issei knew because her breasts told him, Cao Cao began talking. "Our idea was to attack you with a time-accelerating sacred gear. Doing so will shorten the time you can remain in balance breaker and release your armor prematurely. We even have one such sacred gear user. The problem is that it has no offensive capabilities." Issei didn't let Cao Cao know that he knew what Jean was doing. He kept his eyes focused on the man in front of him. "There's a problem with that, though," Issei said, deciding to make casual conversation. "If you accelerated my time, I could just release my balance break voluntarily and switch to using the normal ability of my sacred gear. With the accelerated time, I could infinitely double my power in minutes." "Yes," Cao Cao smiled. "That is why we ultimately decided against it. I'm going to attack now." In that instant, Jean's breasts told Issei exactly what she was going to do. Issei used the speed he'd attained from his promotion to avoid her attack. She fell on the spot he'd been standing, her sword extended as it missed, and then she was sent flying when Issei kicked her. He'd actually wanted to place a magic circle on her clothes, but his arms couldn't reach that far, so a kick it was. Cao Cao attacked Issei before he could recover, sending a slew of powerful thrusts with his spear, but Issei used both his speed and his precognitive abilities to avoid the attacks. Cao Cao was good. No, he was better than good. His attacks were precise, powerful, and fast. That said, Issei had been training with Naruto, who had helped him learn how to predict his opponents by looking at their torso instead of their hands. It just barely allowed him to keep up with the much faster hero faction leader. Since attacking from behind didn't work, I'll attack from above. The voice of Jean's breasts echoed in his ears. Issei leapt backward as Jean fell from the sky. Her sword slid into the ground with ease. Now I'll surprise him with my sacred gear. As her breast spoke, a sword grew out from underneath Jean's foot. Issei recognized the holy sword for what it was and knew not to let it hit him. He leapt out of the way, but sadly, this brought him toward Cao Cao. Whoa! Cao Cao thrust out his spear. Issei ducked underneath the attack out of desperation, which allowed him to narrowly avoid death. Then he attacked with Ascalon. However, Cao Cao stepped back as he dexterously spun the Longinus in his hands, knocking the sword away from him. Asia, promote me to bishop. Yes. As the feeling of speed faded from his mind, a surge of magic flooded his nerves. Issei took to the sky, avoiding Jean's attack. Now in the air, he concentrated on what he wanted, visualizing it in his mind. I don't know if this will work, but... As his wings flapped, two massive barrels suddenly appeared over his shoulder, gleaming red in the light. Issei channeled his magic into them, causing a bright glow to appear within each barrel. Take this, you bastard. With a thunderous roar, the twin cannons blasted condensed bullets of demonic power. Cao Cao and Jean were obviously smart enough not to take them head-on. They both moved in opposite directions as the bullets exploded with an intense spray of demonic power. Even Issei felt himself being pushed back as the two sphere-shaped detonations expanded. Dropping back to the ground, Issei quickly stood in front of Sensei, Asia, and Kuno, erecting a shield to keep them from being caught in the blast. A quick glance back revealed that Sensei hadn't moved from his spot. His eyes were still closed as though he was meditating. Issei quickly focused back on attacking. He tracked Cao Cao and Jean with his cannons and began firing off multiple rounds. The two hero faction members quickly dodged his bullets, but then Issei switched targets. Instead of attacking them, he attacked their surroundings. Explosion after explosion slammed into the ground close to them. Neither Cao Cao nor Jean were the type to get knocked off balance, but he was able to corral them closer together. Boost 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 boost. While he forced the two to move where he wanted them, Issei continued boosting himself, doubling his power multiple times within several seconds. Once he had what he felt was enough power, Issei retracted his cannons, held out his hands, and created a single massive cannon from those. Take this, suckers. I'm gonna blow my load all over your faces. What? Cao Cao actually paused upon hearing his words, but Issei didn't care. He fired off a beam of demonic energy so powerful the very air sizzled and the ground melted as it sped toward them. Not only was it powerful, but the size of the beam was easily several meters in diameter. There was no way they could dodge it. Asia, please promote me to queen. Okay. Issei took a calming breath as the promotion further increased his abilities. He still hadn't mastered the queen promotion, but he would need it for this. Boost 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 boost. As he boosted himself, a pair jets appeared on his back, and Issei surged forward in the wake of his massive beam attack. Just as he had expected, the beam was split in half. The two divergent halves slammed into the surrounding palace, detonating with a concussive force, but Issei ignored the blazing hot winds that slammed into him and charged at Cao Cao, who stood protectively in front of Jean. Ha 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 ha. So this is the power of the Sekiryute. Most impressive. Boost 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 boost. Throwing a powerful straight punch at Cao Cao with his boosted fist, Issei waited until the man moved his spear to parry his punch, and then he stopped his fist just before the spear. Cao Cao's spear flew through the space between them. His parry had missed. Now. Surging forward, Issei thrust out his other hand and transferred his power into Ascalon. He emitted a powerful pulse that caused an aura shaped like a blade to shoot forward. A tearing noise echoed around the battlefield. Jean screamed in shock as Cao Cao's arm flew through the air. Issei grinned as he saw the damage his attack had done, but then he blinked when an incredible pain shot through his stomach. He looked down. The Longinus had pierced his stomach. It seems we both landed a hit. Cao Cao chuckled. Though my attack did a lot more damage. As Cao Cao removed his spear from Issei's stomach and impaled it into the ground, Issei fell onto his hands and knees as smoke began pouring from the wound. Aiz-san, Asia screamed behind him. You're mine now, Jean shouted as her breasts warned Issei of the danger. Yet Issei couldn't move. The pain was, he couldn't think. It was taking everything he had not to scream. However, just before Jean could attack, several spears of light rained from the sky, forcing her to dodge to avoid them. At that moment, Irina fell from the ground and attacked the blonde beauty with a light sword. Twilight healing. At that same moment, Issei felt the pain in his stomach lessen. He looked at his arms as a green aura engulfed him. Asia had used her twilight healing on him. However, while the pain wasn't as unbearable, the wound wasn't getting any smaller. With something of a grimace, he took out the phoenix tears he'd been given and used them on his wound. It seems we had the same idea, Cao Cao said. Issei looked up and felt his eyes bulge as Cao Cao poured what was obviously phoenix tears on his wound and then attached his lopped-off arm to the spot where it had been severed. Steam hissed around the arm as it became reattached. How did you get those? Cao Cao laughed. The black market, of course. People are willing to sell anything if it can make them some money, though it wasn't easy to acquire these. The Phoenix House has been doing everything they can to restrict access to their tears. Well, it looks like we're both healed. Shall we get back to it? A few meters from them, Irina and Jean were battling against each other. It looked like Jean had the upper hand. Irina was already sporting several cuts and bruises, but the angel doggedly continued to battle. Asia was also healing her. With Jean out of the way, I can focus more on fighting against Cao Cao. Didrag, can you heal the hole in my armor? Of course, partner. However, it's gonna take a while. That Longinus is no joke. I understand. He wondered how much time had passed since this battle began. It felt like a lot of time had gone by, but he knew that was adrenaline talking. In truth, it was more than likely that barely a minute or two had passed since this battle began. He grimaced. At that moment, a massive explosion echoed around them, causing the ground to shake. About 2 or 3 dozen meters to his right came a sea of black flames engulfing the garden. That was where Kiba had taken Siegfried to battle. As if proving that matters were even worse than he'd expected, a massive explosion overhead caused him to look up. A figure was falling from the sky. Issei recognized them. Rosweiss. She plummeted to the ground somewhat close to where Asia, Kuno, and Sensei were, striking the hard ground head first. Her body was covered in blood. As she lay unmoving on the ground, a crimson pool spread out underneath her. Rosweiss. Asia cried as she scrambled over to the woman and began trying to heal her wounds. Tears leaked from Asia's eyes. Damn it. Boost 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 boost. Issei rushed at Cao Cao as he boosted himself, doubling his power more and more. He attacked Cao Cao with reckless abandon, but the man proved incredibly apt at fighting back. Issei gritted his teeth as his attacks all missed. The problem wasn't that his enemy was stronger than him. Cao Cao seemed well aware that Issei had more raw power, but it was exactly for that reason that he was losing. Cao Cao seemed adept at fighting people with more power than him. He was using a method to avoid or deflect attacks with minimal energy on his part. Not only that, but after every attack Issei launched, Cao Cao would slice off pieces of his armor, which forced Didrag to divert more energy to repairing the damage done. It wasn't long before cuts started appearing on his body, and those cuts began emitting smoke. Even with his power boosted, his strength began flagging. Sorry, Sekiryute, but this is the end for you, Cao Cao said calmly. You are strong. You're a lot stronger than I thought you'd be. However, even with the level of power you possess, it is not enough to win against people who contain the spirit of ancient heroes. Georg, how is the magic circle coming along? It's coming, but it will still take a while to complete, George said. Will this really call Great Red? I certainly hope so, Cao Cao said. I have no confidence in my ability to defeat that one in an even fight. At the mention of that one, Issei glanced briefly in the direction of Sensei, still seated on the ground. He had managed to keep Cao Cao's attention on him, but perhaps that was because the Longinus wielder was wary. That made sense given Sensei's unpredictable nature. Perhaps Cao Cao thought his actions were a feint to make him attack. However, as he looked back at Naruto, he found several other people there as well. Kiba had been laid out on the ground, his body smoking from multiple wounds that Asia was now trying to heal. He was unconscious next to Rosweiss. Irina was still fighting against Jean, and it looked like Zenobia had joined the battle, but the two girls seemed exhausted from having fought each other and weren't doing too well. At that exact moment, Heracles and Siegfried strolled over to Cao Cao. While their bodies were littered with wounds, neither of them looked terrible, and they appeared to have more than enough energy left to fight. Kiba and Rosweiss both lost. Not only had his friends lost, but he was definitely not winning right now. Sensei had asked him to buy time, but not even half the allotted time had passed, and he was clearly losing. His body was littered in cuts that hissed and smoked. Asia couldn't heal him because she was busy trying to save Kiba and Rosweiss, both of whom clearly had life-threatening injuries. What's more? A loud roar made Issei look at the battle between Saji and Yasaka. Saji, or rather, Vitra, had become entangled in the Kyuubi's 9 tails and was roaring in pain. It looked like even he had lost. Mother, please wake up. Don't do this. Kuno was screaming as she tried to plead with her mother to stop, but the Kyuubi leader wasn't even looking at her as she slowly crushed the life out of Saji. What should I do? A sense of helplessness overcame Issei as he realized he might not be able to give Sensei the time he requested. He felt pitiful, pathetic. He'd been training so hard to protect his loved ones, but all that training had amounted to nothing. Tears of shame poured from his eyes as he realized how hopeless his situation was. He couldn't do what Sensei asked of him. Kuno's mother was beyond his ability to save, and his friends were all injured. He didn't want to give up, but he couldn't see a way to win. What should I do? Are you crying? A voice inside of him spoke up. That voice. It was Elsha-san. That is correct. Now, why are you crying? It's because I'm so weak. Elsha-san was a former Sekiryute. It seemed all the previous Sekiryute were sealed away inside of the boosted gear. Issei had met them before, though almost none of them talked to him at all. They just kind of sat there. Only Elsha-san talked to him. Well, you're a bit weak, but did you forget what the fallen angel governor told you? You embody limitless possibilities. Issei remembered the conversation he'd had with Azazel before. He'd said that all the past Sekiryute had been devoured by their own powers until they were killed. Out of all of them, Issei was the only one who had retained his sanity. And the reason was because his powers didn't come a desire to fight or greed. They came from breasts. Breasts. That's right. Even though I want to protect the people I love, my powers comes from my desire to see breasts, to touch them. It's a unique way to grow stronger that only I can use. That is it exactly. This is much more like you. This is more like the man Belzard and I saw, who seemed to have infinite possibilities. Now I believe it is time to release your potential. A bright glow emitted from his shirt pocket. Issei took out the object inside. It was the jewel that Azazel had given him. It was giving off a red light. What the heck? Raise that jewel and summon them. Summon them. Yes. Go summon the person you long for. Summon the breasts you long for. Opie. 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 Ah, Opie. Lots of Opie. Many Opie. Numerous lights floated out from the jewel, taking on a humanoid shape. 1, 2, 3. They multiplied quickly. This jewel has been transferred from one human to another all around Kyoto. These figures you see have been formed from the residual memories of those people. Issei felt a bit guilty hearing that. His potential had basically been floating around Kyoto and turning innocent people into molesters. He felt the need to apologize to all those people. Opie. 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 As the lingering memories repeated the word, Opie, over and over again, Issei wondered if maybe he was dreaming and this was some kind of hentai exhibition. Really, it was just too surreal even for him. What are these? Asked Cao Cao. He and the others were standing stock still. It seemed they were in shock. The lingering memories arranged themselves into a circle before Issei and melted into the ground. A powerful light surged from within the circle. Symbols carved themselves in the center, forming a magic circle several times larger than anything Issei had created before. Everything is ready. Now summon that person. Summon her now. Issei didn't have to ask who Elsha-san was asking him to summon. He knew. Even without her name being stated, he knew because there was only one person in the world aside from Asia who was on his mind, and between the two, only she had the breasts that Issei went mad over. Summon breasts. In a massive explosion of light, the word, Opie, appeared within the magical script. There was another bright flash of light, and then, a figure appeared inside the circle. Era. Akino looked extremely confused as she stared at her new surroundings. She was only wearing a bra and panties. The G-string didn't leave much to the imagination, and her breast spilled out of her bra as though it was several sizes too small to contain her large helping of cleavage. What is going on here? Have I been summoned to Kyoto? This girl is the switch to opening your possibilities, Issei. In order to unleash your potential, you must poke Akino's nipples. As if her words were some kind of prophecy, Akino's nipples flashed as though filled with holy light. Which made no sense to him. Wasn't she half devil and half fallen angel? Well, actually, fallen angels could use holy power, so maybe that was why. In any event, there was a problem with Elsha-san's words. No matter how much Issei might want to touch Akino's breasts, to poke her nipples, he couldn't. They weren't dating anymore. While he hadn't given up on her, Issei had agreed to back off and not push her into anything she didn't want to do. It felt like if he did this, then he would betray his words. Akino looked around, observing the situation, eyes lingering on the hero faction, who remained where they were, standing still with uncertainty. Well, this was an unexpected situation. After that, she turned her attention to him. The smile that appeared on her face was quite wry. It seems you have found yourself in some trouble. I'm sorry, Issei apologized. For what? Asked Akino. Well, I summoned you, so. Yes, that makes sense. I see. You summoned me because you needed my help, Akino asked. Issei nodded and looked down. What should he say? What should he do? Aiz-kun, why are my breasts glowing? Is this some kind of perverted role play you're trying out in order to make me come back to you? Issei shook his head. No, of course not. I mean, I know how you feel. I would never do that to you. I love you too much to force myself on you. I think I understand the situation, Akino finally said. You want to poke my nipples, don't you? He looked away. He did. It was more than just circumstantial. Even though Akino had dumped him, his feelings for her hadn't changed in the slightest. He had even decided not to create a harem until after he'd convinced Akino to come back. However, it was precisely because he loved her so much that he refused to say anything. He didn't want to make her hate him. Akino sighed. You know this won't change anything, right? Even if I let you touch them, I'm not coming back. I can't. Issei bit his lip. Akino surely knew that he hadn't given up, but he'd promised to give her space, so he didn't say anything. With another sigh, Akino's smile turned more genuine as she undid the clasp on her bra and revealed her breasts. Issei was almost blown back by a nosebleed. Not only was he staring at the familiar breasts of the woman who had taken his and Asia's first time, but they were emitting a faint glow. You can touch them. Just this once. Are you sure it's okay? Asked Issei. Akino shrugged. You need to, right? Go ahead. Issei warred within himself, but he ultimately decided not to hesitate. Akino had given him permission. Taking a deep breath, he reached over and pushed his fingers into Akino's nipples. She released a loud moan, and the combination of that sound and the sensation of his fingers sinking into her soft breast shot straight to his brain. As though her job was done, Akino was enveloped in a bright light and rose into the sky, where she soon vanished. Where'd she go? Back to wherever you summoned her from. So, Akino had been summoned all the way to Kyoto just so he could touch her breasts. That seemed kinda anticlimactic. No, not just that. It was rude. Issei sighed. When he got home, he would prostrate himself before her and apologize. What the heck just happened? Issei looked back at Cao Cao and his faction. All of them were gawking at him like they couldn't figure out what was happening. It was like the events of a few seconds ago were simply too much for them to comprehend. Of course, they had been expecting to summon Great Red, but Akino had arrived instead. As all these thoughts crossed his mind, Issei felt an intense beating from deep within his chest. Then a loud voice spoke up. It's coming. As Elsha-san's voice rose in volume, deep crimson light overflowed from the jewels on his Welsh dragon armor. His body was encased in warmth. Power flowed from his body like nothing he'd ever felt before. What was this power? This is quite nostalgic. What you're feeling now is my original aura. It feels like the time when I still had my material body, when all I cared about was fighting the White One. Didraig seemed quite happy. Issei didn't really understand everything his partner was saying, but if it made him happy, then it couldn't be a bad thing. As this thought took hold in his mind, his entire body burst with the red aura and covered his surroundings in light. Devil Ninja tilde. Deep within the seal, Naruto and Kurama continued calmly going through their hand seals. Strings of chakra-like wisps of smoke tethered them together, binding them and creating a vortex that would be shaped and controlled by the hand seals. They were more than halfway finished. I sense something happening outside. It looks like Eyes is about to get serious. Do we even need to do this? I don't think Eyes will win. This new power of his is certainly something, but he doesn't have any control. The fact that you and I can feel it from inside the seal is proof. Besides, don't you want to get outside and stretch your legs? Good point. Exactly. Let's keep going. Though he said that, Naruto's hands felt like they were cramping. Unlike most jutsu where he could blaze through seals, he and Kurama needed to take this process slowly. If they moved too fast, they could make a mistake. And then at least half of Japan would disappear as a result. By the way. What is it? If we die using this jutsu, my spirit is going to haunt yours. Quote ellipsis. Shut up and keep making hand seals, stupid for ball. Tilde devil ninja tilde. I am hentai. The shout that came from Issei upon regaining consciousness made everyone present stop whatever they were doing and stare at him. However, Issei didn't seem to be paying the slightest bit of attention. Let's do this. Boosted gear. Red light flashed around Issei's body, engulfing him in a powerful aura that leaked out and caused cracks to spread across the ground. It flowed out from the depths of his heart, from within his body. He'd never felt anything like this before. Ah, yes, this is it, partner. This is my original power, which God had sealed. It's been so long that I forgot what it felt like. That's so. It feels pretty good. Let's use it to beat these guys. Right, let's show these fools the true power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Desire. Diabolas. Determination. Dragon. Disaster. Desecration. Discharge. Voices entered his mind one after another, and through them, the method of using and understanding this new power flowed into Issei's mind. He wondered if this had something to do with the adjusted evil pieces inside of him, but he dismissed the thought. It didn't matter. Thanks to the interruption, he was no longer promoted, but that was fine. He could just promote himself again. He didn't even need Asia's confirmation this time. Mode change. Welsh Blaster Bishop. Once more, Issei promoted himself to Bishop. He gathered the red aura of his power around his shoulders. A backpack formed along his back, and then two massive cannons took shape on his shoulders. They were even bigger than the last ones he'd used. The true power of D-Drake certainly was amazing. That looks dangerous, Cao Cao muttered as Issei began concentrating all of his magical power, raised through his promotion to bishop, to the cannons in his shoulder. Issei thought about how this battle had played out. How his comrades had been defeated. How pathetic he felt that he couldn't protect them. He was going to put all those feelings into his cannons and shoot Cao Cao in the face. Boost, 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 boost. Disappear. Dragon Blaster. The shoulder cannons fired a gigantic blast of concentrated magical energy. The power flowing out was so strong that Issei nearly lost his own balance. The recoil was just that powerful. To keep himself from flying off, he created a tail from his back and speared it into the ground. This looks interesting. I'll take this attack from the legendary dragon head on. Heracles stepped forward, a smug grin plastered on his face. No, don't take it. Evade. The man, despite being 2 meters tall and probably weighing a couple 100 pounds, was sent flying away as Cao Cao smacked him with his spear. Once Heracles was out of the way, the others also fled the area. A massive explosion tore the air apart. It shook the entire space like a seismic quake, and then the city located behind Niju Castle disappeared in a flash of bright light. When the light died down, it showed that nothing was left. The scenery of the city, created by this artificial dimension, was completely gone. He destroyed an entire city. Hey, what the hell kind of power is that? I've never seen anything like this, Siegfried muttered in surprise. He was no longer smiling. Another attack of that caliber, and this entire dimension will shatter. Cao Cao. Issei ignored the surprise of his opponents and focused on the one he wanted revenge against. He released the cannons on his back, which dissipated into particles of light. Right now what he needed was not unrivaled magical power. It was speed. Mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost Night. The dragon wings jutting from his back spread wide as he flew toward Cao Cao, the boosters on his back spewing out a torrential flame of magical power. The air screeched as he tore through it. Not enough. Gritting his teeth, he shed the heavy armor covering his body and poured out even more power. He gave up on defense and focused purely on offense. Issei's body complained as immense G-forces slammed into it, but he ignored all the warning signs and hurtled through the air. Boost, 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 boost. Despite how fast he was going, it didn't seem to be fast enough. Cao Cao had seen him. The man entered a stance with his spear held in front of him. Issei snarled. He was going to show this asshat what happened when someone messed with his friends. Crashing into Cao Cao with the godlike speed granted to him, he sent the man flying back with nary a thought. Cao Cao skidded along the ground. Issei frowned. He'd expected the man to get pulverized. Ha 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 ha. It is just like you to charge straight at me from the front, but are you sure that's such a good idea? Since you've decided to give it your all, I've increased my own power. Can your thin armor stand up to my spear? Let's find out. Issei knew that Cao Cao was right. His armor right now was thin and elegant, but that meant it wouldn't stand up to the Longinus. In that case, he just needed to change his armor. Mode change. Welsh Dragonic Rook. What he needed right now wasn't speed, but overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities. He gathered the red aura around himself, reforging the armor he'd shed. However, he didn't stop there. He made the armor thicker, denser, and then he created a heavy shield. I see. Cao Cao yelled. It looks like you've decided to change your armor again. If I want to defeat you, I'll need to destroy this impressive defense of yours. Cao Cao raced forward and began attacking him with his spear, but Issei couldn't even feel them. He would have said it was like a fly buzzing around. However, even that didn't seem to really describe the feeling of Cao Cao's spear grazing his armor. Boost, 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 boost. Issei caught the spear in his left hand, and then he raised his right hand and prepared himself. Don't look down on me, you bastard. He slammed his fist into Cao Cao, who finally flew backward faster than a bullet. He slammed into what little remained of the palace, which honestly looked less like a palace and more like a desert. There really was nothing left. A massive cloud of dirt had been kicked up by what happened, obscuring his vision, forcing Issei to wait. The other members of the hero faction didn't move. They didn't seem sure about whether or not they could win against him. Issei was determined to wait and see what else he could do, but just then, all of the energy went right out of him. His armor disappeared. Then he fell to his knees, panting as a strong fatigue washed over him. He winced. My stamina. Partner, thanks to how you unleashed my original power, the countdown to enter Balance Breaker has decreased. Furthermore, the total time you can spend in Balance Breaker has increased. However, entering Balance Breaker now will also consume more stamina because you're using more power. This is especially true when you change modes like you just did. Do you think it will get easier? I suspect that once you get used to your power, the amount of stamina you consume will be lessened. Oh, good. I don't wanna feel this way every time I do this. Me neither. As Issei slowly climbed to his feet, he looked at the area where Cao Cao had struck. The dust had settled now. Cao Cao was also getting to his feet several dozen meters away. Blood leaked from his nose and mouth, but he planted his spear into the ground and wiped the blood away. So this is the Securute's true power. That was quite terrifying. In terms of direct offensive power, you might even be able to rival Valley without his juggernaut drive. I am impressed. Issei didn't know how he should feel about this man's words. It sounded like he was being praised, but according to Cao Cao, Valley was still more powerful than he was if he used that juggernaut drive thingy. Still, Cao Cao continued, that attack of yours consumed more stamina than it should have. You are far from mastering it. Even if you do master it, I imagine it will still consume a lot of stamina. I estimate that you won't be able to remain in that form for more than 10 minutes at most. Issei clicked his tongue. Damn, you really are a troublesome opponent, you know that. You calmly analyze my abilities like it's nothing. I thought you'd underestimate me. No, I definitely underestimated you slightly in this instance. You are a truly formidable adversary. Cao Cao began tapping his spear against his shoulder. This was quite exhilarating. I haven't felt this way since the last time I dueled Valley. Fighting legendary dragons really is the greatest thrill a human like me can have. Issei almost groaned. This idiot was another battle maniac. He really hated people like this. All he wanted was to make up with Akeno, and then begin building his harem so he could live the rest of his days in peaceful bliss. Before his thoughts could progress any further, the entire world suddenly froze. Not really. However, Issei felt as if he'd been transported under the polar ice caps. A chill spread through his body, and the gravity around him felt as if it had undergone a 1000 increase. He wasn't the only one feeling it either. Cao Cao and the other hero faction members had all frozen solid. The sound of someone taking a deep breath echoed behind Issei. It really has been a long time since I've been able to stretch my legs. Naruto was right. This is nice. However, this form feels a bit awkward. I'm not used to looking so human. Issei wanted to turn around, but something was preventing him from moving. His knees were shaking and his body had seized up. An indescribable sensation similar to fear but altogether different had made it impossible to move. What kind of power is this? D-Drag. I've never, in my entire life, felt something like this. Partner, whatever you do, never fight whoever this power belongs to. Even if you mastered all of my abilities, you'll never defeat this person. Issei couldn't believe what he was hearing, but then, with this overwhelming presence bearing down on him, he really had no room to say anything. It felt like even the slightest movement would cause his body to tear itself apart. Tap tap, tap tap, tap tap. Footsteps echoed along the now mostly silent battleground. They were coming closer, closer. Issei wanted to squeeze his eyes shut, but even that small movement was unavailable to him. The footsteps stopped next to him, and then a hand patted his shoulder. You did a good job giving Naruto and I enough time to activate our jutsu, the voice said. Leave the rest of this to me. The figure began walking again, and Issei, finally able to gather some strength, looked up. What he saw was a man with blazing red hair, red fur covering his arms and legs, 2 red fox ears sitting on his head, and 10 tails swaying elegantly behind his back. Devil Ninja. The air gently caressed Kurama's face and ruffled his fur. It felt nice. So nice. He could not remember how long it had been since he'd felt this sensation. Of course, he and Naruto had gone to great lengths to make his seal more comfortable, but no seal could simulate real life like this. Now that he was outside, he felt this difference distinctly. You, Cao Cao gasped for breath. Sweat poured down his forehead in rivulets. Who? No. What are you? Even as Kurama pondered why this man looked so nervous, he decided to humor him. It had been so long since he'd spoken to anyone aside from Naruto, after all, and this would extend his stay outside for a little while. My name is Kurama, he said, and then paused. He should add a bit more information, shouldn't he? I am the entity sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. I suppose you could say that I was the original reason Office took such a great interest in him. Back when Naruto had been kidnapped by the Chaos Brigade, the reason was because they had used a small fraction of Kurama's power to create a chakra shroud so he could battle Kokobile. Office had felt that power and wanted it. Thinking back on it, what they had done was really stupid. Kurama was honestly surprised Japan hadn't sunk into the sea. He guessed it was because, at the time, Naruto hadn't lost his chakra to that strange draining phenomena. In terms of power, while his friend was far weaker than he was far stronger than most other beings they had met so far, save for Office herself. You are. I see. It is. No wonder. Office took such an interest in you. Cao Cao stabbed his spear into the ground and used it to pull himself up. He leaned against it like a man who was on his last leg. Once more, Kurama couldn't help but wonder why this man had trouble standing. Surely his fight with Issei hadn't been enough to so thoroughly exhaust him. RRAAAAGGGHHH. A scream interrupted them. Kurama turned his head as Heracles rushed toward him. The man's eyes were wide and bulging, drool leaked from his mouth, and he had raised his hand as if to smash Kurama's face in. Fear had overwhelmed his ability to comprehend what was happening. It hadn't given him any strength, but it had overridden his thought process. Perhaps this was what happened when a human couldn't accept what was in front of them. Heracles. Don't. Cao Cao tried to shout. Kurama clicked his tongue. Annoyance. Disappear. Striking Heracles with a trickle of his power, Kurama watched with an impassive gaze as the man exploded into ash. Everyone else stared at the spot in shock. Cao Cao's eyes had gone wide. Jean, Siegfried, and Georg were gawking as they stared at the spot Heracles had been standing on. Kurama looked at Georg. If you do not stop that ritual this instant, I will destroy you the same way I destroyed him. It was not a request, or even a command. It was just a statement. Georg, stop the ritual. Cao Cao, are you sure? Yes. Cao Cao stared at him instead of Georg. Even I am not willing to fight against this creature. It looked like it was becoming easier for them to talk. Kurama watched and waited as the magic circle surrounding Yusaka stopped glowing. The Kyuubi leader of Kyoto had already ceased moving the moment he'd appeared, but now it just stared blankly at nothing. He tilted his head. He didn't think she was brain dead, but perhaps something else was keeping her from speaking. Kurama turned away from Yusaka and glanced at something off to his left. You two, stop hiding and come out. It seems we've been found out. A small gap in the sky, like a distortion in space, appeared and two figures came out. One of them was a slender dragon with green skin and glowing eyes. It had no arms and no legs. That said, it did have large wings on its back. That's the mischievous dragon, Yu Long. Cao Cao shouted. Kurama filed the name away, but most of his attention was on the smaller figure who'd walked out. He dropped from the gap in space, landed a short distance away, and approached Kurama with small steps. Tiny. That was the first thing that came to mind. This being was short, about the height of a young child. He had brilliant golden fur and a face lined with wrinkles. He carried a staff in one hand, prayer beads lined his forehead, he wore shades, and he was smoking a pipe. It was an incongruous appearance. A tail was growing out of his back. You are quite the powerhouse, the old monkey yokai said as he stared at Kurama. I never imagined there'd be someone with this kind of overwhelming power living in our world. The Buddhists are going to have a field day. What is your name? My name is Sun Wukong. Kurama nodded. You must be the reinforcements Azazel spoke of. I am indeed, though. He glanced at where Heracles had been. It looks like you don't really need my help. Kurama shrugged, prompting Sun Wukong to glance at Cao Cao, still leaning against his spear. It's been a while, hasn't it? Looks like you've grown up a bit. The great victorious fighting Buddha. I never imagined you would be confronting us as well. I hear you've been demolishing our bases and ruining our plans all over the world. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. I hope you realize how much trouble you are in. It took a lot of work for me to convince everyone to have these talks with the Kyuubi leader on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor, and then you went and kidnapped her. I am not pleased. Ah ha ha, Cao Cao laughed, but it was strained. I suspect you would not be, but you can't expect us to just not take such an opportunity when we are presented with it. Sun Wukong sighed as though tired, and then, without any warning, he extended the staff he held, smacking Cao Cao in the chest with one end. The Longinus user was lifted off his feet. He flew through the air and crashed to the ground, coughing up several globs of blood. Do not try my patience, boy. I am not in the mood. Kurama let the situation play out. He wasn't interested in any of this. He only had one job to do. Kuno. Why yes. Kurama turned to the little girl, who'd been gazing at him with wide eyes, and gestured her to him. She looked at the others. Asia, Kiba, Irina, Rosweiss, and now Zenobia all looked unsure themselves. This is the Kurama sealed inside of Naruto, right? Asia said, smiling with uncertainty. It should be, okay. Right. I will not harm her. Kurama frowned. What did these people take him for? He wasn't a monster, damn it. I am merely here to help Naruto fulfill his promise. We're getting your mother back. At those words, Kuno perked up. While she didn't lose all of her hesitation, she did trot over to him, her desire to see her mother return safely overriding whatever fear she had of him. The others looked like they wanted to stop her, but they couldn't move. I wonder why no one seems capable of moving except that monkey and the dragon. I think it's your aura. It's kind of overwhelming, you know. Kurama frowned as Kuno stood before him. But I am suppressing my aura. Yeah, well, it's still leaking out. I imagine you can't suppress it enough. TCH. Annoying. Speaking out loud, he said to Kuno, "Follow me. You're the only one who can bring your mother back." Kuno nodded and followed Kurama as they walked over to Yusaka, whose fox form had gone slack. The Kyuubi leader was staring at Kurama with blank eyes. It was like she recognized he was a threat, but her mind wasn't cognizant enough to deal with him. Kurama looked down as Kuno bit her lip. What happened to Naruto? He is still here. Kurama placed a hand against his chest. He and I have currently traded places. Do not worry. He'll be back. This jutsu only lasts 10 minutes. I see. Yusaka's fox form really was quite big. Kurama would say her fox form was about as big as his had been, maybe a bit smaller, and it was more slender. He supposed that meant her fox form had a sense of femininity about it, though he was no master on such subjects. Call out to her, Kurama instructed as he placed his hands on Kuno's shoulders. I will help amplify your power and create a link between your heart and hers. Now reach out with your voice. Okay. Kuno took a deep breath. Mother, can you hear me? Yusaka was unresponsive. Tears began streaming down Kuno's face, but she sucked them up. Mother, I promise I won't be stubborn anymore. I'll eat those fish I hate, I won't fly out of Kyoto at night. I'll do everything you ask of me. So please come back to me. Please don't leave me all alone. Kurama felt a tight throb in his chest. He couldn't figure out if this throb had come from him, Naruto, or both of them. Unlike his overly sensitive friend, he did not have the same level of empathy. No. A faint voice echoed from Yusaka. Her lips had moved, though not much. Kuno snapped her head up to look at her mother. Mother, I'm right here. Kuno is with you. Please sing that song to me again. Please teach me to dance again. Kuno will be a good girl from now on. I want to be with you. I want to stay with you. A gentle light engulfed Kuno as Kurama sent just a small sliver of his power. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. Damn it. He had already known this, but doing delicate work like this was harder than just blasting shit apart. The strain of keeping his power from blowing the girl up was giving him a headache. The Kyuubi leader soon began glowing as well, and then she shrank, her body growing smaller and smaller, until she was the size of a regular human. Then she transformed again. Now her body was no longer that of a fox. Instead, a human woman with hair spun from gold and a bosom that could match Naruto's main girl greeted their vision. Where am I? What is going on? The woman asked. Mother. Kuno rushed forward and plowed into her mother's chest, sobbing. While Yusaka still appeared confused, she hugged the crying girl and stroked her hair, a tender smile appearing on her face. Sob. Kurama twitched. Are you crying? I'm not. Sniffle. I'm not crying. Oh, gods. You are crying. As Naruto and Kurama argued, Kuno clung to her mother as though her life depended on it, and her sobs echoed out for all to hear. Devil Ninja. The battle had come to an end. Cao and the other members of the hero faction had managed to escape. Naruto had berated Kurama for not at least capturing them, but that only caused the giant fox to argue back by stating they were so far beneath him, he hadn't noticed when they left. Aside from that, he had also killed Heracles. Really, Naruto should be thanking him for getting rid of such an annoying character. Naruto felt a little put out by the whole ordeal since he honestly didn't get to do much. In point of fact, once the battle with Cao and the others had started, all he'd done was make some hand seals and let the others do the rest. As a prominent member of Take Action First and Ask Questions Later committee, he felt rather disappointed in himself. Everyone was exhausted after the battle finished. Except for Naruto, who'd done nothing at all. That was why Naruto decided to create shadow clones and carry his friends back to the hotel. While Issei had complained that it wasn't cool for a man to princess carry another man, Naruto had shut him up by transforming the clone carrying him into Naruko, his female version. Even then, Issei had complained a bit about his pride being hurt. Naruto had spoken with Sun Wukong for a while after they made it back, but the conversation mostly consisted of the old monkey praising his abilities and giving him a warning. According to Sun, Kurama's power was so vast that it was likely to have been felt by many powerful beings. Sun said he would not be surprised if various gods came looking into him. After all, the kind of power he possessed was definitely a threat to the balance of this world. Something like that. Everyone but Naruto was still tired the next day. Kiba had to drag his body out of bed, and Irina had even used Naruto's shoulder as a pillow during breakfast. That said, they did perk up after some coffee, and once all of them had eaten, they were able to get some souvenir shopping done and even see Kyoto Tower. Naruto had already seen a version of it before, but it was a lot more exciting seeing the top of Kyoto Tower without the threat of death. Irina and Asia had been particularly excited. The smiles they'd worn were something that wouldn't be leaving his memories anytime soon. However, after a good few hours, it was finally time to leave Kyoto. The Kuo Academy students all gathered at the train station. Kuno and Yusaka were there when they arrived, having apparently waited for them. While most people didn't spare a glance at Kuno, Yusaka had the eyes of nearly everyone on her. Of course, she was a hot blonde woman, so this was understandable. Naruto-sama. Kuno's eyes lit up as she called out his name. She was holding her mother's hand. "You don't need to use such a formal tone with me," Naruto said. "Just Naruto is fine." Quote ellipsis. N Naruto, then. Kuno wore a shy smile as she blushed. Duh. Naruto just wanted to scoop her into a big hug. "Are you going to come back to Kyoto?" "Of course I will." Naruto knelt down and grinned as he thumped his chest. "I hope I can count on you to show me around some more when I come back." "Oh, of course. I will definitely show you even more of Kyoto's historic sites." I'll be in your care when the time comes." A high-pitched whistle echoed from the train. It looked like they would be leaving soon. "Azazel-sama, Naruto-sama, Sekiryute-sama and everyone else, you have my sincerest apologies for the trouble I've caused. Also, I would like to thank you. I am prepared to speak with Leviathan-sama and the victorious Fighting Buddha. It has been my hope for a long time now that we can strengthen ourselves through mutual understanding and cooperation. I do not wish to see Kyoto terrorized again. I'll leave everything to you, then," Azazel said with a smile as they shook hands. Just before they could let go, Serafal placed her hand on top of theirs. "Yufufu, we might be returning home for now, but later on, Yusaka-san, the monkey Ojichan, and I will enjoy the sights and sounds of Kyoto together." There wasn't much more time to exchange pleasantries, so after saying their goodbyes, everyone climbed onto the bullet train. Kuno was still on the platform. As Naruto looked out the window, he found her waving at him. With a smile, he waved back, causing her to wave her hand with even bigger motions. She looked like a human windmill. "You really do have a thing for kids, huh?" asked Irina. "I've always liked kids," Naruto admitted as he scratched his head. "But I think a part of that is because I never really had much of a childhood myself. I was pretty hated growing up. Nobody would give me the time of day, and I was always alone. At some point, I decided that I wanted to have a big family with lots of children. However, devils apparently have a low birth rate." He smiled at her, and though it was not bitter, he did feel a bit sad. "I guess a part of the reason I'm so soft on them is because I feel like spoiling and pampering them makes me feel a bit like a parent." Irina's eyes were wide as he spoke. Standing beside her, Zenobia, who would be traveling with them to Kuo, cupped her chin. "I had no idea," Irina muttered. Naruto shrugged. "Most people don't. I think only Rias, Ravel, and Kaneko know this about me." "Well, now you do too." The bullet train doors soon shut, and there was a loud squealing as it began moving down the tracks. Kuno was still waving to them as she ran along the train. Naruto masked his frown when he saw that she was crying. A lot had happened during these past 4 days, so he guessed it made sense that she'd be sad by all this. Kuno was still just a kid, after all. As the train began picking up speed, a loud cry went out. "New!" Everyone turned around to find Issei clawing at the door as though he wanted to pry it open. While Asia and Irina wore looks of shock, Kiba looked rather bemused, while Zenobia just seemed contemplative. There was a strange gleam in her eyes as she stared at Issei. "What's wrong, eyes?" Naruto asked his friend. Issei turned around and, with tears streaming down his face, he grabbed onto Naruto's shirt. "I forgot to ask Yusaka-san to show me her breasts as a reward." As a trail of sweat ran down Naruto's scalp, he realized that no matter how powerful his friend became, some things about him would never change. Well, he supposed that was a good thing. The day of the raiding game had finally arrived. Naruto and the others were sitting on a train owned by the Agaras clan, one of the remaining 33 devil clans of the 72 Pillars. They were the second highest ranking clan amongst the 72 Pillars. Holding the rank of Archduke, they were tasked with being the moderator between the Baal clan, the 4 great Satans, and the remaining noble devil clans. "It shouldn't take much longer for us to reach our destination," Rias said from where she sat on the couch. She had taken Naruto's left. Ophis was on his right. She seemed to be trying to drill a hole through his head. At least Kaneko and Ravel weren't suffocating him by trying to sit on his lap. Instead, Kaneko was playing video games with Gasper while Ravel watched them and tried to understand the mechanics behind the game. Ravel had never played video games before coming to the human world. "Isn't Agartha a flying city or something?" asked Issei suddenly. He was sitting on another part of the same couch, but surrounding him was Asia, Rainer, and Zenobia. Irina was sitting between their two groups. She looked from one group to another as though unsure of which side to join. Rosweiss was with Irina in sitting between Naruto's and Issei's group, which Naruto was going to start calling Naruto's harem and Issei's harem so he didn't get them mixed up. However, unlike Irina who kept glancing back and forth between the respective harems, the former aide of Odin was staring at Naruto with a complicated expression. She was probably remembering their conversation in Kyoto. At one point during their visit to Kyoto, Rosweiss had gotten shit-face wasted, made a fool out of herself, and then lamented her lack of boyfriend. Naruto had told her that he would gladly date her. However, they hadn't been given a chance to go on a date since coming back home. Naruto was too busy dealing with the upcoming culture festival and training for the raiding game against Sarorg and his peerage, while Rosweiss had been stuck in teacher meetings. "It is," Rias said. "The floating island was created using incredibly complex and powerful magic from the old Mao era. Very few people understand how it works, though brother once informed me that Ajuka Beelzebub understands the intricacies behind it. Due to that, the current Beelzebub has servants working there to maintain the core and keep it from falling to the ground." "Pretty cool stuff," Issei said. "It is definitely cool," Kiba agreed. He was standing, unlike the rest of them. With his arms crossed over his chest, the princely knight looked at Issei and smiled. "I've never been there myself, but I've seen it from afar. Just looking at it from a distance is enough to give you chills. I can't imagine how much power must have been required to lift such a thing into the sky, never mind keep it floating there." As he listened to Kiba talk, Naruto imagined the Chibaku Tensai technique that Nagato and Madara had been so fond of using. He didn't think this floating island would look like that, though. On that note, I should mention that the crystals used to create evil pieces are found in the Agartha clan's territory, Rias added. Members of the Agartha clan also possess the unique trait to control time to some degree, and they have the propriety to recover fugitives. This is why their first head was known as the devil who made deserters return. Ravel provided a small but informative lesson after hearing what Rias said. "Now I'm really curious to see this floating city," Naruto admitted. "By the way, how can we get there by train if it's in the sky?" "There are actually 3 ways of entering the city," Azazel told them, holding up a hand and listing the ways off them. "The first is to teleport there using a magic circle. This way is only permitted to VIPs or when there is a special matter that needs attention. Because of how important Agartha's city is, there are many people who might try to use this method to sabotage their operations, which is why we aren't using it. The second way is to use airships. We're going to be using the third method, which is by taking a gondola from the ground and going up." "That actually sounds pretty neat. I've never gone on a gondola before," Naruto admitted. "I'm sure it isn't anything special," Rainer mumbled. "You don't know that," Asia said, soft-spoken as always. "I bet it's a really nice place." Rainer sighed but didn't say anything to dispute the girl. Perhaps this was the reason Asia smiled. "I still find it so odd that these two became friends. Didn't Rainer try to kill her?" "HMPH. How many of your friends tried to kill you?" "That's good point." Naruto quickly recalled all the friends he knew who, at one point, had tried to kill him, only to become his best friend. There were quite a few. The rest of the time inside of the train was spent discussing tactics for their upcoming raiding game, mixed in with the occasional quip from some of the more quiet individuals. One thing Naruto noticed as time went on was that Akeno had grown increasingly quiet. She kept staring at Rainer with flagrant dislike. He couldn't tell if it was because of her proximity to Issei or those fallen angel wings of hers. From what he understood, Issei had already helped her overcome the problems she had with her fallen angel half, which meant her reason for staring was probably Rainer's closeness to Issei. At the same time, Akeno had given up all rights to be with Issei, having dumped him over a month prior, so she couldn't tell the other girl not to be near him. When we finally arrived at the train stop, our group was directed by several devils in fantasy armor that reminded Naruto of Saint Seiya. They led everyone to a large gondola that we were all asked to board. It wasn't long after they had boarded that the gondola began to move. Naruto, Issei, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Rosweiss, and Ophis moved toward the windows and watched as they ascended into the sky. The view was fantastic. The landscape stretched out for miles, eventually shifting into the unique sky color only available in the underworld. "This is such an amazing view," Issei exclaimed. "It's breathtaking," Asia agreed. "It's okay," Rainer muttered with a sigh, though she didn't say anything to diminish the other two. "I've never been to the underworld before," Zenobia commented as she looked out the window. Her expression contained a complex mixture of emotions. "It isn't at all like what I expected." "I know," Irina exclaimed. "I was the same way the first time I visited." Revel, who was now standing immediately to Naruto's right, stared not at the scenery that passed them by, but at him. "What do you think of the view, Naruto-sama?" "I think it's pretty incredible," Naruto admitted. "I've seen a lot of things in my life, including floating islands, but the uniqueness of this island, the color of the sky, and the fact that we're in the underworld makes it something I've never seen before." As Naruto spoke, a pleased smile crossed Revel's face. "It is rather nice, isn't it? I've always wanted to visit Agara's city to learn more about the evil peace system so I can better utilize my bishop when I finally join a peerage." "You mean when you join my peerage, right?" said Naruto with a grin. "Why yes," Revel admitted, looking down with a blush. This would normally be the part where Kaneko said something snappy, but she had been moody ever since the interview last week. Naruto was sure she knew that he and Revel had sex in the hot spring. They hadn't told her, and she had never said anything about it, but she'd been very grumpy around them the morning after it happened. As Naruto and the others were conversing, Azazel was holding his own conversation with Rias. "I'm surprised they chose a stadium in the Agara's clan's territory for this raiding game," Rias was saying as she crossed her arms and frowned. "They might be the second most powerfully ranked family, but they don't really take part in raiding games very often." "I think that's part of the reason why the stadium here was chosen," Azazel admitted. "You are aware of the dispute between the higher-ups on which stadium to use for this game, right?" While Rias was nodding, Naruto found himself growing curious and moved over to their conversation. He wanted to know what Azazel meant. "What's this about a dispute?" he asked. "The higher-ups from the current Mao faction wanted the raiding game to take place in either Grimoire territory or the Mao territory, but the Bale family protested and said it should take place in the Bale territory. It's because the current 4 great Saiyans aren't hereditary titles," Revel informed Naruto. "The Bale family places a heavy importance on lineage. What's more, they are the highest-ranking family among the 72 pillars, holding the rank of Great King, which they have held onto since time immemorial." As Naruto nodded along with Revel's words, Rias sighed and spoke up. "The Bale family is also extremely prideful. They look down on other devils and prefer sticking to the old tradition which states a devil's demonic power determines everything. They even go so far as to discriminate against their own family if they don't possess any demonic power. Currently, our two families are hostile toward each other because me, Searzex, and Milikas have inherited the powers of destruction that their family was famous for." Naruto thought he might get a headache as he listened to Rias speak. There was so much information that he knew he needed to remember, and, well, Naruto hated remembering crap like this. Part of him wished he could beat the Bale family up and be done with this stupid hostility toward Rias and her family. However, if he had learned one thing, it was that not everything could be solved with his fists. As much as he wished otherwise. "I believe we've gotten a little off topic here," Azazel said. "The point is, with the dispute between the Mao faction and the Bale family growing heated, it was decided that this raiding game would take place in Agara's territory because they are a neutral family. Given the current political upheaval between the two factions, do you think our match is being used in lieu of the war between the Mao Lucifer and the Great King Bale?" asked Kiba. "I'm sure a lot of people will look at this raiding game that way." Azazel stroked his chin thoughtfully. "On the one hand, you've got the Oppai Dragon, Rias Grimoire, and the legendary Fox God." "Legendary what now?" Naruto asked. "And they are fighting against the strongest youth Saroorg Bale," Azazel continued. "While a lot of people won't care about the politics behind such a match-up, the bigwigs from the various families are definitely going to be politicking over this behind the scenes." He sighed and scratched his head. "Fortunately, it isn't like either side will suffer politically for a loss. If you guys lost, the people from the Bale family would probably drag Searzek's name through the mud, but the same could be said for them if Saroorg ends up losing." "How does Saroorg feel about all this?" asked Rias. "You know him better than I do." Azazel shrugged. "He's not the kind of guy who cares about the opinions of politicians. That man rose to prominence with nothing but his own physical strength. That said, he does have a lot of political connections who are only siding with him because of his strength. If he loses, I imagine some of the people who currently support him will withdraw that support. But that isn't something you should worry about. Naruto knew quite a bit about Saraorg thanks to Rias and Azazel. Regardless of what hardships that man had gone through, of how much he had fought and bled to get where he was now, Naruto had no intention of going easy on him. Saraorg was a man who mirrored Naruto in so many ways. Both had been born with a stigma, were hated by the people around them for something they couldn't control, and had worked hard to reach the top. A guy like that would hate it if someone went easy on them. Of course, Naruto also had his own dreams to fulfill, and he couldn't do that if he lost here. Is there any chance of the hero faction or other members of the Chaos Brigade from interrupting the raiding game? Asked Rossweiss. No chance. Naruto shook his head. I've already got Valley and the members of group watching the stadium, which reminds me, I've received a personal message from Valley to you, Eyes. Me. Issei blinked stupidly. What does he want with me? He said, I'm looking forward to the fight between the House of Bail and the Grimoire Peerage. Fight to your heart's content and don't hold back. End message. Naruto grinned when he saw Issei's pale face. That guy sure loves you a lot, huh? Ah, please stop talking like that. Hearing a message like that is just creepy. As their conversation continued, the gondola arrived in Agaras. They stepped outside, where a group of fans, newscaster, and cameramen were waiting for them. Loud cheers and shouts of joy went up. Cameras flashed in their faces as everyone began snapping photos. Naruto heard there was a popular social media site called Heller or something. He was sure their faces would be all over it soon. A limousine was waiting for them when they arrived. Ravel had made the preparations well in advance so she could stay with Naruto instead of traveling out to Agaras City without them. He was impressed by her forethought and dedication to her tasks. After everyone squeezed into the spacious limousine, which came with a minibar and snacks, they began moving. Naruto glanced out the window and found several other cars following them. It looked like they belonged to the media. There were cameras situated on top of them. All of us have become especially popular since fighting against the Greek pantheon and rescuing Searsex and the other Maus, Ravel explained after sensing Naruto's shock. You'll probably want a manager at some point. You and Issei will definitely want one, actually. Do most devils get a manager? Asked Issei. Not usually, Rias said with a shake of her head. Management of a devil is often left up to either their master or their family, but some devils become especially popular and end up going on to become sensations in the underworld like Seraphal Leviathan. Actually, she has a manager who handles her daily affairs and sets her schedule. Who is that? Asked a curious Naruto. Her sister, Rias said with an amused smile. Are you nominating yourself for the position of Naruto's manager? Azazel teased Ravel. Ravel blushed, but Naruto placed a hand on her back and smiled. He honestly believed she would make a great manager. That said, she was going to be his manager and not Issei's. He wasn't willing to share her. As Naruto began wondering about who would make a good manager for Issei, the limousine continued heading toward the stadium. Devil Ninja. Naruto sat near the window and gazed outside at the many facilities located within this city in the sky. Among the many amenities located in Agaras, there was the giant stadium that hosted various exhibitions for different matches and arts. It was called Agaras Dome. The name was quite apt. It looked like a giant domed structure. That was not their destination. The place where Naruto and his friends were driven to was a high-class hotel located next to Agaras Stadium. It looked like an expensive high-rise, the kind Naruto expected to find in the human world. Zenobia gave an impressed whistle when she saw the massive structure after stepping out of the limousine. We entered the spacious lobby, which featured a polished floor, extravagant chandelier, and artful decorations. While everyone was admiring the artwork, a bellboy came up to them and said he would lead the group to their rooms. Their match wouldn't start until later that night. Until then, they were essentially free to do whatever they wanted, though they first needed to put away their belongings. As they were about to begin walking, another group suddenly appeared. They wore large cloaks with hoods that obscured their features and kept Naruto from seeing their faces. A cold atmosphere surrounded this group. Naruto couldn't put his finger on who they were. Not until he saw the person standing in the center. Naruto wouldn't call the figure in the center a man so much as 2/3 of a man. Men were made of blood, flesh, and bones, but this guy was just bones. Literally. He was just a freaking skeleton wearing a priestly outfit. He wore a cap called a mitre on his head, and he held a staff in his left hand. An aura of power radiated from him, more so than anyone Naruto had seen in quite a while. In fact, this man gave off a similar power to the Greek gods he had fought, which meant, this man is definitely a god. I figured as much. Upon seeing their group, the skeleton stopped walking. He glanced in Naruto's direction, the empty sockets of his eyes glowing as he shifted his gaze from Naruto to everyone else. If it isn't the Grimoire group and the governor of the fallen angels, the skeleton said. However, he wasn't speaking from his mouth. It was like his magic was projecting the words. His mouth didn't move at all. Azazel gave a sarcastic smile. If it isn't the god who governs death. It's been a long time, Hades. I never expected a god who hates devils and fallen angels more than anything would come all this way, and to think, you've even brought so many Grim Reapers with you. So this was the Greek pantheon's god of the underworld, huh? Naruto filed this information away for later use. You certainly know how to talk a big game, you damn crow. It's been so noisy in the upper realms of the underworld that I decided to take a look and see what was going on. As Hades spoke, Naruto tilted his head and wondered about something. So, Hades is a Greek god, right? He is, Rias whispered. Naruto nodded and didn't bother keeping his voice down as he said, I wonder where Hades was when I was kicking the asses of the other Greek gods. I get not wanting to have your ass handed to you on a silver platter, but is hiding in the underworld when your fellow gods are in trouble really the best thing to do? The words caused the entire hotel to freeze. Even Azazel looked at Naruto like he was an idiot. However, Naruto wore an innocent smile like he didn't realize he'd just insulted the god of the underworld. Hades turned to him, a surge of killing intent spilling from his body, causing many people around them to shiver. Even the other members of the Grimoire peerage were not immune to his potent aura of death. Naruto, however, who was the recipient for this killing intent, merely smiled as if he couldn't feel a thing. Che. The killing intent suddenly vanished as Hades made a scoffing noise. I heard all about how you fought against my younger brothers and their brood, but I don't personally care what happens to those fools. Regardless of how strong you might think you are, I recommend for your own safety that you not try to purposefully displease me, child. I'll keep that in mind. You're such a nice skeleton. Naruto gave the skeleton a cheery smile. Hades didn't pay any more attention to Naruto as he turned to look at Issei. His eye sockets became intensely focused, to the point where it looked like they were glowing. Welsh dragon, how long has it been since I last saw you? This certainly brings back memories. I can still recall the time when you and the vanishing dragon rampaged through the depths of hell. The words sparked some curiosity within Issei, but the others seemed to know about this incident. Naruto didn't. However, he assumed it was sometime before the great battle between the angels, devils, and fallen angels. Perhaps the two dragons were rampaging before then and merely got mixed up in that final climactic battle between the forces of heaven and hell. You are all very lucky that I'm not here to collect souls today. I merely wish to enjoy myself for now. Doing anything more than observing today's event would be far too much trouble. The skeleton took one look at Naruto, shifted his gaze to Ophis by his side, and then moved past their group. Naruto turned his head to study the skeleton as he and his entourage of Grim Reapers left. While Issei and a few others wiped the sweat from their foreheads, Naruto was curious about this particular god. He felt quite a bit stronger than some of the other Greek gods he had come across. That was freaky, Kaneko muttered. I was really startled, Revel added. I remember hearing about Hades from my senior back when I was a Valkyrie, but I never imagined his aura would be so overwhelmingly powerful, Rosweiss muttered as she placed a hand against her chest. It felt like he had grabbed a hold of my soul just by looking at me. Naruto glanced down at Rosweiss's left hand. It was shaking. With something of a frown, he reached out and grabbed it. He would have congratulated himself on being so smooth, but Rosweiss squawked the moment he grabbed her hand and jerked out of his grasp. He felt startled, but then shook his head. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you, he said. Whoa, no. I just wasn't expecting it. Rosweiss's cheeks turned red, and she looked like she was about to say something, but then Ophis and Revel chose that moment to grab his hands. Naruto wasn't sure if they were jealous. They shouldn't have been. In either event, when this happened, Rosweiss snapped her mouth shut and awkwardly looked away. That skeleton guy's pressure was intense. Issei added, either heedless of what happened or diverting attention from Rosweiss. Naruto was betting on him being heedless. I've never felt anything like it. After Issei finished speaking, Azazel rubbed the back of his neck as if working out a kink and said, I'm not surprised you feel that way. Hades is ranked among the top most powerful deities in the entire world, after all. Are you saying he's stronger than you? Asked Rias. He's a lot stronger than me, Azazel admitted with a sigh. I'm not sure if he could beat Searsex, but I know for a fact that I can't win against him. Not only is he powerful, but he and his Grim Reapers are creepy little bastards. I recommend you guys don't go and try to start any trouble with him, especially you, Naruto. Azazel gave Naruto a serious stare. Don't think I couldn't tell what you were doing. You might be strong. You might even be strong enough to fight against Hades, but that doesn't mean you should pick fights with gods for no good reason. Naruto was about to reply with a suitably witty comment about how he never picked fights and only finished them, but someone else suddenly shouted at them. You, strange boy with the whisker marks. So we meet again. A pair of men walked up to their group, and Naruto immediately recognized the two. How could he not, since he fought them both back when Searsex and the other faction leaders had been under the control of Loki. At present, Poseidon was wearing just a pair of pants and no shirt, but Zeus wore a crown and a toga. Both were barefoot. It's my two favorite gods. Naruto crowed in surprise as a wide smile crossed his face. How are you two doing? It's been so long. We should celebrate our reunion by going out for drinks sometime. The two gods came up short, perhaps uncertain over how to respond. However, while Zeus looked like he wanted nothing more than to complain to him, Poseidon eventually nodded. I'm actually rather curious about you, he admitted. I wouldn't mind going out for drinks sometime. Ha ha, we'll have a huge party. Naruto agreed with good cheer. My boyfriend is making friendly with gods now, Ria sighed. Revel patted her on the back. There. As the conversation between Naruto and Poseidon continued, having changed from parties in general to what kind of alcohol they should drink, Zeus decided to ignore the boy in favor of needling Azazel about his lack of a significant other. Naruto kept a careful eye on that conversation. It was rather interesting to see Azazel being pushed around. Then again, Zeus might not be as strong as Hades, but was far stronger than Azazel. Not only did Poseidon and Zeus show up, but the former Dragon King Tannen, who trained Issei during the tournament a while back, appeared in a miniaturized chibi form. Wow, you're so tiny, Issei exclaimed. Of course, Tannen said. The true form is too big, so I need to use this miniature form in order to fit through the elevator. Oh, Issei blinked. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I expect you to give this rating game your all, eyes. The man you're facing might be called the strongest youth, but you are in no way inferior to him. Give him hell. I will, Issei cheered. You can count on me. While Issei replied with great confidence, Naruto was sure the boy was nervous. As the bearer of the Welsh dragon, he had a lot of expectations placed on his shoulders, unlike Naruto, who was an unknown entity until his battle with Riser Phoenix. Of course, Naruto always did well under pressure anyway. He thrived on pressure. He was a fucking pressure cooker. Are you giving yourself a pep talk? No. As the conversations continued all around, Naruto noticed Rosweiss looking around the lobby floor with a sad frown. Something wrong? He asked. Rosweiss gave him a sad smile. Not really. I was just thinking about how I would have normally seen Lord Odin cavorting with a woman right about now. Naruto reached out and grabbed Rosweiss's hand. This time, she did not jerk her hand out of his. She grabbed it tightly as though he was her lifeline. After the conversations all ended, their group was guided to a personal waiting room. Though Naruto thought it was more like a penthouse suite. There are couches, tables, a kitchen, and they even had training equipment, something that Naruto would not have expected. Some of their members like Xenovia, Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko changed into their jerseys and began doing warm-up exercises. Naruto joined them for a while, but he was mostly just making sure his body stayed limber. Since this was an important match, he didn't want to start fighting and get a cramp or something. However, they didn't do much more than warm up. Exercising right now wouldn't help them increase their strength any more than their current level. After exercising, the group sat down around the table and began discussing strategy. Naruto sat between Revel and Ophis, while Issei sat between Xenovia and Asia. Rainer sat beside Asia, but she was bitterly glaring at Xenovia. While Rias sat at what constituted the head of the couch, Akino stood immediately behind her. Gasper, Kiba, Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Irina were spread out between these two groups. Saraorg has always been a very straightforward fighter, Revel began. In all honesty, any strategy we could theoretically come up with is likely to be destroyed by his fists. Instead of focusing on strategy, I should tell you about his abilities, namely, his Tuki. Pausing, Revel made sure to look at Naruto when she said this, letting him know how important it was for him to pay attention. When Saraorg uses his Tuki, his speed, power, and defense are all drastically increased. What's more, he's tamed Regulus, one of the 13 Longinus, and can use its balance breaker, Regulus Ray Leather Rex, which augments his power even further. So, basically, this dude is a powerhouse and we should probably leave him to Sensei, Issei said. Most of the people present nodded since the words made sense. Rias, however, shook her head. I actually don't want to use Naruto for this match. When everyone stared at her like she was crazy, the redhead smiled and explained her reasons. Naruto is incredibly powerful, but I feel like if I use him too much in a rating game, people will begin to say that I only won because I have Naruto. I'd like people to say I won because I have a great peerage and am a good leader, not because one of my members is stupidly overpowered. I resent that comment, Naruto said without any heat, but then he nodded. But I do agree that I would be better off as a trump card. It's always good to have an ace in the hole. Nodding several times, the group continued to discuss their strategy when the door suddenly opened and a young woman with silver hair and wearing a maid outfit walked in. Good evening, everyone, the woman said. Graphia. Rias greeted in surprise. Lady Rias, I am pleased to see you are well. Graphia bowed politely. I apologize for appearing so abruptly, but I wanted to ask if I could have Issei Hyoto come with me. Searsex-sama has asked him to head up to the VIP room. I believe he wants to show you something. While Issei was confused, Rias told him to go on up. As he and Graphia left, the door closing shut behind them, everyone once more began discussing strategy. Devil Ninja. Ravel, Irina, and Ophis were not present as the Grimoire peerage waited in the corridor connected to the entrance of Agara's stadium. From what Naruto understood, they would be watching the match via the VIP booths where Searsex and other high-ranking officials were. They had changed into their Kuo Academy uniforms like always, but according to Rias, these uniforms were different than their usual ones. I had these specially made for this game, Rias admitted with a shrug. They're made from a material that's resistant to heat, cold, bullets, and even magic to some degree. They won't protect you from a strong attack, but they should at least reduce the amount of damage we take. The ones not wearing a school uniform was Asia, Zenobia, and Rosweiss. Zenobia was in her old Catholic Church battle uniform, which was a form-fitting leather outfit that showed off every curve and crevice of power body. On the other hand, Rosweiss was wearing her Valkyrie armor, while Asia wore her nun's habit. As Naruto stood there with his arms crossed, he paid attention to what the others were doing. Kiba was actually posing similarly to him, but Issei was pacing with restless energy, while Gaspar was looking nervous because he didn't have a paper bag over his head. Kaneko seemed pretty chill. On the other hand, Akino was standing beside Rias and fidgeting ever so slightly, though Naruto had a hard time believing she was nervous about the upcoming match. Everyone, Rias suddenly said. The match that's about to begin isn't a real fight. It's a rating game. That said, just because it isn't real doesn't give you an excuse to not take this seriously. Everyone is going to be watching this match, so be sure to give it your all. Rias' words had their intended effect, making everyone relax while simultaneously motivating them. Issei stopped pacing, Gaspar was no longer sweating, and Kiba wore a small smile. Asia's shoulders slumped, Zenobia relaxed, and Rosweiss took a deep breath and placed a hand over her chest. Kaneko merely scooched closer to Naruto. He placed a hand on her head and began caressing her hair. Naruto hoped this meant she was no longer angry at him. Just then, an announcement went up. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle of the century is about to begin. From the East Gate, we have Team Bale led by the strongest youth. Saraorg Bale. Cheers, screams, and cries of joy came from beyond the corridor, easily heard by everyone here. The entire dome was shaking from the sound. Naruto could feel the floor vibrating underneath his feet. This guy sounds like one of those commentators who work for the WWF, Kaneko muttered blandly. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed her cat ears. Okay, Issei began pacing. Now I'm getting nervous again. I don't think I can do this. Gaspar cried. Don't worry, Gaspy, Kaneko said seriously. If you think of everyone as a pumpkin, the crowd won't bother you. Naruto shook his head as he listened to their conversation, but then he straightened his back when the announcer spoke up again. And coming from the West Gate, it's Team Grimoire led by none other than Rias Grimoire, the Ruined Princess. At this announcement, the crowd became even more rambunctious. The ground shook as everyone traveled down the corridor and exited through the gate. As they emerged from the gate, Naruto looked around and immediately spotted the floating island that sat above the spacious circular stadium. It looked like a floating stadium composed of numerous rocks. Some of the smaller rocks were orbiting a single large rock, which he could only assume was where the battles would take place. Team Bale was standing on one of those rocks. It was larger than some of the ones orbiting the battlefield, but smaller than the battlefield itself. Will Team Grimoire please head to their base? asked the announcer. Following Rias led, the members of the Grimoire Peerage walked up the snake-like staircase that connected to a floating boulder on the opposite side of the stadium. As they arrived at the top, Naruto looked across the field, toward Saraorg and his peerage. Their eyes locked. However, while Saraorg was burning with fighting spirit, Naruto merely shook his head. Rias did not intend to use him for this battle. Naruto wondered what sort of battle this raiding game would be. They hadn't been told about what the fight would entail. According to Azazel, they were randomizing the fights in order to make them more exciting. Located on the floating island that was their base, a chair for each person in their group was situated at evenly spaced intervals. About a meter from the chairs was a mysterious-looking stand. The only other object to note was the transfer magic circle, which was located on the next floor above them. Wandering up to the edge, Naruto peered down at the floating boulder between the Bale and Grimoire teams and frowned when he saw that it was just a rock with no extraneous or unique features. This didn't look like any kind of battlefield. Were they planning on having them do something else? At that moment, a man wearing gaudy clothing with a microphone on his ear appeared on a giant monitor positioned above the stadium. Good evening, everyone. My name is No Gamejin from the House of Gamejin, and I will be your announcer today. I shall be commenting on the raiding game as the battles take place, so be sure to listen closely, No announced. With me is the arbiter for this game, Rudiger Rosenkreutz. A magic circle appeared in midair, and a handsome man with silver hair longer even than Rias' red locks appeared. He was dressed in a uniform that made Naruto think of someone from the military. It was crisp and neat. The many people inside of the stadium, and especially the women, cheered the moment he appeared. That man is a reincarnated devil who used to be a human, Kaneko told me. Now he's an ultimate class devil and holds the 7th rank as one of the top competitors in the raiding games. In other words, he's hot stuff. Naruto nodded as he looked at the man. I kinda want to fight him instead of Saraorg. Me too. I wanna kick his ass. Issei muttered. Damn pretty boy. While everyone rolled their eyes at Issei, Naruto understood that having someone ranked so high up on the rating game totem pole merely showed how important this match was. And now it is time to unveil our special guests. No exclaimed. With us here as a commentator today is none other than Lord Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. I hope all of you will give a big round of applause to welcome him. As these words were spoken, another figure suddenly appeared on the screen. His blonde and black hair, slightly rugged appearance, and satisfied smirk was all very familiar to them. Azazel looked at all the people present as he grinned and waved. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here today. What is Azazel-sensei doing as a commentator? Asked a shocked Issei. No one had an answer for him. Not even Naruto saw this coming, though he wasn't going to make a big deal out of it like some people were. Lord Azazel, you're rather famous in the underworld for having a good relationship with Lord Sears Lucifer and various faction leaders, as well as your sacred gear research. I've even heard that you've been helping personally coach the Grimoire team. From your personal and professional standpoint, how do you think this game will go? That's a good question, Azazel said with a smile. Both teams are incredibly powerful. Saraorg Bale isn't called the strongest youth for no reason. However, the Grimoire team aren't slouches either. Both sides are fairly well-rounded, but the Grimoire team has 2 trump cards in their mix. The Red Dragon Emperor and Naruto Uzumaki. That said, the Red Dragon Emperor is currently unable to use his full power without touching a girl's breasts, and I don't think Rias Grimoire wants to rely on Naruto's power, which is often a game-changer on its own. You bring up some very good points, and I'm excited to hear more of your insights. No said before switching topics. Of course, Azazel is not the only one commentating with us today. There are 2 other people here for this match. With us are the voice of God Metatron and the current first ranker of the raiding game. The reigning champion, Emperor Dehauser Belial. Metatron is commentating too. Now it was Naruto's turn to be shocked as the familiar face of Metatron appeared alongside an unfamiliar face. Naruto only glanced briefly at the man with white hair, olive-colored skin, and an ostentatious outfit with a high collar worthy of any douchebag. Looks like it, Kaneko said in a bland voice as she patted Naruto's arm like she was trying to console him, though he was anything but consoled. It is great to be here today, Degozuru. Metatron said in a bright voice. He looked so out of place among the devils. I am very excited to see how Ninja-sama does in the raiding game today. Ninja-sama. No looked at Azazel. That's what he called Naruto Uzumaki, Azazel answered. Ah, No looked confused still but nodded anyway. I hope everyone is doing well this evening, the white-haired man who appeared with Metatron spoke in a bright, cheerful voice. I'm Dhauser Belial, and I'll be doing the commentary for the match between Team Grimoire and Team Bale alongside Azazel and Metatron. Naruto really didn't know how to think about all this. However, he was trying not to let Metatron's sudden appearance bother him. They were about to fight in a rating game against Sarorg Bale, and even though he was being used only as a trump card, the idea of going up against such a strong team was just too exciting. I know this might seem a bit sudden, but I was wondering if I could ask you three a question regarding the two teams, No began. Namely, is there anything we need to watch out for or pay attention to during this match? Something you should definitely pay attention to is Ninja-sama during battles, Metatron said immediately. Just like any great shinobi, Ninja-sama is incredibly deceptive. He acts loud and brash, but it's a smokescreen to hide his true abilities, Degozuru. You go in thinking he is nothing but a fool, and then he hits you with a surprise attack you weren't expecting, like Bam, and Blam, and Kablooey. Degozuru. Naruto couldn't facepalm fast enough. It isn't just Naruto that you'll need to watch out for on Team Grimoire, Azazel said. While all of them are talented, the second big hitter is definitely Issei Hyodo, the legendary Opie Dragon. He has the ability to enter his balance breaker the moment he touches a pair of tits. What's more, he's become a lot more proficient at using the pawn's ability of promotion to change his fighting style, which has turned him into a highly versatile powerhouse. As Azazel spoke of Issei's abilities, the young pervert in question was crying over how the fallen angel talked about his ability to enter balance breaker by touching breasts. It seemed he was ashamed by this fact. Well, Naruto thought it was amusing, but he understood that everyone had their shameful side. Personally, he felt Issei should embrace his perv. Actually, he was surprised his friend wasn't already embracing it, or maybe he just got embarrassed when other people talked about it. When it got to Dhauser's turn, the man spoke in the same cheerful voice as before. While Sarorg Bale makes an excellent king, his real talent lies in the incredible power he possesses, which makes him easily one of the strongest people among the younger generation. He has several power abilities that. As the man spoke, Rias Grimoire stared at the screen with a determined gaze. One of Rias' dreams was to attain the champion title of the rating games. Doing so would bring her one step closer to stepping out of her family's and older brother's shadow. Of course, Naruto planned to be there for her every step of the way since his goal was to become the strongest devil in the history of ever. That's going to be me one day, Rias said as she continued staring at the screen, her hands clenched. However, right now we need to defeat the person standing before us. Everyone, she turned to face the group. Please lend me your strength. Let's show everyone why you shouldn't mess with Team Grimoire. Everyone in their peerage cheered, even Zenobia who was still new to devilhood and Rossweiss who looked like she was going to die from embarrassment. As Rias finished giving her small pep talk, the comments from the four on the screen continued. As you all know, because of the recent activities by the terrorist group known as the Chaos Brigade, the importance and price of Phoenix Tears has rapidly risen. Preparing Phoenix Tears for the rating games has been difficult thanks to that. However, No pointed to a huge monitor, where two small bottles sitting against a velvety cushion inside of a box appeared. Thanks to the kindness of the current head of Phoenix, it was decided that each team would be given Phoenix Tears for this game. The stadium erupted with cheers. Naruto could only shake his head. It sounded like they were excited because having Phoenix Tears meant the battles could last longer. Naruto placed a hand against his chest, where a necklace filled with Revel's tears rested. He wasn't planning to use them. According to Rias, receiving the personal tears from a member of the House of Phoenix was essentially the same as a man or woman stating their intentions to court someone. To him, these tears were a symbol of his relationship with Revel. Now then, there is a special rule for this particular rating game, No said, which caused everyone to settle down. Before I explain what this rule is, I would like to explain how this rating game will work. This isn't the typical game where all the team members will be playing at the same time. It will be done in a one-on-one tournament-style matchup. Rias perked up when she heard this, her eyes widening in surprise. However, she quickly hardened her gaze and cast a glance at Sarorg and his team. Now to explain the special rule, which will determine the lineup for the matches. Will each king move toward the stand located in their bases? Asked No. Rias and Sarorg walked forward until they were standing in front of their respective stand. Once they stopped in front of them, something fell out. Naruto stared at the dice, then looked at the monitor, which was also displaying the dice from both sides. They looked like standard six-sided dice. The dice in front of you is the key to this special rule, which is called dice figure. Naruto, Issei, Asia, and Zenobia looked confused as they heard of this dice figure rule. None of them had taken part in or seen a professional rating game. Dice figure is a special rule that's actually quite common in rating games, Kiba explained to the confused members. The ones we've been in up until now have all been standard matches. There are some games like this that rely on dice, while there are others where you have to take as many flags on the field as you can. That one is called scramble flag. Dice figure, as you can probably figure out, relies on dice to impose special rules and restriction that make the rating game more exciting. Ah, Naruto said while Issei and Xenovia smacked their left fists into the palms of their respective right hands. Let me explain how dice figure works, so those who do not know about this rule will understand. The dice prepared has 6 sides like a standard dice, and you can roll a number from 1 to 6. The numbers rolled will determine which pieces can be sent for that particular match based on their value. I see, Naruto muttered as he cupped his chin. So the dice essentially determines the fate of our match. That meant even if Rias didn't want to use him, there was a chance he'd end up fighting against someone anyway, didn't it? No, wait, she could still choose not to send him out even if she rolled the amount needed, couldn't she? Chess in the human world has set values for their chess pieces. The standard value for the pawn is 1, the knight and bishop is 3, the rook is 5, and the queen is 9. The evil pieces for the rating game also use this value standard. While there are times when specific pieces can surpass the value set by their evil piece, we'll be using the standard values for this particular game. Naruto paid especially close attention this time, since he would need to know all this if he wanted to support Rias. As he did, he noted what No said about the evil pieces and surpassing limitations. All of them were pieces that could do that. Kiba, Issei, and Gaspar had their balance breaker, Xenovia was a powerful holy sword user, Rosweiss was a former Valkyrie of incredible talent, Akino was the daughter of Barakil, Asia had Twilight Healing, and Kaneko was a Nekoshoke Devil hybrid with the ability to enter Sage mode. For this match, both kings will roll the dice, and the total value rolled will determine which combatants can be sent to battle. For example, if the total value rolled is 8, then the kings can send a servant who will fit within that value like a rook or a bishop. If they decide to send out a pawn, then 8 pawns can be sent out. Of course, you can also mix up this value by sending out a rook and a knight. Also, servants who have consumed several evil pieces will have the value of their total values, so a servant like Issei Hyodo who has consumed 8 pieces will have a value of 8. As the man explained how the game will work, Naruto found a small hole in their logic. However, No quickly explained what he was thinking about. Since both Rias Grimori and Saraorg Bale's teams don't have a piece with a standard value of 1 or 2, anytime the total values rolled turns out to be smaller than the smallest value of 2, both kings will have to roll again. As Naruto nodded in appreciation of learning this, No continued. The participation of the kings in the match will depend on the value which has been given to them by the people from the judging committee's estimation of their worth beforehand. Of course, just like every rating game, the game ends when one team's king is defeated. So depending on an arbitrary value that had been decided beforehand by a committee, it was possible that Saraorg would be allowed to come out. While that sounded potentially problematic, Rias could always send out Naruto, who was only worth a value of 1 because he was a fairy piece. I wonder what value the judging committee has estimated Rias and Saraorg to be, Naruto asked of no one in particular. No one will know that until they announce it, Akino decided to explain. However, the value they are given is likely to be calculated based on the strength of the kings themselves, the value of their servants, and possibly even by comparing them with the strength of their opponents. That value changes depending on the game and the king's reputation. Makes sense, Naruto said with a nod. Now that I have explained how this rating game is going to work, I'll share with you the value each king has been given. There was a slight pause, which was probably to increase dramatic tension. Saraorg Bale has been given a value of 12, while Rias Grimori has a value of 11. It's a pretty close matchup, but it looks like Saraorg is one value higher than Rias. Saraorg's high ranking made sense. He'd taken part in a number of rating games already and was known as the strongest youth. On the other hand, Rias was new to rating games, wasn't as well known as Saraorg because she lived in the human world, and was considered a generally soft-hearted person. However, it seemed her stock had risen thanks to her recent victories at the rating games before Loki's attack and perhaps even thanks to the events back in Greece. Do you think Saraorg will appear in the first round if they roll a 12? Asked Issei. I doubt it. Naruto shook his head and explained his thoughts before Issei could ask about them. Even if Saraorg comes out and wins the entire rating game, his own ranking will drop. A one-man team doesn't get rated very high, since this isn't a tournament but a match that relies on teamwork and utilizing your pieces to the best of your abilities. Don't forget that this broadcast is also live, Kiba added. If he comes out early, even if he decimates our entire team, it will make his estimation in the eyes of the people drop. A king who can't use his servants well isn't a good king. This is also a great opportunity to showcase the talent of his evil pieces. That said, he will definitely show up once he's revealed everything his servants can do, you can be sure of that. Issei nodded to show he understood what Kiba and Naruto told him. Even if his estimation and ranking wouldn't drop, I don't think Saraorg would appear at the start even if we rolled a 12, Rias said. Like our team, his went through incredibly tough training so they could fight during this match. He'll want to give his servants a chance to show off what they have learned. Rias looked at Asia, saying that, sending out Asia, either by herself or as part of a team, will be a bad idea. They'll aim for her since she's our healer. That's why I want you to remain here and heal everyone after each match. It will give us one more advantage. I hope you understand why I'm doing this, Asia. Of course I do. Asia beamed at Rias. Don't worry. You can count on me to heal everyone's injuries. I hope you all remember to return safely so I can heal you. Don't go losing, okay? Roger. Everyone shouted together. As the group responded to Asia's encouraging words, Naruto thought about their situation. Without Asia, they only had 8 combatants, but it wasn't like they were lacking in firepower. What's more, they could heal themselves after every battle, something Team Bale couldn't afford to do. I hope both sides are ready. No suddenly exclaimed, because the rating game between Team Bale and Team Brumori is about to begin. And with that announcement, the rating game was finally underway. Devil Ninja. Will both kings step forward? Urged on by No, Rias and Saraorg stood in front of their stands. Naruto felt a sense of tension come over the crowd. It felt like everyone was standing on pins and needles. Or maybe fire and brimstone. Yeah, thinking on it, this was hell, so fire and brimstone made more sense. We will start the first match now. Will both kings hold the dice? Rias grabbed the dice. Naruto felt the tension increase. Issei looked like he was about to bite his nails, Asia was praying, and even Akeno and Kiba seemed unable to stand still. Heck, Kaneko was the most unflappable person he knew, and she had just grabbed his pant leg like it was a lifeline. And roll. At No's announcement, Rias and Saraorg rolled the dice. Naruto watched the monitor as the dice rolled across the stands and then stopped. It looks like Rias Grumori has rolled a 2, while Saraorg Bale also rolled a 5. That makes a total value of 7, so any servant or servants who are within that value can be called out to battle. Be sure to choose your servants wisely. You have 5 minutes to make your decision. Rias turned to look at everyone in peerage. All of them straightened as she gazed at them with a determined appearance. Since the total value is 7, that means we have several options open to us. We can either choose to send out 2 servants who value 3, making for a total of 6, or we can bring out 1 servant who values 5. This means choosing between a combination of Kiba, Xenovia, and Gasper, or choosing either Kaneko or Rosweiss. Who does Saraorg have to send out? Asked Kiba. He crossed his arms and frowned. I think knowing what servants he has available can help us determine who he'll send out first. Saraorg has 7 servants he can send out, Akeno reported. His 2 bishops are Coriana Andrialphus and Misty de Sabnok. Both of them come from a distinct devil family. He also has his knights Liba Crisel and Baruka Furkas, followed by his rooks, Gandoma Balam and Ladora Bune. All of them have their strengths and weaknesses, so there's no telling who he'll send out. He might also send out Regulus, Rias said with an intense sigh. Regulus is a pawn who took exactly 7 pieces to revive as a devil. He's incredibly powerful and Saraorg's trump card. Wouldn't that mean he won't use Regulus? Asked Xenovia. Possibly, or he might decide to bring out Regulus in the first match to throw us off balance, Rias said. Everyone grew pensive at her words. None of them really knew what to say, so they didn't say anything. Even Naruto couldn't claim to know what the right choice was in this regard. He didn't know Saraorg well enough to say who the man would choose to fight. I'm going to send out Xenovia and Gasper, Rias decided at last. Gasper, I want you to take some of Aiza's blood to activate your balance breaker. Freeze whoever you fight so Xenovia can overwhelm them with Durandal. Even if he decides to send out one of his rooks, it won't matter how strong their defensive power is in the face of a holy sword. I'm really scared, but I'll do my best. Gasper said as he clenched his hands. What if he sends out Regulus? Asked Xenovia. Then do what you can to defeat him. If you can't defeat him, then do your best to injure him, Rias said. Understood. The 5 minutes are almost up, no called out. Will those participating in this round please make their way to the transfer circle? It will transfer you to a battlefield that has been prepared in a different dimension. The battlefield will be picked randomly from several that have been made in advance. Until the combatants are transferred to the battlefield, the bases on both sides will be placed under a barrier so neither side can see who is being selected. Okay. I'm going, Xenovia said. I'm going too, Gasper added. Issei made a small cut on his finger and let Gasper lick the blood. Naruto would never forget the paleness of Issei's face, nor the confusion he saw there. It was enough to make him want to break out laughing. Xenovia walked over to the teleportation circle first. The circle on the floor began glowing with a bright light, and then Xenovia vanished. Naruto looked up at the largest monitor hanging from the stadium, which showed a green prairie filled with grass and other plants. As Xenovia appeared on the monitor, Gasper stepped onto the magic circle next, disappeared, and appeared next to her. Of course, they were not the only two who had shown up. The other person who had appeared was massive, shirtless, and easily towered over Xenovia and Gasper. In fact, even if Gasper stood on Xenovia's shoulders, Naruto didn't think they could match this guy in height. He had thick arms and legs, a broad chest, and had strange outcroppings along his body that made him look like a rock monster. They made an odd contrast to his blue pants. It looks like Sarorg decided to send Gandoma Balam. He belongs to one of the remaining 72 pillars, a family known for their superhuman strength. However, while he has a high amount of strength and magic resistance, he won't have much immunity to a holy sword or Gasper's forbidden Balur view. Akeno held her hands to her cheek as she looked at Rias. Did you know Sarorg would send him out? Rias shook her head. I didn't, but I believed he would be under the assumption that I'd send out a rook since I'm known for relying on servants with a good deal of attack power instead of finesse to attack. Rias smiled. Of course, Xenovia is a power fighter, which most people won't realize. They'll think she relies on speed the same as Kiba because she's a knight, which gives her an inherent advantage, especially if Gisper can stop their opponent from moving long enough to let her strike a finishing blow. Akeno and everyone else nodded at her words. It was Ria's style to rely on power-type attackers to dish out punishment and use finesse fighters like Kiba for defense, backup, and counterattacks. Of course, that was exactly what she was doing here, but no one would know that because Xenovia was a knight. Not only would this throw them off balance, it would also make them mistake Xenovia for a fighter like Kiba, adding an extra layer of surprise. Ho ho! It looks like Rias Grimori has chosen a knight and a bishop to battle. No exclaimed. Meanwhile, Sarorg Bale has chosen one of his rooks. What do you three make of this? Is there anything you can tell us about these servants? I only know about Ninja-sama and Kaneko-chan, Dagozuru. So I can't say much about these two, Metatron said. About the only thing I know is that Gasper Vladi, the bishop, has the sacred gear, forbidden Balur view, Dagozario. Not only does Gasper have a powerful sacred gear, but Xenovia is a newly acquired servant, Azazel added his own commentary. Being brand new, she's never fought in a raiding game before, and no one is sure exactly what kind of abilities she has. That said, she used to be a member of the church, so it is safe to assume she has sword fighting experience like Kiba Yuto. As a rook, Gandoma has incredible defense and physical strength, Dehauser exclaimed. As a member to the House of Balam, his strength is already incredible, but when you combine that strength with the powers of a rook, it increases to an incredible degree. His magic resistance is so high he's immune to almost all types of magic. Even outnumbered 2-1, I believe he'll be able to hold his own. Well, I suppose we'll find out soon. No said. Let the match begin. Once No said the match had begun, everyone paid attention to the monitor, where they could see Xenovia, Gasper, and Gandoma. Not only could they see the three perfectly, but they could hear everything that was being said. Gasper, I'd like you to let me test out this guy's power before you do anything, Xenovia said. Okay. Gasper nodded several times. Xenovia reached out with her hand as strange distortions filled the air at her side. Something appeared in mid-air. It was a handle, a bright blue hand that Xenovia wrapped her fingers around. She pulled on the handle, bringing forth a massive sword with a blue blade and gold edges. Naruto recognized Durandal, which she had used to fight Irina with during their time in Kyoto. So you're a holy sword user, are you? Gandoma said as he shifted his feet across the ground. I had not expected Rias Grimori to have another person capable of wielding holy swords on her side. It seems I'll have to be cautious. You can be as cautious as you want, Xenovia said. It still won't make a difference. Launching herself off the ground, Xenovia rushed forward and swung Durandal at Gandoma, who seemed to think better of blocking her attack and dodged it instead. Her downward slash struck the ground and caused it to crack. Despite dodging, the shockwave was enough to make Gandoma stumble. Xenovia tried to capitulate on this by attacking him with another powerful swing. "It seems you're a power fighter," Gandoma said calmly. "I had not expected that. However, this makes us even." "Does it?" Xenovia swung Durandal several more times, and each time she came closer to hitting Gandoma, who was eventually forced to block one of her attacks. Black steam rose from the back of his hand. He had used it to reflect her last swing, but even just touching Durandal caused damage. A holy sword was a devil's weakness, after all. Gandoma stomped on the ground. A large chunk of rock rose between him and Xenovia. He kicked the rock, which launched it at his foe, but Xenovia unleashed a battle cry and cut the rock in half. That was all well and good, but it became clear that he'd only done this to distract her. While she cut the rock, he went after Gasper. "When in battle, it is always important to take out the weakest links first," Gandoma said. However, while it was clear that he assumed Gasper was weak because of his appearance, he soon learned otherwise when his body suddenly froze. Gandoma's eyes widened as he tried to move his muscles. However, it was like he'd been frozen in time. That said, Naruto could actually see him struggling, so his high magical resistance was actually trying to help him against Gasper's forbidden blur view. "Now, Xenovia," Gasper said in a strangled voice. "I can't hold him much longer." "Don't worry, Gasper. I've got this." Xenovia unleashed a massive war cry as she swung Durandal once more, and this time, she unleashed an explosion of power that swept over Gandoma. The man's body might have been hard. He might have had incredible magical resistance. However, against the power of a holy sword like Durandal, he had absolutely no resistance. Gandoma released a loud yell before his body dispersed. The match between Gandoma and Xenovia and Gasper is over. Xenovia and Gasper are the winners, while Gandoma has retired. "That was pretty easy," Issei muttered. "I was expecting the battle to last a lot longer." "It was only easy because no one knows how Xenovia fights," Rias said. "Now that they've seen her powers for themselves, Sarorg and his peerage will be more cautious around her. This is only the opening salvo, and we're going to have to step up our game if we want to keep our winning streak going." "Yes," everyone said in response to her words. The first battle may have been won, but they still had several more battles to go. Devil Ninja. Xenovia looked up at the camera as the crowd cheered. Xenovia sent everyone a wave while Gasper hid behind her, and then they both made it back to the transfer circle. The pair vanished from the battlefield and reappeared inside of the Grimoire base. "Welcome back, you two." Rias went up to the pair and pulled them both into a hug. "You did a good job." "Thank you, Rias," Xenovia said with an awkward smile. "I'm glad my best was enough," Gasper added. After Rias let the pair go, Xenovia and Gasper were congratulated by the rest of their team. Naruto and Issei bumped fists with him, Kiba patted them on the back, Asia clapped her hands in prayer, and Kaneko gave them a thumbs up, while Akino gave her usual, era, good job you two, spiel. "What a heart-pounding battle." No exclaimed. "What an upset." Xenovia and Gasper Vladi dominated the battlefield from start to finish. Do you commentators have anything to say regarding this fight? On the matter of Gandoma being retired so quickly, I think it is from a combination of not knowing his opponent's strength, Dehauser commented. That holy sword was quite the trump card they pulled out. When you combine that with the power of forbidden blur view, it's little wonder he didn't stand a chance, especially since they nearly went all out from the beginning. It helps that Gasper and Xenovia are both strong and incredibly hard workers, Azazel added. Xenovia was always pretty powerful, but Gasper has been working his butt off to master his sacred gear. I should know since I trained him. The forbidden blur view is indeed a sacred gear worthy of a ninja, Degozuru. Azazel and Dehauser stared at Metatron, who stared right back at them with a completely straight face. Naruto, who watched the awkward scene play out, could only facepalm at the Archangel's ridiculousness. Since the battle was over, it was time for Rias and Sarorg to roll again. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he paid attention to the monitor. Both dice struck the stand at the same time, rolled, and landed on 5 and 6 respectively. Oh ho, it looks like they rolled a total value of 11. This gives both teams a lot more options. No said. As always, you have 5 minutes to select your combatants. Rias turned to her peerage. With a total value of 11, Sarorg has a lot more options to choose from, and he can choose 2 people. If he decides on using the maximum value he He can select Regulus and a knight or a bishop, she said. Do you think he's gonna do that? Asked Kaneko. I do. Rias nodded. His first match was a disastrous mismatch. He'll want to prove that he has what it takes to win and that his servants are no weaker than my own. He also knows that I will be thinking along these lines as well and plan to send one of my strongest servants. You mean? Issei began. That's right. Rias smiled at the young pervert. I am sending out you and Kiba. Your job will be to deal with Regulus. Kiba, I want you to take on whoever else he decides to send out. If he ends up sending out a bishop with strong long-range attacks, then do your best to hold out until Issei can finish off Regulus. Here, Rias winked. That said, don't feel the need to wait for him. If you can finish your opponent first, then all the better. Right. Kiba nodded and placed a hand on his chest. I won't let you down. Me too. Issei cheered. I'm gonna do my best. Everyone wished the pair luck, and then they stepped onto the transfer circle, immediately disappearing from the base and showing up on the battlefield that was viewable on the monitor. Like last time, they weren't alone. This time, Saruorg had chosen 2 people for this match, and just as Rias suspected, Regulus was one of them. Known as the Nemean Lion, Regulus was the spirit residing within the Longinus Regulus Nemea. He appeared to be a young boy with spiky golden hair, golden eyes, and strange markings on his face. Naruto felt an immediate sense of kinship with him. The other person was a knight riding a horse. He was wearing what appeared to be armor worn by knights during the early 1500s in Europe. His horse was also wearing armor like that. Unlike most knights who wielded swords, this one was fiercely gripping a jousting lance. What's more, the horse was emitting bright blue flames from its body. Creepy. So he chose Baruka, Rias said with some misgivings. I think Kiba can defeat him, but he will be at a disadvantage. Who is this Baruka? Asked Naruto. Baruka Furkas, Kaneko answered instead of Rias. He's a knight from the house of Furkas, who are known for their ability to tame horses. I hear he's a pretty strong guy, though I don't know how strong. That's so. Naruto turned back to the monitor just as No was announcing the beginning of the battle. I hope you're all ready because this battle is beginning. Now. Naruto wasn't sure how this battle would go, but he knew that Rias planned on having Issei and Kiba take on their opponents separately. However, he didn't think any of them had expected Baruka to charge at Issei. What the shitballs? Issei screamed as he leapt backward just in the nick of time. Baruka's spear impaled the ground he'd been standing on. His speed was nothing to laugh at. Even Naruto felt himself growing shocked by how fast this man was. Boost. The boosted gear's voice echoed across the battlefield, letting everyone know that Issei's strength had doubled, but that hardly meant a thing right now. Baruka was bearing down on Issei with his lance once more. He thrust it out so quickly it was nothing but a blur. Issei dodged in time by twisting his body out of the way, but then the horse bucked forward and slammed into the young pervert with its head. Ugwhack. Boost. Issei endured the attack, but it was clear he was hurting. Even so, he began backpedaling to gain some distance, not that it did him much good. Baruka was way faster than he was. The man kept up the pressure, kept hitting him, and while Issei was a tough guy who could take some punishment, all those attacks would eventually wear him down. Promotion to knight. Issei quickly promoted himself to knight, which granted him the speed of a knight, though it was clear from how he was still being pressured that Baruka was far faster than him. Boost. While Issei tried to use his newfound speed to keep up with Baruka, Kiba was doing everything in his power to keep away from Regulus. It wasn't easy. It's just like Master said. Regulus grinned as he swung his foot in a powerful heel drop. Kiba dodged. The ground exploded. He said Rias would send out Issei Hyodo and her remaining knight. That's why he made this plan to defeat you by having Baruka distract Hyodo while I took you out of the picture quickly and then team up on him. Despite the situation, Kiba managed to give his opponent a grin. It's a good strategy, but doesn't it rely on eyes not being able to defeat Baruka more quickly than you can beat me? You are very right, Regulus said with a shrug. It does rely on me beating you before Issei beats Baruka. However, the boosted gear has one major flaw that gives us an advantage. It grants peerless strength, but it requires time to unleash that strength. Even his balance breaker can't be activated at the beginning of a battle. Right now, Hyodo is no more than an average devil with average strength. If I can defeat you before he gains the true power he needs to beat Baruka, then we'll have an advantage when we team up on him 2-1. Boost. Naruto actually thought Saruorg's strategy was pretty damn sound. He knew Rias would choose Issei to battle, just as Rias knew Saruorg would have no choice but to choose Regulus. Both had planned for this. However, Rias had only thought about how to defeat Regulus, not what to do if Regulus and Baruka switched opponents. That was showing now. Kiba tried his best to keep away from Regulus, but then the Nemean lion who resided within the powerful Longinus promoted himself to Rook. While this seemed like an odd promotion to make at first, the reason became clear when Regulus slammed a fist into the ground, creating a massive earthquake. While this affected Issei's and Baruka's battle, it affected Kiba far more. He lost his balance and nearly fell to a knee. "Promotion tonight," Regulus shouted. "Oh, no," Rias murmured. Naruto didn't need to know what she was saying that about. With his increased speed, Regulus was on Kiba before the knight could fully recover. Of course, Kiba tried to use his sword birth to keep the pawn from approaching him, but Regulus showed his strength by crashing straight through the massive wall of swords Kiba formed. The wall of swords broke apart and Regulus, now right next to Kiba, promoted himself to queen and struck the princely knight in the chest. Boost. The blow was intense. A massive shockwave spread across the battlefield as Kiba was sent flying back. Not only that, but the attack must have been even more powerful than anyone could have expected because, even before he could hit the ground, Kiba vanished into particles of light. Kiba Yuto has been retired. No exclaimed. What a powerful offense. Regulus defeated Rias Grimori's knight before he could even put up a fight. Rias clenched her fist so tightly her arms shook. The conflict she felt was clear as day on her face. Naruto reached out and grabbed one of her hands. She didn't resist, instead lacing her fingers through his and clutching his hand so hard that it actually kind of hurt. Boost. I should have realized it wouldn't be that easy, Rias said at last. Aiz is powerful, but he has a major weakness. I should have known Saraorb would capitalize on it. There's nothing we can do now but hope Aiz can pull through, Naruto said. Rias didn't say anything as she stared at the screen with furrowed brows. Boost. Kiba, Issei shouted in shock when the knight vanished. His teeth were gnashed together in anger as he glared at Baruka. Damn you, you annoying horseman, I'm going to blow my load all over your face. The words were actually so unusual and insinuating that not only did the entire crowd go silent, but Baruka actually stopped moving for a second. What? The man said as though he hadn't heard Issei right. Dragon whip. Before Baruka could move, a whip emerged from Issei's boosted gear and wrapped around the man. It wasn't until he was caught that Baruka tried to escape. However, it just wasn't possible. The boosted gear was the pinnacle of sacred gears, and Issei had been boosting his powers this entire time. Now eat this. Dragon shot. A sphere appeared in front of the boosted gear, which Issei punched while still holding the whip. A powerful beam launched from the struck sphere of energy. It exploded and washed over Baruka like he was made of tinfoil, engulfing the man in a wave of energy so ferocious that ripples appeared inside the barrier containing the dimension. Naruto almost worried that the dimension would break, but the ripples fortunately dissolved into nothing seconds later. In an incredible display of rage and power, Issei Hyodo has defeated Baruka and his steed with one shot. No announced. What an incredible amount of power. It is no wonder the Red Dragon Emperor is so feared. You mean the Oppai Dragon, Azazel corrected. Oppai Dragon indeed, de Gozaru, Metatron added. I also thought he was called the Oppai Dragon, Dehauser suddenly announced. Oh, come on, you three. Issei shouted at the camera, though that was all he could do before Regulus appeared before him. He leapt back as Regulus slammed into the ground, shaking the earth so much that Issei was almost knocked off balance. He took to the skies quickly. Of course, Regulus could have followed him, but just then, Issei let loose with a massive amount of energy that caused the area around him to ripple. Not even the famed Nemean lion was willing to get struck with that. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. Bright red flames engulfed Issei before crimson armor appeared on his body. The armor greatly resembled the scales of a dragon. A pair of massive wings flapped on his back. His feet became encased in tri-tipped clawed boots. A tail grew from his spine. Meanwhile, 5 gems appeared on his body, the chest, back of his hands, and knees. Now clad from head to toe in armor, Issei pointed a finger at Regulus. I hope you're ready because this Red Dragon Emperor is going to kick your ass from here to the moon. Regulus stood on the ground and looked up. Issei floated high above him and looked down. A palpable tension so thick Naruto worried the people watching might choke on it filled the air. The second round of the second match was about to heat up. Naruto frowned as he stared at the monitor with a hard expression. Issei and Regulus were really going at it. Shockwaves were crashing all over the battlefield, tearing it apart like it was flimsier than soggy ramen noodles. The constant reverberations didn't reach them here in the stadium, but the camera that allowed them to view the battle taking place was constantly breaking in and out, static causing the screen to fuzz every so often. Mode change. Welsh Dragon Invincible Queen. Having promoted himself to Queen, Issei quickly transformed his armor into something completely unlike anything Naruto or the others had seen. His body became more streamlined, thinner, and one hand changed into a sword-like appendage, while the other had transformed into what Naruto could only describe as a gun barrel. His tail grew longer and looked more like crystal. Boost, 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 boost. With the power of his balance breaker, Issei boosted himself without limit. As his power increased, he aimed his hand at Regulus and blasted him with an innumerable amount of projectiles. They appeared as basketball-sized bullets. Regulus tried to punch one of them away, but that turned out to be a huge mistake when it exploded in his face, sending him flying backward. He slammed into the ground. The area around him collapsed, forming a massive crater. Issei didn't relent. He kept up a heavy barrage of projectile fire, which constantly pounded into Regulus, who found himself unable to even move. Naruto thought this might be the end for Regulus. There was so much firepower being slammed into that crater, detonating with enough force that the screen shook as shockwaves and powerful ripples spread across the battlefield. Massive gouts of flame went up. The cracks along the ground spread further. It looked like Issei was pouring all of his energy into utterly destroying Regulus. Finally, the constant barrage of firepower ceased, and Issei frowned as he stared into the now dissipating fire. The energy died down. When the area was cleared of dust and smoke, it revealed a massive crater at least 60 meters wide. Regulus was not there. Issei already knew he hadn't killed Regulus since the announcement of Regulus retiring hadn't been made. He looked around but couldn't see anything. It was as if the other pawn had disappeared. "Where do you think Regulus is?" asked Zenobia as she stared at the screen. "I don't know." Akino frowned, bit her lip, and then shook her head. An attack like that would have defeated anyone else, but the announcement hasn't been made, so Regulus is obviously still alive. My guess is he somehow slipped away from the attack without anyone noticing and is trying to be quiet so Aiz-kun doesn't find him. Maybe he's planning a surprise attack. Either way, let us hope Aiz can counter whatever attack that lion has planned, Rias said in a gay voice. The others nodded. Regulus is still underground, Kaneko said suddenly. Everyone turned to her. Can you sense where Regulus is, Kaneko? Asked Rias. Kaneko nodded, though she said nothing else. Naruto theorized that she was using Sage Mode to feel out where Regulus was. Sage Mode did allow people to sense the ebb and flow of foreign energy. He could have done the same, but since his chakra was constantly being stolen when he entered Sage Mode, he refused to even try. Meanwhile, Issei had landed on the ground and was searching the area. He constantly turned his head left and right. Just then, a crack appeared in the ground beneath him. Issei looked down. The crack grew, and then, quite suddenly, a figure burst from the ground and slammed a powerful fist into the underside of Issei's chin. The attack was so strong his helmet cracked as he was lifted into the air. Next, the figure, who Naruto realized was Regulus, rotated on the balls of his left foot and launched a heel kick at Issei that caused him in the chest while he was falling back down. Regulus' kick must have been powerful, for when his heel met Issei's chest, a shockwave so strong that ground broke apart exploded between them. While Regulus only skidded across the ground, Issei was blasted through the sky. He shot backward so fast he was nothing but a blur. When he slammed into the ground, his body quickly tumbled across the grassy field, tearing out chunks of earth. Boost, 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 boost. Despite the attack being powerful enough that a crack was running through Issei's balance breaker armor, the young pervert had no intention of giving up. He landed on his feet, skidded across the ground, and dug his hand into the grass until he finally came to a stop. Promotion to Night. Mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost Night. The dragon wings jutting from his back spread wide as he launched himself at Regulus. Boosters suddenly appeared on his back, spewing out magical power so dense they appeared as flames. His speed was so quick that he had already surpassed Kiba Yuto at his fastest. Issei was on Regulus within seconds, a sword suddenly shooting from the gauntlet on his left hand. That sword was Ascalon. It was a holy sword given to him by none other than Michael, the archangel and leader of heaven. He swung this heavenly blade at Regulus. The downward slash was fast enough that only a few people like Naruto could follow it. Regulus must have been one of those people. He threw himself to the side as the sword flew down, missing and striking the ground. Despite having promoted himself to knight, the amount of power Issei was packing was nothing to scoff at. The attack was so incredible that the ground in front of him split open, creating a massive chasm that was several dozen meters long and at least 2 meters wide. I didn't realize eyes had gotten so strong, Rias muttered in shock. This is a new ability he gained during his time in Kyoto, Naruto said with a small frown. Normally, he can't activate this power unless he pokes Akino's breasts, but I think his anger over Kiba's loss gave him an extra boost in strength and fueled his determination to get revenge on Kiba's behalf. He normally needs Akino's breasts to activate this power. Rias glanced at Akino, who looked the other way and pretended she didn't notice her king's raised eyebrow. Issei is a pervert. Kaneko shrugged like everything Naruto said made sense. It's only natural that a pervert would activate his powers in a perverted way. He's a dragon perv bag deluxe. I'm honestly more shocked that he was able to activate his powers without poking Akino's nips like they're a pair of doorbells. Thanks for that, Kaneko. Akino, for once, said something with an incredibly dry and sarcastic voice. You're welcome, Kaneko replied like she didn't realize how Akino felt about all this. Back on the screen, the battle had picked up even more. Regulus had promoted himself to knight and was using his speed to avoid Issei's attacks. Sadly, even though Issei was now stronger and faster than Regulus, it was clear that he hadn't trained with this speed very often. He was moving so fast his own reflexes couldn't keep up with him, which allowed his opponent to just barely slip around his attacks. Issei also seemed to realize this. He didn't panic, though. With a flash of inspiration, or perhaps this was something he had planned all along, Issei spun around and attacked with his tail. Regulus was caught off guard, which allowed Issei to wrap his tail around the Longinus spirit's leg, lifted him up, and began repeatedly slamming him into the ground. Over and over the lion was sent crashing into the already destroyed earth. Cracks formed. Dents appeared. Regulus' body became beaten and bloody. Despite this, the lion spirit sealed within the Longinus didn't give up. He opened his mouth and roared. The roar must have done something to Issei. The boy staggered backward and held a hand to his ears despite them being covered. His tail relaxed around Regulus' leg and allowed the lion to slip free. As he landed on the ground, Regulus pressed both hands into the cratered earth, lifted his legs, and kicked Issei with both feet. A loud boom echoed across the battlefield as Issei was blown off his feet and tumbled across the ground like a ragdoll. Regulus didn't let up. He put on an incredible burst of speed, caught up to Issei, and jumped into the air. Before Issei could fully recover, Regulus had landed on top of his chestplate, which shattered beneath the intense assault as the boy was slammed into the ground. Eyes. At the loud shout, everyone turned to Akino, who only now seemed to realize what she was doing and calmed down. Even so, her fists were trembling with emotion as she stared at the screen. While the attack had clearly done some serious damage, Issei refused to give in and grabbed onto Regulus' legs. The lion spirit struggled to escape. However, just before he could really put up a fight, a powerful surge of energy shot through his body. Flames lit up his legs as if he had suddenly stepped into a pit of lava. Regulus' roar of pain was so agonized that even the audience was flinching sympathetically. Then Regulus' legs vanished. It was hard to describe what happened. Naruto could only think of it as Regulus' legs being burned to ash by Issei's power. It was like they had disintegrated. Regulus fell to the ground with a loud thump, and then Issei raised both of his legs and slammed them onto the human-shaped lion's chest in powerful double heel drop. Regulus slammed into the ground. His body became battered and broken. His shoulder where Issei's heel slammed into him had clearly shattered. His arms and legs were bent at an awkward angle. He was lying in a crater shaped like his body. He looked defeated. Naruto expected this to end the fight, but then something appeared in Regulus' hand. Phoenix tears. He uncapped the lid and poured a single drop onto his body, which began healing near instantly. His legs regrew, his cuts and bruises healed. It was as if all the damage done to him had been done to someone else. We should have given Eyes Phoenix tears, Naruto remarked suddenly. Rias grimaced. I didn't think we'd need to use them so early in the game. I should have known better. Issei and Regulus scrambled to their feet. However, there was a clear difference between the two now. Regulus looked ready and raring to go, while Issei was breathing heavily, shoulders and chest heaving. Despite this, there was no outward signs of damage to Issei. Boost, 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 boost. The battle renewed. Issei continued boosting himself as he attacked Regulus. With his power doubling second after second, it was clear that he had a distinct advantage despite being tired and Regulus using Phoenix Tears to heal himself. This battle is shaping up to be an incredibly exciting match. No exclaimed as shockwaves and distortions appeared all over the battlefield. Issei has a clear and distinct power advantage, which you can see in how he's doing most of the attacking, Azazel determined. Regulus is trying to conserve his power because he knows he isn't going to get more than one shot at ending this. Of course, if he waits too long, the battle will end whether he wants it or not. All Issei needs is one lucky hit. However, it's also clear that Issei isn't as good a fighter as Regulus, Dehauser countered. All he's got right now is raw power. I'm not sure that will be enough to defeat someone of Regulus caliber. Neither of these two act anything like a ninja, Degozuru. At Metatron's random comment, Azazel and Dehauser both shook their heads in consternation. Tension hung over the crowd as the battle suddenly picked up the pace, with magic power, long-range attacks, and explosions filling the battlefield. Everyone could tell the battle was coming to an end. Naruto, despite looking calm outwardly, was biting his figurative nails as he watched. The ending soon came. Issei raced forward and punched at Regulus, though the attack was dodged. It was just a feint anyway. Not even a second later, Issei thrust Ascalon through Regulus' chest. However, at the same time, Regulus launched a surprise attack of his own. His hand speared through Issei's shoulder, striking the area that wasn't protected by armor, shearing it right off. Blood sprayed from Issei's missing shoulder as Regulus disappeared into light particles. Issei howled in pain as he held a hand to the stump where his arm had been. Regulus has been retired. The battle is won. Victory goes to Team Grimoire. Eyes San. Almost before the announcement had been made, Asia and Akino raced onto the battlefield without warning. They appeared next to Issei as he knelt on the ground. Akino grabbed the removed limb and held it up to Issei's shoulder as Asia used Twilight Healing to fix it. Is that allowed? Naruto asked Rias, who sighed. No, it isn't. Oh. Despite hearing this, Naruto was still smiling. That kind of sucks, but at least we learned something good. Which is? Rias asked. Despite not being in a relationship with him anymore, Akino clearly still cares for Eyes, Naruto said, his smile widening. Devil Ninja. It went without saying, but because Asia and Akino technically interfered with Issei's battle, he was still on the battlefield, he was automatically disqualified. At present, the young man was sitting on a chair inside of the Grimoire team base. Akino was no longer by his side and instead standing next to Rias. Naruto thought she was embarrassed by what happened, but Asia was sticking close to Issei and looked incredibly worried. It was like she expected his arm to suddenly fall off all over again. That was an exciting match. No exclaimed. While I think we can technically say it ended in a draw since both teams lost both of their servants, Issei's incredible display of power was undeniably the highlight. I'll admit that Issei Hyudo showed incredible strength, Dehauser said. While it is clear that he's not as well versed in combat as Regulus, it is equally clear that he outclasses Regulus in terms of sheer power and potential. As the commentators began speaking, Naruto ran a hand through his hair as he thought about what Issei's disqualification meant. He was going to be Rias' trump card for this rating game. However, now that Issei was no longer able to fight, it meant their fighting strength had been cut, and unless she planned on sending him out, they might find themselves outmatched by Saruorg's servants. Of course, there was also Saruorg himself to deal with. I am sorry, Rias, Akino said with a slight bow at the waist. I do not know what came over me. I do, but don't worry about it. Rias waved her hand as if warding away a persistent fly that kept landing on her face. She smiled at her best friend. While losing Eyes is a blow to our fighting strength, it's not like our victory is reliant upon him. All of my servants are amazing, and I'm sure none of them will lose out to the members of Saruorg's peerage. Even though Rias expressed the utmost confidence, Naruto knew that Issei's disqualification hurt her chances of winning without relying on his strength. Now she might have to use him if she wanted to pull out a win. At that moment, No's voice caught their attention. It's time to see who the next combatants will be. Kings, roll your dice. Rias picked up the dice and rolled it. Naruto paid more attention to the screen as it showed both dice being rolled at the same time. It looks like Rias Grimori has rolled a 6, while Sarorg has rolled a 3. That means the total value for this match is 9. No exclaimed. I wonder who these two will choose. Akino, I'm sending you out next, Rias said as she handed Akino a vial of Phoenix Tears. I'm not sure who Sarorg plans to send out. With a total value of 9, he can send out pretty much any combination we can think of among his knights, rooks, and bishops, or he can send out his queen. If he sends out 2 servants, defeat the strongest one first with your most powerful attacks and the weaker one second. You Fufu, you can't count on me, Rias, Akino said. I will make Sarorg and his team pay for what happened to Aiz-kun. No one said anything to Akino's words, especially because what happened to Issei was technically hers and Asia's fault. No one wanted to step on that landmine. When Akino was transported onto the battlefield, so were 2 people from Sarorg's side. The smaller of the 2 was a young boy with light green hair, violet eyes, and 2 identical hair ornaments on each side of his head. The other servant was an attractive woman with long, wavy blonde hair and red eyes. She wore a business suit. Naruto thought she looked like a flight attendant. It looks like Rias Grimori has sent out her queen. Meanwhile, Sarorg sent out Coriana Andrialphus and Mistita Sabnok, No said before turning to the 3 commentators. What can you 3 tell us about these combatants? Nothing, Degozuru, Metatron announced without shame. I can tell you about Akino, Azazel said with a sigh at Metatron. Akino is a half-devil, half-fallen angel hybrid and the daughter of Barakiel. As such, she controls a lot of power and is even on par with Rias Grimori herself in terms of sheer power if not destructive talent. As a queen, all aspects of her are enhanced from her physical abilities to magic, but where she really shines is definitely magic. In particular, she specializes in a brand of lightning called Holy Lightning, which is an ability she gained from her fallen angel blood. Mistita and Coriana are both members from one of the extinct families of the 72 Pillars, Dehauser announced. Their powers are quite impressive. Mistita is a devil with human heritage, and because of his human side, he was able to possess the sacred gear, Trick Vanish. This sacred gear has the ability to seal an opponent's ability for a certain amount of time, though it comes at the expense of using a large amount of the sacred gear holder's stamina. As a bishop, Coriana Zero has a high amount of power and is incredibly talented in all categories of demonic magic. As he spoke about their powers, Dehauser paused for a moment to catch his breath. This is actually a pretty good combination. Both are bishops who rely on long-range attacks, so they are good at keeping their distance. If Mistita can seal Akino's abilities, then Coriana can hit her with a powerful magical barrage. It sounds like this is going to be an exciting match. In that case, let the battle begin. No exclaimed. With the battle now starting, Akino didn't waste any time in generating massive amounts of holy lightning. However, just as she was going to unleash a powerful explosion of it at Coriana, who she deemed a bigger threat, Mistita activated his sacred gear. The lightning being generated in Akino's hands dispersed. Era, that isn't good. Akino placed her hands to her cheeks. At that moment, Coriana unleashed a powerful ball of fire that shot toward Akino like a bullet. The fireball was at last taller than Akino was. However, despite an attack of this magnitude being launched right off the bat, Akino didn't panic. Her wings spread out from behind her and she took to the sky. It seemed Mistita's sacred gear only had the ability to temporarily seal one ability at a time, so her other magics were left open to her. Normal lightning shot from her hand and struck a barrier that Coriana erected to protect Mistita. In return, the blonde bishop from Sarorg's peerage created numerous ice lances that were launched at Akino with the intention of skewering her. As Akino dodged through the air and used lightning to blast several lances out of the sky, Kaneko said, "It looks like Akino is in a pinch. That Mistita kid might not be as strong as Coriana, but his sacred gear makes him a lot more troublesome." It doesn't help that Coriana can erect powerful barriers, Rias also added as she observed her friend and Coriana trading numerous attacks. If she could use her holy lightning, she'd be able to break those barriers in a single hit, but if she wants to break Coriana's barriers now, then she needs to overload them with a barrage of spells. That takes too much time, though. Coriana will counter with her own magic before Akino can launch enough spells. Fortunately, Coriana isn't anywhere close to being as strong as Akino. Akeno and Koreana were continuing to trade magic attacks, while down below, Mistita began unleashing a few magical attacks as well. He didn't have Koreana's talent, but several fire arrows flew from the magic circles he projected. Despite being attacked from two sides, Akeno was fending them off easily enough. A barrier appeared around her body and the attack appeared to bounce off harmlessly. That was what it seemed like at first. However, as the double assault continued, Koreana fired off a set of icicles that finally broke through Akeno's barrier and punctured her left leg, right arm, and stomach. "Akeno-sama," Issei shouted as he stood up. "Ah, Aiz-san, you can't leave. If you do, Akeno-sama will be disqualified," Asia said. Despite her words, Issei looked like he wanted nothing more than to travel onto the battlefield and help Akeno, but he soon settled down by taking several deep breaths. Releasing an intense sigh, he sat down. "I know," he said to Asia. "Sorry. I lost my head for a moment." "Don't worry about Akeno," Rias said. "I gave her those phoenix tears for a reason." As if Rias had prophetic powers, Akeno brought out the phoenix tears that Rias had given her and used them. The wounds on her body quickly healed over. "Yufufufu. It seems the power of Mistita-kun's sacred gear has finally worn off. Allow me to repay you both for keeping me so entertained." Lightning crackled within her hands, but this lightning was different from what she had been firing off until this point. It was almost pure white. Even someone who had never seen it before would probably recognize what it was. The holy lightning leapt from Akeno's hands and slammed into the shield that Koreana hastily erected. Unfortunately for Koreana, holy lightning was many times stronger than normal lightning, and it also possessed the light attribute of the angels, making it many times more deadly to devils. Koreana's barrier shattered and the holy lightning struck the woman who erected it. A loud scream tore from her throat as her body was fried by both lightning and light. Her screams were enough to make everyone in the audience shudder. "What's that? You want more?" Akeno was smiling like a sadist as she looked down at Koreana. "Ufu-fu-fu. Okay, if you insist." Akeno increased the power of her lightning bolts, which honestly didn't do anything except hurt Koreana even more. In fact, Naruto was pretty sure Koreana was already beaten. Koreana has retired. And just like that, the announcement that Koreana had retired was made. Nobody could actually see what had happened when she was engulfed by Akeno's lightning. However, as Akeno relented on her barrage, the gaping crater filled with scorch marks where Koreana had been standing was revealed. "What an insane amount of power!" No shouted. "So this is the famed holy lightning of Barakil." Yufufufu. Giggling like a love-struck schoolgirl, Akeno turned toward Mistita, who was pale and shaking. She placed a hand on her cheek and licked her lips. There was a large blush on her face. She looked hornier than Rias did after watching a midnight marathon of hentai. "I believe you are next." Akeno raised her hand, lightning crackling within it, arcing out as though trying to spring free. However, just before she could release it, Saorg's voice echoed from his base. "Mistita forfeits this match. I'd rather not lose my last bishop the way I lost Koreana." As Saorg finished speaking, the crowd became incredibly silent. However, all this meant was that it became easier for No to announce the victor. Saorg has forfeit this match, which means that the victory goes to Akeno. Team Grimori has won this match. Devil Ninja. Akeno returned to the base after her victory was announced. She wore a beaming smile and a big blush. Her shoulders and chest were heaving like she was excited about something and, knowing about her sadistic personality as they did, everyone was aware of how aroused the girl probably felt right now. "Yufufufu, what an exhilarating battle," she said with a content sigh like she just came in her pants. "Sometimes, you scare me, senpai," Kaneko muttered with a strange look. "But good job. You really kicked some ass," Issei added. "You were so cool, Akeno-sama." Asia threw more fuel into the fire. As praises were heaped on her, the blush on Akeno's face suddenly became embarrassed instead of sadistic and sexual. While Akeno tentatively accepted Asia's and Issei's praise, Rias mentally prepared herself for the next battle by taking several deep breaths. Naruto noticed what she was doing and walked over to her. He didn't say anything. He waited for her to notice him. "We were very lucky that my guessing Saorg would send out 2 of his lower-ranked servants instead of his queen was correct. I somehow don't think we'll be as lucky next time." Nodding along with her, Naruto quickly ran through the matches thus far. Including Mistita and Koreana, we've also defeated Gandoma, Baruka, and Regulus. Who does that leave on Saorg's side? Aside from Saorg himself, there is also Kuisha Abadan, his queen, the knight, Libin Cressel, and Ladora Bune, Maruk-like Gandoma, Rias answered. As they were speaking, Kaneko wandered up to the pair and stood in front of Naruto. Her cat ears were twitching and her tail curled around his leg. Recognizing the obvious desire for affection, Naruto placed a hand on her head and began rubbing her hair. Kaneko didn't say anything. However, a purr unbiddeningly rose from her throat as she leaned into his hand. Rias shook her head and smiled. So Sarorg has 4 pieces, 3 if we don't include Cyrog himself. Meanwhile, we have you, me, Zenobia, Gasper, Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Akino. That's 6 to his 4. I'd say we're doing good so far, Naruto said. Yes, though it's a shame Aiz was disqualified, we're still doing an excellent job, Rias agreed. While Naruto and Rias had been speaking, No had been commenting on the battle alongside Azazel, Dehauser, and Metatron. Naruto hadn't been paying too much attention, but Azazel was talking about Akino's extremely powerful attack. However, it seemed the conversation was now winding to a close. All right, Kings. It's time to roll the dice and see who can be sent out to battle next. No said. Also, we have decided to add a special rule for this round to spice things up. Because 3 people battled in the last match, we have decided to add a value of 3 to the total value rolled. That means if Rias Grimori and Sarorg Bale roll a total of 6, then the total value will become 9. The 2 rolled again. Rias rolled a 6. Sarorg also rolled a 6. This is unbelievable. 2 6s have been rolled for a total number of 12, and adding the value of 3 we decided on, that means they now have a total value of 15. No shouted with excitement. That means the conditions for both Rias Grimori and Sarorg Bale to take center stage have been met. However, whether or not they should do this remains to be seen. Everyone, huddle up, Rias called. Asia, Akino, Issei, Kaneko, Gasper, Zenobia, and Naruto stood in a circle with Rias, who suddenly appeared even more serious than before. A sense of tension hung over their group. Of course, it wasn't like Naruto didn't understand why everyone was so tense. We now have a problem, Rias said. We need to make a decision on who to send, and we need to think about whether or not Sarorg will send himself out or someone else. If he decides to send out himself, then we'll need to send out Naruto, Kaneko said immediately. He's the only one strong enough to fight against that monster. Anyone else would just lose. Rias nodded. I agree. Even I'm no match for Sarorg. However, I also don't like the idea of using Naruto to fight since this won't allow me to display the talent all of you have worked so hard to attain. She paused, gathering her thoughts. Naruto could practically see her thought process as she considered all their available options. With a total value of 15, we can send out 2 or even 3 people. This includes Akino and someone whose value equals 5 or 2 people who equal 3, meaning we can send out Zenobia, Gasper, or even Rosweiss. I think you should let me go out again, Akino voiced her thoughts. Let's say he decides not to come out himself. In that case, Sarorg is likely to send out his queen and his knight. I think sending out a bishop to keep the knight at bay and me to deal with his queen would be a good idea. Rias closed her eyes. Her pupils flickered behind her eyelids. Everyone else waited on bated breath to see what she would say. Yeah, okay. Let's go with that, Rias said. Akino, Rosweiss, I'm sending you 2 out to fight. Please leave everything to us, Rosweiss said. She hadn't spoken much since the raiding game began, but now she looked eager to prove her worth as a member of their team. The 2 ladies stepped into the transfer circle and were teleported to the battlefield. At the same time, someone else appeared on the battlefield several meters away. Rias gasped in shock when she saw who it was, and Naruto could only groan as they realized their mistake too late. Sarorg Bale had taken the field. I don't believe it. I cannot believe it. No shouted at the top of his lungs. Sarorg Bale himself has decided to take part in this match. Is this a sign that he's become upset at his losses? Has he decided to do the job of decimating Team Grimori himself? What do the commentators have to say about this? Degozuru, it seems like this is going to be a tough match for Team Grimori, was all Metatron said. I'm pretty sure Sarorg decided to go out himself because of the significant losses he's taken, Azazel replied. He's lost several of his pieces, including his trump card Regulus, and even though Issei was disqualified during that match because of outside interference, his team has still taken more overall losses than Team Grimori. Right now the only way for him to guarantee victory is to use an overwhelming amount of force. That is about right, Dehauser added. I never could have imagined Team Grimori would put up such a fierce fight, but it's clear that they are a good match for Sarorg and his peerage despite not being as experienced with raiding games. You heard it, folks. No began. If Saruorg wants to put the hurt on Team Grimoire, he's gonna have to do some serious damage. And with that said, let's get this match underway. Akeno and Rosweiss began fighting the moment the match started. Rosweiss shot into the air as several dozen magic circles appeared around her, rotating at incredibly high. He really wondered what kind of magic did that. With him were Gasper and Xenovia. He didn't know much about Xenovia except that she was a strong warrior formerly from the church, but he knew Gasper's abilities well, having helped him train. On the other side were two individuals he knew but was never formally introduced to. The first person was a beautiful young woman with blonde hair tied into a ponytail and blue eyes. Her striped blue pants and sleeveless shirt was fairly tight and displayed a gap near her chest. Sleeves were attached to her arms but didn't connect to the shirt. She was wearing heels, which Naruto thought was odd since they didn't look comfortable, but he knew plenty of girls who kicked ass in heels, so he didn't say anything. Beside her was a man who was every bit as Bishonen as Kiba. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Unlike Kiba, who had short hair, this guy's hair was long and stopped around the middle of his back. His sharp features were accentuated by shoulder pads, a chest plate, gauntlets, and leaf plates to protect his hips. He looked very knightly was all Naruto could say about him. It's the second to last match, and it looks like this battle is 3-on-2. No shouted. Gasper Vladi, Xenovia, and Naruto Uzumaki are facing off against Kuisha Abaddon from the House of Abaddon and Liban Crysel from the extinct House of Crysel. I wonder how this battle will go. Is there anything you three would like to say before the match starts? Ninja-sama will win, Metatron said immediately. Even without some of his extra powers like Sage Mode, Ninja-sama has some incredibly powerful abilities, including unique ninjutsu and taijutsu. He's also very sneaky, Dagozuru. As a ninja should be. By this point, No seemed very well versed in Metatron's eccentricities and decided to ignore the man in favor of Azazel and Dehauser. This battle is definitely going to be tough for Kuisha and Liban, Azazel said. I don't want to say much, but Naruto is easily one of the strongest people I know, and I don't mean among the younger generation. I mean in general. He defeated Kokobile, Loki, and even fought against the most important gods of the Greek pantheon. You don't go into battles like that and survive without being insanely strong. I've never seen Naruto Uzumaki in combat, but I've heard plenty, Dehauser added. That said, just because he is strong doesn't mean he's invincible. You'd do well not to underestimate Kuisha or Liban. Both of them are incredibly skilled and versatile servants. Kuisha is especially talented. It sounds like this is going to be an interesting match. No exclaimed. And with that, let the battle begin. The moment the battle started, Naruto leapt away from Xenovia and Gasper before racing toward Kuisha. Saruorg's queen raised her hands and created a magic circle in front of her. Lightning blasted from the circle and shot toward him. Naruto created a cross-shaped seal with his hands. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 12 Narutos suddenly appeared where before there was only one. While the real Naruto vanished via Shunshin, the remaining Narutos leapt forward, where the bolts of lightning struck them. They exploded into smoke. As the smoke descended upon the battlefield, Kuisha found her view blocked. She narrowed her eyes, created another magic circle, and summoned a powerful gust of wind that blew the smoke away. Naruto wasn't there. What the heck? Where did he disappear to? Asked Kuisha. Barely a second after she said that, the ground underneath her broke apart and Naruto emerged fist first. Kuisha was either blessed with great luck or powerful reflexes. She leapt backward just in time to avoid being struck in the chin. However, even as his surprise attack failed, Naruto created two more clones that moved in to attack her. As the clones moved in, Kuisha created a large hole in front of one of the clones that swallowed him up. Then she created another hole in front of the other clone. The first Naruto flew out of the hole and crashed into the other Naruto, causing both to disappear in a puff of smoke. That ability of yours is pretty interesting, Naruto said suddenly. It's a unique ability that only members of the House of Abaddon have, right? Rias told me about it. That's right, Kuisha appeared wary of Naruto, and rightly so. Not just anyone could have a casual conversation with an opponent in the middle of a match. According to her, this power of whole allows you to create and control portals that expand and retract according to your will. With it, you can absorb attacks and reflect them back at other people. That about the gist of it. Shrugging, Kuisha said, yeah, that's basically how it works. You've certainly done your research. Oh, no, I haven't done any research. Rias is the one who does all the work, Naruto said with a wave of his hand. I'm not the kind of guy who puts that much thought into my opponents. I prefer learning about their abilities as I go and creating on-the-fly strategies to deal with them, you know. I like being unpredictable. Is that so? Just so. Naruto smiled at Kuisha, whose entire body suddenly tensed. By the way, did you know that you just lost? Wah. Before Kuisha could finish her sentence, something pierced her chest. She looked down at the wind blade that was now sticking out of her chest, and then she craned her neck and looked back at the Naruto that was standing behind her. She blinked several times. Blood ran down her lips as a resigned smile crossed her face. I understand. All that time you were conversing with me. It was, so you could use one of those clones too. To sneak up behind me. She looked back at Naruto, who just shrugged. Basically, I am a ninja, you know. Kuisha couldn't say anything as she turned into particles of light and vanished. Kuisha Abaddon has been retired. Well, that was easy. Naruto clapped his hands of imaginary dust as he turned to look at the battle happening between Xenovia, Gasper, and Libin. Now to wait until these two defeat their opponent. The battle between the three seemed to be a bit more complicated than his battle against Kuisha. Libin was somehow managing to hold his own. Xenovia was swinging her sword, but it seemed incredibly slow, especially compared to Libin, who was insanely fast. The man would retreat whenever Xenovia swung Durandal, and then come back in with an attack that whittled away at her defenses. At first, Naruto couldn't help but wonder why Gasper wasn't doing anything. However, when he looked at the boy, he realized that because of Xenovia constantly being in front of him, he couldn't freeze Libin. Whenever Xenovia tried move away to give Gasper a clear line of sight, Libin would position her between them again. Also, there was something odd about the way Gasper was moving. It was like his body was stuck in a tub of gelatin or something. Is that gravity magic? Naruto mumbled to himself. No, wait, didn't Rias tell me that Libin has a sacred gear of some kind? What was it called? Gravity Grail. The Holy Grail. No, wait, that was fate. After trying to remember what Libin's sacred gear was, Naruto eventually gave up. If he couldn't remember, then it obviously wasn't important enough to remember. As the battle continued, Libin began mixing in several ice spells with his sword attacks. He sent most of them at Gasper, which forced Xenovia to jump back and swing her sword, unleashing a powerful crescent of light that destroyed the attacks before Gasper could be injured. However, the moment Xenovia and Gasper were together, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Libin. Gasper and Xenovia were suddenly forced to the ground. The ground around them began cracking. Naruto noticed how Libin's eyes were glowing. That must be how the sacred gear was activated. It took a lot more effort than I expected to get you both in a trap, Libin said as he walked forward. However, now, neither of you will be able to move. Are you so sure about that? Asked Xenovia. Libin stopped walking as Xenovia struggled to her feet. Her teeth were gnashed together and her eyes were narrowed. Blood was pouring from her mouth, her knees were shaking, and her arms looked like they were being weighed down by several 100-pound weights, but she didn't stop struggling to stand up. Your physical prowess is impressive, but I'm afraid it won't do any good against me, Libin said. So you say, but I'll show you not to underestimate a former member of the church. Xenovia swung Durandal horizontally, unleashing a powerful crescent wave of holy power, forcing Libin to dodge. However, the moment he dodged, whatever spell was holding her and Gasper in place seemed to break. Now, Gasper, Xenovia shouted. I'm on it, Gasper said. Gasper's eyes transformed as he activated Forbidden Blur View. Now it was Libin who suddenly found himself unable to move. Xenovia raced forward, leapt into the air, and swung her blade as she descended. The attack that she unleashed was another energy blast, which was so massive that it engulfed Libin entirely. The man, unable to move, vanished as the power washed over him. Libin has been retired. Victory goes to Team Grimoire. Since they had won, Naruto, Gasper, and Xenovia returned to the Grimoire team's base. Once they emerged from the transfer source, everyone present congratulated them. However, Naruto immediately noticed they were missing two people. Where are Issei and Asia? He asked. They went to see Akino in the hospital, Rias said. I figured since it's the last battle, I would let them leave. Issei's been disqualified, and we didn't suffer any serious injuries this time, so we don't need Asia-chan's healing. That's true. Naruto was actually surprised by how well they had done. They had only lost Akino, Issei, Kiba, and Roswise, and the only reason they lost Kiba was because he got disqualified for Akino and Asia interfering in his match against Regulus. Rias, Peerage still had him, Gasper, Kaneko, and Xenovia. That wasn't mentioning Rias herself. Compared to Saraorg, who had lost every member but himself, they were in very good shape. Now that Sarorg only has one card left to play, there is no need to roll the dice, no began. The total value for this game is 12. Rias Grimori, choose who you want to participate in the last match of this rating game. Rias didn't say anything to No's words. She looked over at Naruto, who rubbed the back of his head as he realized what she was asking. Well, it wasn't like anyone else could actually fight Sarorg. Even Rias knew that even if she and several others teamed up on him, they would still lose. Of course, they could weaken him, but there was really no need, or at least, Naruto didn't think so. Just leave this to me, Naruto said, thumping his chest. I'm counting on you, Naruto, Rias said. Walking back into the transfer circle, Naruto was transported back onto the battlefield, where he came face to face with Sarorg Bale. The man was looking a little out of sorts. He seemed a tad shocked. However, when Naruto appeared before him, a resigned smile crossed his face. I really underestimated that cousin of mine. He rubbed the back of his head. I never imagined her servants would be so strong. Rias has been training a lot, Naruto said. What's more, I've been helping her. So I should blame you for my entire peerage being decimated? Asked Sarorg with a smile. If it'll help you fight better, sure. As soon as the words were spoken, an aura appeared around Sarorg. It looked like a white mist almost. However, the power being emitted from that mist was pretty intense. Now that Naruto was up close, he realized this man was a lot stronger than Kokubile had been. That said, he didn't have the same power as the Greek gods, especially Poseidon and Zeus. Of course, Naruto couldn't use Sage Mode, so that did even things out a bit. It looks like Rias Grimori has only chosen one servant to battle against Sarorg, No said. It was a wise choice, Azazel told him. Given Sarorg's strength, no one else would be able to battle against him except for Naruto, and if others joined in, they would only be in the way. Of course, even if Naruto loses, he's sure to weaken Sarorg to the point where it will be easy for Rias to beat him. Either way, I'm incredibly excited to see how this match plays out. And with that out of the way, let the match begin. Devil Ninja. You know, I was really hoping to fight with Issei Hyudo, Sarorg admitted shamelessly as the battle started. I know how strong you are, and I honestly am not sure if I'm ready to face such an overwhelming opponent, especially since Regulus was defeated. My trump card is gone. You don't need to worry about that, Naruto assured the man. I can't use Sage Mode at present because it carries some risks, and I don't plan on using Kurama either. We're in the same boat. Is that so? A smile suddenly appeared on Sarorg's face. Well, in that case, I take everything I said back. This battle is sure to be an interesting one. Exactly my thoughts. Naruto slid his feet across the ground and bent his knees as he adopted a southpaw stance. Sarorg also moved into a fighting stance, though his was a little more loose. Tension hung in the air as Naruto and Sarorg released their fighting spirit, which quickly erupted between them as opposing auras. Naruto's chakra was bright blue and looked like an ethereal flame. Meanwhile, Sarorg's Tuki was pure white. It normally looked like a layer of white energy hovering around him, but right now, it was more like Goku after he went Super Saiyan. For the first time in a while, Naruto actually felt a little excited. He wasn't really into killing. He never had been. However, he loved testing out his abilities against really strong opponents, and while Sarorg wasn't the strongest person he had ever fought against, the man was definitely amongst the top 10. Maybe right below Sasuke. 1 second passed. Then 2. After 3 seconds had gone by, Naruto and Sarorg pushed off the ground and slammed into each other. Their fists crashed together, releasing a powerful shockwave that caused the air between them to burst and the ground underneath their feet to rupture. The cracked ground made them both lose their balance. They leapt backward to keep the other person from taking advantage, and then ran in a circle to avoid the destroyed section and attack again. This time, their kicks slammed together. Another shockwave erupted between them. What a fight! They've only just begun exchanging blows and the battlefield is already being decimated. No exclaimed. Naruto leapt backward as Sarorg suddenly threw several punches. His range was somehow extended thanks to his Tuki. Each punch contained an extreme amount of power that ripped the ground it passed to shreds. While Naruto was certain he could just overpower this man's attacks, he decided to fight like a ninja. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several dozen Narutos suddenly appeared, split apart, and spread out around Sarorg, who eyed the dozens of clones with a curious gleam in his eyes. This is an interesting trick you've got, Sarorg said. Naruto grinned. I've got plenty more where that came from. As one, each Naruto clone created a Rasengan. A bright blue orb suddenly appeared above their palms. Then wind began swirling around the orbs, which created several powerful suction forces. A bell-like screech soon emitted from each orb as the Naruto clones raised their hands above their heads. 4 blades appeared on the Rasengans, making the jutsu look like giant Fuma shurikens. Rasenshuriken, go! The Naruto clones all rushed forward and thrust out their hands, the Rasenshuriken screeching loudly enough that even the audience had to cover their ears. Saruorg didn't cover his ears. He bent his knees, tucked his fists into his torso, and began screaming. As he did, his aura exploded from his body. This aura struck the clones, which caused them to disperse since clones couldn't survive even a single hit. Of course, because the clones had been destroyed, the Rasenshurikens were also destroyed. A massive cloud of smoke expanded from the destroyed clones. Saruorg looked around, unable to see anything within this powerful smoke screen, such as the ground cracking underneath his feet. When Naruto burst from the ground, Saruorg was unable to put up a fight. A fist slammed into his chin, sending him skyward. However, just before he was sent flying, he struck out with his foot, kicking Naruto in the stomach so hard he was blasted from the smokescreen like a rocket. Both Naruto and Saruorg were thrown out of the smokescreen, which quickly dispersed after being disrupted. Naruto flipped his body around, landed on the ground, and skidded backward for nearly 20 meters. Meanwhile, Saruorg flew into the air, flipping end over end. He eventually spread his wings and stopped in midair. Now hovering, he looked down at Naruto, who looked right back at him. And then both of them disappeared. What began was a taijutsu battle between the two as they traded punches and kicks at a speed that many of the devils in the stands were unable to see. Their bodies blurred. Their arms and legs disappeared seconds before a shockwave erupted from their connecting limbs. With every attack that was blocked, the ground behind them collapsed from the resulting shockwave. Despite this, neither Naruto or Saruorg moved from that spot as they continued trading attacks. A punch slammed into Saruorg's face. Another punch struck Naruto in the stomach. The two stumbled back, but it was only for a moment before they were fighting again. What an incredible match. No shouted. Look at these two go. These two are definitely fighting hard, Azazel commented. However, I don't think either of them are using their full strength. While I don't want to paraphrase Metatron, Naruto is a very tricky opponent who generally relies on deception and overpowering his opponents when they least expect it. Of course, he has been known to fight hard when he goes all out, but he normally uses several techniques that raise his strength several times over. Saruorg is similar, Dehauser admitted. He often uses Regulus, equipping the Longinus as armor to increase his strength and durability, but right now, all he is using is Tuki. Of course, with Regulus out of the game, he can't equip him. Naruto and Saruorg heard the two talking about them, but they hardly paid any attention as their focus was on beating the crap out of each other. They traded punches and kicks and even headbutts. It seemed to Naruto that they were almost evenly matched. Saruorg was a bit more durable than him, but he hit harder. However, something had to give. And that something came when Naruto revealed he had a trick up his sleeve. "Hey, how many clones do you think I created?" he asked. "What, clones?" Saruorg frowned even as they continued fighting. His roundhouse kick was blocked by Naruto's knee, and then he thrust out his fist, which collided with Naruto's punch. "Let's see. Didn't you create about 24, so 24. And how many clones did you destroy?" asked Naruto. Before Saruorg had time to answer that question, a pair of hands erupted from the ground and latched onto his legs. At the same time, someone came up behind him, slipped their arms around him, and placed him in a lock that kept him from using his hands. Saruorg could have broken free, of course. Naruto expected him to do just that, but for 1 second, his opponent was unable to move. 1 second was sometimes all a person needed. Naruto formed a Rasengan, added wind chakra to form a futon, Rasengan, and then slammed it into Saruorg's chest. A cry of pain erupted from Saruorg as the jutsu tore into his chest, shredding flesh and grinding bone. Despite the attack tearing into him, Saruorg gritted his teeth and tried to withstand it. He dug in his heels, flexed his core, and exploded with power. His Tuki against Naruto's Rasengan. The light barrier actually managed to push away Naruto's attack, but he just narrowed his eyes and poured more chakra into his technique, causing it to release a shrill shriek as it tore into the Tuki, finally breaking through the protective layer of energy and grilling Saruorg again. The explosion that went up when Naruto's attack slammed into Saruorg's chest was massive. Saruorg was sent sailing backward from the force, the clones dispelling. He struck the ground, bounced once, rolled across the grass, and came to a stop. Seconds after stopping, Saruorg's body dispersed into particles of light. I can't believe this. No shouted. With an outstanding display of martial talent, Naruto Uzumaki has defeated Sarord Bale. The winner of this match is Team Brumori. Are you sure this is okay? It looks scary. Don't worry, babe. If you get frightened, I'll hold you close and scare the ghosts away. Will you really? That's so sweet. Naruto watched from his peephole as the next young couple who were going to get the shit scared out of them entered the Occult Research Club's haunted house. Of course, he called it a peephole, but it wasn't like he was spying on girls while they were changing. He was cataloging reactions and seeing which of his horrors was the most frightening. This was to help make the haunted house more successful. It had absolutely nothing to do with how he wanted to scare people so hard they pissed themselves. Absolutely nothing. The two people this time were a young couple who looked about college age. One of them was a man with slicked back bleached hair, a shirt with a popped collar, and slacks. He reminded Naruto of a yakuza. Meanwhile, the girl was a cute little purple-haired chick with a petite body. It was hard to tell how old she was because of her slight frame, but from her general bearing, he guessed her to also be a college student. They were currently wandering down a darkened corridor, which only had a few flickering lights to guide them. Of course, this was just a straight hallway, so it wasn't like they had to worry about losing their way or anything, but if they weren't careful, they would trip over some of the cracks and roots growing from the ground. Kya. Whoa, you okay, babe? Yeah, I'm fine. I think I just tripped over a root, or something. But there's nothing here. Quote ellipsis. I know I tripped over something. I believe you. Let's keep going. Naruto could hardly contain his mirth as the girl tripped over a tentacle that he had placed there. This particular this particular horror idea came from a story about a girl from Kuo Academy who went to the beach on vacation and was drowned by a giant octopus. The tentacle was a machine he and Azazel had made. It would show up at random via a transfer circle that was completely invisible. It should be showing up again in 3, 2, 1. What is that? Oh my god, it's wiggling. It's wiggling. The tentacle once more appeared, from the ceiling this time. It reached out and lovingly caressed the girl's face. Of course, the girl panicked, screaming her head off and running into the arms of her boyfriend, shivering like a woman who had been touched by a tentacle. Of course, while the girl looked like she'd just been violated, her boyfriend looked happy. Naruto was sure that man was giving the tentacle a thumbs up in his mind. It's okay, babe. That thing is gone. I don't like this place, Hayato. Let's get out of here. We have to finish the whole haunted house to leave. Why don't we keep going? The faster we go through this, the quicker we can leave. Okay. The two continued on. Naruto had to switch from his current peephole to another one a little further down. A grin was spreading across his face as he moved quickly. He wanted to beat them to this place since it was where his next prank would be. What is this? String. I don't know. It doesn't feel like string. It feels more like hair. The couple was now wading through what appeared to be long strands of hair that were stuck to the ceiling. Of course, it wasn't real hair because Naruto couldn't convince Rias that using real hair was necessary, but he had done his best to produce realistic synthetic strands of hair. He thought he'd done a pretty damn good job, if he did say so himself. Azazel had helped him create this prop as well. It looked and felt like actual hair. There's no way. I'm sure it's fake. I don't know. It seems pretty real. I don't think I like this. Relax, babe. I already promised to protect you. Naruto watched eagerly as the young man trailed off and looked ahead. Further down the hall was a figure. The figure was huddled against the wall and sniffling. The sounds of crying were probably what had caught the man's attention. Hey, are you okay? Asked the man. Mommy. Mommy is gone. Oh, no. Did you get separated from your mom? The girl asked as well. She placed her hands on her knees and leaned over to offer the lost child a caring smile. Would you like to come with us? Maybe we can find your mother. Mommy. She's gone. She's gone. The two tried to speak with the young child huddled in the corner, but no matter what they said, the sniffling figure kept repeating the same words over and over again. As this continued, the two began to look uncertain. Perhaps they felt something was wrong. Maybe they had realized all was not as it seemed. However, by this point, it was already too late. The child turned her head around 180 degrees to look at them. It was just her head, however. The rest of her body remained facing the wall. Their eyes widened in horror. The child had no eyes. Its mouth was open wide, revealing a dark cavity with strange tentacles wiggling around inside of it. Mommy's here, the child that was not a child said. And that was when, Mommy, dropped from the ceiling. It was a woman who looked to be in her mid-30s. However, this shoeless woman was not alive. She was hanging by the neck from her own hair. Keikaya. The man screamed like a little girl as he turned tail and ran off, leaving the young woman to fend for herself. Naruto turned his head just as the man tripped a trapdoor that caused him to drop into a waist-deep pool of water dyed to look like blood. Keikaya. It's blood. While the man was screaming, the girl he had come with was just standing there. Naruto frowned. Most people would have fled by this point, but she hadn't moved at all. He shuffled around to get a better look at the girl, changing to another peephole that provided a closer look at her face, and then his sweat dropped. The girl's eyes were rolled up in the back of her head. Her mouth was wide open in a horrified expression. However, she wasn't moving. She had passed out while standing up. Maybe I went a little overboard here. Naruto pondered this thought for all of 0.5 seconds. Nah, if these wimps can't take a little scare, they shouldn't even be attempting this. I'm pretty sure very few people in this world can deal with your idea of frightening. Then this is a world of wimps. Not my problem. With a sigh, Naruto left his peephole, entered the haunted house through a secret door he had created for emergencies just like this one, and scooped the passed-out girl into his arms. He didn't travel through the haunted house itself in case someone else came in after them and began running. There had been a lot of runners in this haunted house. He went back through his secret passage and took several shortcuts, eventually emerging from the haunted house and into the Occult Research Club's main room, which was the end of the haunted house. Rias, Akino, and Rosweiss were the only people currently inside. They looked up when he emerged from a wall in the room. At first, they seemed surprised to find him emerging from a secret passage that they didn't know about, but then Rias deadpanned at him. Did you really make a secret passage just for this haunted house? Of course I did. Naruto walked further into the room and over to one of the couches, where he gently set the passed-out girl down. He decided to close her eyes and mouth since she looked unsightly with all three hanging wide open like that. In order to ensure this haunted house is a success, I've created secret passages all over the Occult Research Club building. Don't worry. I'll change it all back once the festival is over. Rias just sighed and rubbed her forehead as though listening to him was giving her a headache, but Naruto didn't let that bother him. He loved Rias. However, she didn't always understand that to make a good prank, that to make a good haunted house, some sacrifices were necessary. What happened to that girl? Asked Rosweiss. Is she okay? Oh, she's fine, Naruto said with an airy wave of his hand. She just got a little frightened from one of my prank. I mean, she got scared by one of the attractions in the haunted house. Rias narrowed her eyes. Did you just say pranks? No. I could have sworn I heard you say pranks. It's clearly your imagination. Rias was obviously not satisfied with this answer, so she opened her mouth to respond. Keikaya. At that moment, a young man with slicked back hair and covered in fake blood ran out of the haunted house's exit, screaming like a little girl. His arms were flailing in the air and his mouth was open wide. His eyes were bulging as spittle and drool flew from his mouth. Every set of eyes turned to this man as he ran a full lap around the room, reached the door, and slammed into it face first. He fell backwards. Silence. Keikaya. Leaping back to his feet, the man opened the door and rushed outside without bothering to close it. His screams echoed back to them, becoming more and more distant until they finally disappeared. Rias turned to Naruto. What? Naruto shrugged. It isn't my fault if these people can't handle being scared. While Akino giggled, Rias sighed again and Rosweiss wore an appalled expression like she couldn't believe what had just happened. At that moment, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia entered the room. All four of them were dressed in sexy Halloween costumes. Asia was supposed to be a zombie nun, but she looked more like a cute nun who would blush as she flashed her panties. Zenobia and Irina were dressed as a witch and Sadako respectively, but again, their clothing was pretty skimpy. They were all sexed up and wearing clothes that revealed a good amount of chest and leg. Kaneko was wearing the skimpiest clothing of all. She was dressed like a Neko zombie, but she was wearing a bikini, a pair of boots and gloves that looked like paws, and she had her ears and tails out. If Naruto was being honest, and he usually was, he thought she looked really adorable and sexy. We've changed into these outfits, Irina said, though she looked uncertain. But, are you sure it's okay to wear these? I thought the theme was horror stories from the Kuo. These look more like sexy Halloween costumes. We figured the people who survived the haunted house would need something cute and sexy to rejuvenate them, Rias said. It seems Naruto decided to go all out when creating this haunted house and it's a little too frightening for most people. That doesn't surprise me, Kaneko said. Naruto's an idiot who doesn't know how to hold back. I resent being called an idiot, Naruto said, though he didn't sound too torn up about his Neko girlfriend calling him stupid. It wasn't long after those four entered that Issei, Kiba, Gasper, and Revel entered next. The boys were all dressed as sexy male versions of famous spooky characters. Kiba was a shirtless werewolf, Issei was a ripped zombie also shirtless, and Gasper had been turned into the cutest Dracula anyone would ever see. However, call him straight, but Naruto only had eyes for Revel. Don't stare at me, idiot. I'm sorry. You're just too sexy. Revel was dressed as a human-shaped phoenix. A pair of fire wings were on her back, though they were props, and she was wearing a bodysuit that looked like it was painted on. Her body was orange and had black swirls around her breasts and crotch, which brought attention to her nipples and camel toe. Naruto couldn't help but admire her. Kaniko's cheeks welled up. The next two people to walk in were Ophis and Azazel. While Azazel had not dressed up, being an advisor and therefore not part of the festivities, Ophis had dressed herself up as a kitsune. She was wearing a kimono, had 9 furry tails growing from her back, and fox ears on her forehead. Her breasts bounced as she moved. "Hello, everyone. I saw someone run away screaming," Azazel said by way of greeting. "I'm guessing that means the haunted house is successful." "A little too successful if you ask me," Rias muttered. "Dude, what did you do?" Issei asked as he turned to Naruto. "I just used some famous stories from school to create a haunted house." Naruto shrugged. "It wasn't a big deal." "I somehow feel like you were understating things, but I won't get into that," Kiba said as he turned to Rias. "What do you want us to do?" "Just get ready to serve refreshments," Rias instructed. "I feel like anyone traveling through the haunted house will need it." As everyone nodded and grabbed a tray of drinks and snacks people could eat upon completing the haunted house, Azazel went up to Rosweiss. It looked like he was here to speak with her and not see how the haunted house was coming along. What a great advisor. "Is something wrong, Azazel?" asked Rosweiss. "No, not really, but I do have something to tell you," Azazel said. Rosweiss tilted her head, though she didn't speak. "Several Norse gods and Valkyries survived the collapse of Asgard. Our faction is currently helping them relocate. Your grandmother was among them." Rosweiss took a deep breath, and then placed a hand on her chest. "I'm glad to hear that. There's been no word from anyone about the Norse, so I was worried they had all perished." "They haven't, so please feel at ease. Also," Azazel added, making Rosweiss look curious once more. There was a glint in the fallen angel's eyes. "It seems your grandmother has decided to pay you a visit. She'll be here sometime in the next 5 days. I figured I'd let you know." Rosweiss stared blankly at Azazel for several seconds, but when his words finally registered, her face rapidly drained of blood. "What?" 5 seconds later, her surprised scream echoed across the campus. Devil Ninja Tilda. Ever since learning that her mother was coming to visit, Rosweiss had been a nervous wreck. During class, she wouldn't scold the students for calling her Rosweiss-chan or even Ross-kai, which the girls had nicknamed her, and she screamed like a frightened child when someone tapped on her shoulder. Naruto had seen Rosweiss during some of her worst moments. He'd seen her when she was wasted, he'd seen her cry because the students were teasing her, and he'd seen her naked. However, in all the time that he'd known her, he'd never seen her like this. It was honestly shocking. For a while, Naruto wondered if maybe he should do something for her, but she hadn't come to him for help, even though she had been caught staring at him several times. Of course, Naruto was nothing if not a busybody. While she hadn't come to him, he had no issue going to her. That was why he offered to take her to her favorite 100-yen shop. Are you serious?" Rosweiss asked as he made the offer. It was a few days after Azazel had said her grandmother was coming to pay a visit, the weekend, and Naruto felt it was the perfect time to see how she was doing and learn why she looked so worried. "I would not have asked if I wasn't serious," Naruto replied with a grin. "I was thinking of getting some school supplies and wanted your help." Anyone who knew Naruto knew that he didn't really try hard at school. That said, it wasn't like he got bad grades. He had very good grades in fact. He just had a habit of cheating on all his tests and forcing his shadow clones to do his homework. Rosweiss didn't know that since Naruto was careful about cheating around her. "I'd love to help you. I know a great 100-yen shop that has everything you could possibly need for school." The look on Rosweiss's face made it clear that she was relieved. Her entire body had suddenly relaxed as a joyous smile blossomed on her face. Even if Naruto was not interested in school, he would have gladly become a studious academic if it meant seeing a smile like this. "Then why don't we head out now?" "Right now. Right now." It was the weekend and Naruto didn't have any pressing matters to attend to. Rias was currently meeting the Norse gods with Searsex and his peerage. Kaneko and Revel were practicing their techniques together. Revel had been motivated to begin training after seeing the battle between the Grimoire and Bailed teams at the rating game. Irina was with Asia and Zenobia, and Ophis was somewhere. Naruto didn't know where. The dragon god liked to come and go as she pleased. Well, Rosweiss waffled. She wasn't good at dealing with on-the-spot situations like this. There's no time like the present. Naruto grabbed Rosweiss's hand and began leading her to the front door. She was too shocked by his sudden actions to put up a fight. Let's go there now so we can get what I need. Maybe we can even get a light snack while we're out. Oh okay. I guess that's fine. Naruto turned his head to look back at Rosweiss, whose cheeks had become a dark red, and grinned. She was really too easy to see through. She was also really cute. Naruto had no idea how a woman like her had gone so long without ever getting a boyfriend. Were the Norse gods stupid? They left the mansion and headed into the city. Since it was a nice day, Naruto decided they should walk there. Rosweiss just meekly went along with his whims. She really didn't seem to have any defense for this sort of thing. As they were passing by a park, Rosweiss stopped walking and glanced at something happening inside the park. A mother was pushing her child on the swings. The child was laughing and smiling so widely her face looked like it was going to split in half. Naruto looked from the scene to Rosweiss. Are you thinking about your mom? What? Not really. To be honest, I don't really know my parents all that well. Rosweiss bit her lip. I was actually thinking of my grandmother. The one who is coming to visit? Naruto inquired. Nodding, Rosweiss looked back at the child and her mother before shaking her head and continuing on. Since Naruto was holding her hand, he also ended up walking alongside her. As the two walked, Rosweiss began explaining a bit about her grandmother. Gondal has always been a very stern and proud woman. She's very traditional when it comes to matters of the heart and likes to adopt a sink or swing approach to teaching. She was the one who taught me magic, and she was also the one who gave me my strict moral conduct. A smile appeared on Rosweiss's face, but it wasn't what Naruto would have called happy. I used to blame her for the lack of interest men showed me. I thought if I didn't have these morals instilled in me, I would have found a hero to marry by now, but that was just me being childish. Your grandmother sounds like a strict person, Naruto said. It's not that she's strict. Rosweiss paused as they turned down another street that led into a larger part of Ku. My grandmother is a little more complicated than simply being strict or loose. My grandmother has always been a stern woman with a lot of pride in herself and high expectations for those around her. She is the reason I'm the way I am today. She always told me that I needed to protect my chastity, which is why I have never been with a man before in my entire life. Of course, this is also the reason I was constantly teased as the Valkyrie who's never had a boyfriend. Naruto listened to Rosweiss talk, waiting until the very end before speaking. Well, I'm honestly glad you are the way you are. When she looked at him, Naruto gave her his trademark foxy grin. If you weren't the way you are now, then it's possible we would have never met. Why yes, I suppose that is true. Rosweiss squeaked. Anyway, why don't we continue on to that 100 yen shop? Naruto decided to let things stop there for now, and they traveled the rest of the way to the 100 yen shop in silence. The 100 yen shop that Rosweiss took Naruto to was called Le Plus, which was a very French name and not at all Japanese. For whatever reason, the Japanese loved the French. Actually, French cuisine was one of the most popular types of food in Japan. Naruto didn't know why, but he was sure Rias did since she was a major Japanophile. The shop wasn't very big. There were a few racks and tubs outside of the store that had a variety of supplies like socks, cards, ribbons, glitter, arts and crafts supplies, and cooking supplies. A glance inside revealed that there was even more items. Rosweiss led Naruto into the store, where they shopped for about an hour. Since Naruto had said he needed help finding some supplies for school, Rosweiss had shown him where all the supplies like pencils, binders, folders, and pens were located. Even though he didn't actually need any of that, Naruto bought some stuff because he wanted Rosweiss to feel like she'd helped him. He was running out of pencils anyway. Why don't we get something to eat before heading home? Naruto suggested after they had left the store. It's about lunchtime anyway. Are you sure that's okay? Asked Rosweiss. While she looked like she was actually kind of excited to go out and get lunch with him, Rosweiss being Rosweiss felt a very strong sense of responsibility toward the others. She also probably had problems because Naruto was dating Rias. Sure, I'm sure. Naruto shrugged. Rias won't be home for a while, and Revel can cook something for Kaneko and the others. Well, so long as you think it's a good idea. What do you feel like? Well, I've kinda always wanted to try a ramen stand. Ramen. Naruto perked up. Say no more. I know a great ramen stand. Just follow me. Naruto led Roswise to a small stand several blocks from La Plus. It was a little out of the way, but the scent coming from inside the stand was amazing. Naruto lifted the flap and allowed Roswise to precede him, and then sat down with her at the stool. Give me the usual, Pops. Naruto said. Naruto. The middle-aged man standing behind the booth grinned at him. It's good to see you. One of the usual coming up. And what about you, miss? Roswise studied the menu and bit her lower lip. It was such an attractive move that Naruto was momentarily stunned. Really, he couldn't see how this gorgeous if slightly self-conscious woman hadn't ever gotten a boyfriend. Something must have been wrong with the people of Asgard. I'll have your tonkatsu ramen, please. Your orders will be right up. Naruto decided to converse with Roswise, though he kept the conversation light, focusing mostly on school, rating games, and staying away from her grandmother. The food soon came. Naruto ate with a bit more poise than usual, though all he really wanted to do was slurp it up like always. Still, he could eat slowly and savor each bite if he wanted to. The ramen here was really delicious. It wasn't the same as Tuchi's back in Konoha, but the burst of complex flavors that filled his mouth with each bite was nothing to scoff at. This is really good, Roswise said in surprise. Naruto grinned. Isn't it? I've always been curious about your ramen obsession. I think I'm beginning to understand. It's cheap but delicious. I'm glad someone finally gets it. Naruto sighed as he polished off his bowl. The shop owner gave him another one. Back when I was living in Konoha, ramen was often my go-to meal. I'm an orphan, so I didn't have much money. Ramen was cheap, easy, and the shop owner was one of the only people who didn't scorn me. Roswise already knew about his past, so telling her this wasn't a big issue. She didn't say anything to his words. However, the silence that lapsed between them was in no way uncomfortable. They soon left the ramen shop after Naruto paid for their meal and began heading back home. It was later in the afternoon. About your grandmother, he began. Do you think her visit is because she wants to see how you're doing? I'm sure that's part of the reason, Roswise said, and then sighed. But I think she's also curious to know if I have any romantic prospects. If I don't, she might try to hook me up with one of the remaining Norse gods. Do you want that? Not really. I mean, I do want to find someone, but I don't want to be forced into an arranged marriage. Roswise paused as her cheeks turned red. Besides, you said you would date me. Back in Kyoto, remember? They wandered back to the park where Roswise had seen the mother playing with her child. The two weren't there anymore. However, several other kids were running around and playing in the sandbox. Naruto stopped near the entrance and turned to Roswise, who looked at him with a curious tilt of her head. I did say that, and I still mean it. Naruto scratched his cheek. I was actually planning on waiting a bit to establish a stronger bond, but... Roswise, would you become my girlfriend? I can't promise you exclusivity or anything like that, but I can promise you that I'll do everything in my power to make you happy. Roswise's lips trembled a little. I don't know. I mean, I'm a teacher and you're a student. It would be wrong, wouldn't it? We could always wait before getting intimate if that's a problem, Naruto said. But I'd like you to become mine, and I don't really want to wait. Someone might snatch you away before I can. I'd hate it if I waited too late and someone else already made you theirs. I don't think you'll have to worry about that, Roswise said. No, I do. You don't seem to realize how attractive you are because you've always been so busy with work, but the fact is you are beautiful, smart, and any man who doesn't want you is obviously an idiot. Naruto grabbed her hands in his and stared into her eyes. I'm not an idiot. I want you, Roswise. Please become mine. The longer Naruto spoke, the fiercer Roswise's blush became. However, she slowly nodded her head. Oh, okay. I'll become yours. Roswise gave him a tiny smile. I was actually going to ask if you could pretend to be my boyfriend when grandmother came over, but I think this is better. I'm glad. Naruto sighed in relief. He hadn't done this in a while, asking someone out, that is. Anyway, we should probably head home. Unless you'd like to spend some time with me in the park. Can we? Roswise straightened her shoulders and looked at him with glittering eyes. We can, Naruto said. Naruto and Roswise spent several more hours in the park. They wouldn't get home until much later. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. An exhausted Rias returned early the next morning. Since she was so tired but couldn't seem to fall asleep yet, Naruto prepared some coffee for her to drink while the two of them sat in the living room. The quiet morning air was broken solely by the sounds of Rias as she took intermittent sips from the steaming mug. She was seated on the couch, her knees drawn up to her chest and hidden underneath her massive shirt. Which was actually Naruto's, but she was using it as a nightgown. She wasn't wearing any socks. Her cute toes clenched and unclenched the fabrics of the couch. A large number of Norse gods survived the destruction of Asgard. It seems Ophis protected them when she killed Loki. Rias started explaining it to me. I'm sure Azazel told you that much. While it sounded like a question, Naruto was sure Rias already knew what his answer was going to be. He did. Nodding, Rias looked far off into the distance. She had bags under her eyes, which were glossy and unfocused. Blinking several times, Rias took another sip of her coffee, sighed as the warmth suffused her body, and continued talking. What he didn't tell you is what we plan on doing with them. Currently, many of the Norse gods are in the process of relocating. They aren't able to live in the underworld, so we're planning to relocate them here to Japan. The reason is because the three factions alliance, the yokai faction, and the Japanese gods have all formed an alliance of our own. The Norse are joining us. Rias held the coffee between her hands, watching steam rise from within the mug. She looked like she was contemplating something. I'm guessing you were in charge of helping them relocate? Asked Naruto. I didn't relocate them myself, but I did have to deal with a lot of the paperwork involving the relocation, Rias said. Searsex and the other factions' leaders have been lending them the biggest hand so far, but because they are constantly out working in the field, a lot of the paperwork that deals with issues like gathering funds for the mass relocation, buying property for the Norse gods to live in, and corresponding with the yokai faction in Kyoto has fallen onto me and Sona. To be honest, we're fairly lucky the Japanese gods are so lax. If they weren't, we'd have nearly twice as much paperwork to deal with. Naruto couldn't even begin to imagine how much work she must have been doing. It sounded like she was working non-stop. He thought about what had happened to the Norse gods, who were now completely displaced and reliant upon others for their livelihood. They must also be having a hard time of it. However, Rias was doing her best to give them a place where they could stay and remake their lives. Naruto once more marveled at how great his girlfriend was. Do you have any more work to do at the moment? Asked Naruto. Rias thought about that, tilting her head, and then shook it back and forth. Aside from greeting Gondal when she arrives and acting in my capacity as the host, I really don't have anything important to do. Naruto nodded and took the coffee mug from Rias' hands. He set the mug on the coffee table in front of them, grabbed Rias' feet, and pulled on them until her legs were no longer hidden inside of her shirt. What are you doing? Asked Rias as Naruto went a step further by scooping her onto his lap. You don't have any more work for now, right? He reached up and placed a hand on her head, gently stroking her hair as he placed her head against his shoulder. In that case, you can afford to get some sleep. Rest up now. I'll wake you when breakfast is ready. Rias looked like she was about to argue, but then she sighed and closed her eyes. She shifted around on his lap to get more comfortable. Her face was soon buried in his neck, and her warm breath washing over him sent a pleasant tingle down his spine. Thanks, Naruto, Rias said before falling asleep. As Rias relaxed against him, Naruto settled down and thought about what was going to happen soon. Roswice's grandmother was coming to check up on her granddaughter. This would normally be a happy reunion, but he somehow felt like this might become an argument, or maybe it would turn into something where the grandmother scolded her granddaughter for being foolish and reckless. Of course, he knew nothing about Roswice's grandmother, so he couldn't really say anything. He didn't know how long he had sat there. However, Ophis eventually came down the stairs and found them. The way she narrowed her eyes at Rias as the redhead slept on his lap amused Naruto, but the girl said nothing as she walked over to the couch, lifted Rias' legs, and sat down beside them. Rias wiggled her toes a little when Ophis set her legs back down, but she must have been truly tired because she didn't wake up. You're up early, Naruto commented. Dragons like me don't actually sleep. Right, I knew that. I just meant you're normally in bed for longer. Ophis shrugged. There's not much point to staying in bed if you aren't there. I guess not, Naruto chuckled. With Rias on his lap and Ophis now pressing into his side, Naruto had two pairs of boobs brushing against him. It was a very pleasant sensation. He didn't think he'd ever get used to this, nor did he want to. Few things could beat breasts. Issei had the right of it in that regard. At some point, daylight began filtering in through the windows and footsteps could be heard from the hallway. Revel entered the room, though she paused upon seeing Naruto being snuggled by Rias and Ophis. The blonde girl took a deep breath, sighed, and then smiled wanly. So this is where you were. Kaneko was pretty upset when you left to go to the restroom and never came back. Naruto had a feeling Revel was just as disappointed, but it wasn't in her nature to comment on such things. Rias came in early this morning, Naruto answered. Apparently, she's been working all this time and only just got in. Revel nodded. I understand. I'm just saying you should be weary of Kaneko when she wakes up. Anyway, I'm about to get started on breakfast. Do you have anything particular you'd like me to make? Giving her question serious consideration, Naruto eventually asked, how about something that will give people energy? I'll make some pancakes with blueberries, strawberries, and bananas, Revel said after a moment. The natural sugar from fruits should help give Rias some energy. I was actually thinking I might need the energy for myself, Naruto corrected her. You know Roswice's grandmother is coming over, right? Oh, Revel finally seemed to get it. That's right, I had completely forgotten that was today. So you're going to be introduced as Roswice-san's boyfriend. Is something wrong, Revel? Nothing. Anyway, I'll get started on breakfast. Naruto sighed as Revel walked stiffly into the kitchen. He could take a guess at what was bothering her. Even after all this time, he still hadn't been formally introduced to her parents, which was something Revel had been pushing for. She was too polite to outright demand that he go and meet them, but she dropped hints every so often. He'd always meant to travel with her to the underworld at some point to meet her parents, but they'd been constantly busy doing other things that he hadn't been given any time for it. One of these days, he would make the time, though he didn't know when. Revel was correct when she said that Kaneko would be upset at him for not returning to bed. The moment she'd walked into the living room and seen him snuggling with Rias and Ophis, her eyes had narrowed and cat-like hissing noises erupted from her throat. She'd then proceeded into the kitchen without so much as a greeting. I'm going to have sex with her in apology, Naruto mumbled. You say that like you aren't looking forward to it, Rias mumbled. You're up. Revel's cooking woke me up. Rias yawned and stretched her arms above her head. I'm still really tired, though. Honestly, I'd like to sleep for a few more hours, but I can't really afford to. Anyway, I'm going to make myself presentable. If Gundle arrives before I finish getting ready, please do your best to entertain her. Boyfriend. Right. After Rias left for the shower, Naruto and Ophis headed into the kitchen, where Revel was cooking in front of the stove and Kaneko was staring at her empty plate. The Nekosho looked up when she spotted him, but then she looked back down at her plate. He sighed and went over to Revel. Is there anything I can help you with? He asked. We're out of strawberries. If you could run to the store and get some, that would be great. Naruto nodded and quickly made for the store. He arrived back home about 20 minutes later with a box of fresh strawberries to find that everyone else was already awake. Kiba, Issei, Akano, Asia, Rainer, Zenovia, Irina, Roswice, Gasper, Metatron, and Rias were all sitting at the kitchen table. Revel was still preparing the food. I've got your strawberries, he said. Thanks, Naruto. Please just set them down on the counter right here. Revel gestured toward the place on the counter next to her, and Naruto did as she asked before sitting down next to Roswice. She greeted him with a smile, but it was a wan smile that made him realize how nervous she was about seeing her grandmother again. He wondered what sort of relationship they had. Roswice had told them a little about what her grandmother was like, but it was one thing to hear about it and another to actually see it. Breakfast that morning was delicious. The pancakes were soft and fluffy, lightly sweetened to complement the natural sugar from the fruits that had been mixed in. She made several different kinds, including strawberry, banana, and blueberries pancakes. Revel really was an amazing chef. After everyone finished breakfast, Kiba and Naruto decided to do the dishes. They roped Issei and Gasper into helping, claiming it was only right that the men clean the dishes since Revel did the cooking. Issei grumbled a little. However, none of them really had any complaints. Because there were so many mouths to feed, it took longer to clean the dishes than normal, which was why having 4 people do it helped. Naruto washed, Kiba and Issei dried, and Gasper put everything away. It was the perfect assembly line as far as Naruto was concerned. Just as he was finishing the last of the dishes, Roswice suddenly burst into the kitchen, her eyes wide. What's wrong? Asked Naruto. My grandmother has just arrived, she said, so panicked her eyes looked like they might start spinning. Naruto. I need your help. Devil Ninja tilde. Naruto felt tense. Every nerve in his body were like strings being pulled taut, to the point where they might snap if someone tugged just a little harder. The reason he felt so tense was, naturally, because of the woman sitting on the couch opposite him. Although there was a coffee table sitting between them, just sitting next to this woman was enough to make him feel stiff. Her overbearing presence was quite something. From a purely power-based standpoint, she was much weaker than himself, but her demeanor gave her a strength that was simply unmeasurable. Gondal appeared to be an elderly woman. She was dressed in a deep blue robe. Her fearless expression helped lend her that overbearing presence Naruto felt. She was about the same height as Rosweiss, had a slim figure, and good posture, sitting there with her back straight, shoulders back, and head held high. Naruto, Rosweiss, and Rias were sitting together. For whatever reason, Naruto was in the center of the couch, which meant Rias and Rosweiss were sitting on either side of him. The others, Asia, Kaneko, Kiba, Issei, Gasper, Rainer, and even Metatron were standing behind them. The only one who wasn't behind them was Akeno. "Here you are, Gondal-san." Akeno placed a beautiful teacup complete with fine china plate underneath it before the woman. Her beatific smile was the kind that put many at ease, but Naruto knew it hid a malicious and sadistic nature behind it. "I hope this tea is to your liking." "Thank you, young lady." "Akeno, was it? You have a very refined bearing," Gondal said as she lifted the teacup to her mouth and took a slow sip. "You fufufu, thank you for the compliment." Bowing to the woman, Akeno served Naruto, Rias, and Rosweiss next. As the tea was served to them, neither side spoke, waiting until everyone had been served. "Grandmother," Rosweiss began. "It seems you are doing well," Gondal cut in before her granddaughter could say anything. "I am pleased to see you managed to survive what Loki had done to you. That bastard managed to steal many of our Valkyries. While most of them were saved, whatever had been done to control them destroyed something vital inside of them. Even the ones who survived are no longer the same." It had been a long time since Naruto thought about what happened with Loki. Back during the raiding game competition between the three factions, Loki had attacked with his son Fenrir, and he'd somehow managed to control several Valkyries with an incredible device that used nature chakra to supplant the will of the one wearing it. He had no idea how it worked since he wasn't a scientist. However, the results had been that the Valkyries couldn't disobey Loki. Rosweiss was the Valkyrie that Naruto had run into and subsequently saved. It was likely thanks to him that she didn't suffer any serious side effects. He refused to enter Sage Mode these days due to his fear of losing his chakra, but he still understood Sage Mode and Nature Chakra better than almost anyone else. "Thank you, Grandmother," Rosweiss said with a bow of her head. "I am very happy to see that you are also doing well." "I'm not so weak that I would die simply from Asgard collapsing," Gondal replied with a slight frown. She took another sip of tea, then sighed. "However, while there are quite a few of us left, many of our gods and Valkyries have lost the will to live." According to Gondal, the remaining Norse gods were being led by Thor, Odin's son and the god of lightning and storms, hailed by all as the strongest warrior in their pantheon. The plan was for them to join the Three Factions Alliance, which was being expanded to accommodate all the various factions now represented. However, while more than half the gods were willing to join this alliance, some were not. "A few of our more prominent gods like Frigg, Tyr, and Sif have gone missing," Gondal admitted. "We've sent out search parties, but we haven't seen hide nor hair of them. It's quite possible they decided to quietly give up living and went off somewhere to die, but there is also the possibility that some of the gods have joined the Chaos Brigade." "Do you really think they would do such a thing?" asked Rias, finally speaking. "Loki was a part of the Chaos Brigade. Don't forget that. I can't see anyone from the Norse pantheon willingly joining them." "I never said it was willingly." Gondal shrugged. She didn't say anything more regarding this subject, but Naruto and the others understood what wasn't spoken. She was referring to those control devices that used nature chakra. Her words made everyone tense again. However, Gondal was either ignoring or didn't care about the reaction her words received. She took several slow sips of her tea, set them cup down, and placed her hands on her lap. Her sharp eyes focused on Naruto. Then they moved to Rosweiss. "So, this is the one you told me about?" "Why yes," Rosweiss said, her cheeks flushed red as she looked at her hands in her lap. "This is Naruto. He's my boyfriend." Naruto wanted to shake his head at Rosweiss's reaction. As adorable as her blushing was, the way she stuttered and sounded so uncertain made it hard for anyone to believe she was being honest. At the same time, Naruto couldn't deny there was a unique charm in how embarrassed she got. He was used to girls being forward. Even Revel, his tsundere girlfriend, could be straightforward when she wanted to be. Because he wanted to help Rosweiss out, Naruto reached over and placed a hand on one of Rosweiss's. Since her hands were on her thighs, that meant his hand was also technically on her thighs. Rosweiss jumped at his actions. Her face exploded with color. Gondal observed these actions with a raised eyebrow. You seem awfully chaste for a woman who is dating someone. Have you two not slept together yet? Not yet, Naruto answered for Rosweiss. It isn't something we have discussed since we only started dating a little while ago. Frowning for a moment, Gondal looked between the two of them. Naruto was all smiles. However, Rosweiss was being incredibly demure. She looked like she wanted to hide in her shirt, though this did not stop her from grabbing Naruto's hand and holding it tightly enough to cut off his circulation. Well, if you really are her boyfriend, then I suppose I can rest easy, Gondal said at last. Rose here is a great student. She excels in her studies and at magic, but she's so clumsy. To be honest, I tried to dissuade her from becoming a Valkyrie specifically because she was clumsy and awkward. You cannot believe how worried I was when my granddaughter sent me a letter saying she had become a teacher for students in the Far East. As the conversation continued, Naruto grew less worried about Gondal. He'd originally assumed there was going to be a huge blow-up between grandmother and granddaughter, but it didn't look like that was the case. It seemed like they got along well enough. While it was clear that Gondal didn't approve of all her granddaughter's actions, she still expressed relief at seeing her alive and gratitude toward Rias for taking Rosweiss in. Tell me, Gondal began, snapping Naruto's attention back to her. What is it about my granddaughter that you like so much? Grandmother. Isn't it obvious? Asked Kaneko before Naruto could answer. Everyone looked at the little catgirl who had suddenly stepped up to speak. Kaneko's golden eyes were bland as ever, but Naruto thought he sensed mischief behind them. It's because she has a rocking bod. Kaneko. Rosweiss sounded horrified as she shouted at the Neko show. Gondal looked from Kaneko to me, her eyebrow raised. It's true that beauty like Rosweiss's is hard to come by, but if all I wanted was a rocking bod, then I'm sure you recognize there are several girls here who are just as rocking as Rosweiss. As Naruto said this, he looked at Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Ravel, and Irina. All of them had what many would have referred to as a rocking bod. Their breasts were large, they had small waists, and their hips were wide. To complement their incredible proportions was their mild long legs. Even Ravel, who was much shorter than the others, sported a body that seemed to embody lust. Ophis could possibly be placed into this category now too, but her proportions were more modest. You do bring up a good point, Gondal said. Though I've heard quite a few rumors about you. My daughter is not the only one you are dating, correct? This is true. Naruto didn't deny it. Aside from Rosweiss, I'm also dating Rias, Kaneko, Ravel, and Ophis. He pointed out the 4 girls he was dating, causing a different reaction from each of them. Rias smiled, Kaneko gave a victory sign, Ravel blushed bright red, and Ophis puffed out her chest. Which looked just odd when combined with her bland expression. Rias was the woman I began dating first, if you're curious. So you were in a polygamous relationship, Gondal murmured before shrugging. Well, I am not so hung up on monogamy that this isn't something I can't accept, and all of these girls do seem rather happy with you. However, I would like to see the depths of your feelings for Rosweiss. Naruto frowned in confusion. I do not have any problem displaying my feelings for Rosweiss, but I assume you want me to do something specific. You catch on fast. I like that. Gondal nodded. I've heard that you have an extensive network and spies located within the Chaos Brigade. I'm also aware that one of you is actually their leader. Figurehead, Ophis said simply when Gondal looked at her. Gondal shrugged. Regardless, you have connections with the Chaos Brigade that no one else does. Use those connections to find out what happened to Frigg, Tyr, and Sif. If you can find out what happened and tell me, I'll be willing to bless this relationship. That didn't sound like something Naruto could do to prove the depths of his feelings for Rosweiss, but he was smart enough to recognize what she was doing. Killing 2 ninja with 1 jutsu. By having him do this task, Naruto was proving to her that he would do something merely for the sake of proving his love for Rosweiss. At the same time, Gondal would learn about what happened to 3 important Norse gods who had gone missing. Sure, he shrugged. I'll speak with my contacts to see if they can find out anything about where the missing Norse gods went. Good. In that case, I will see my way out now. Gondal stood up, causing Naruto, Rias, and Rosweiss to also stand up. Since it would have been rude not to at least see her to the door, the entire entourage followed Gondal as she made it to the front door. Once there, she looked at the group before nodding once. You found yourself a fairly strong group to join, Rose, Gondal said. However, don't let yourself grow complacent. If you really are intent on dating a man like Naruto, then you have to be proactive. He already has so many women surrounding him that if you aren't constantly making an effort to be a good girlfriend, he's going to forget you. I know I said your chastity is something that you should protect, but that's only from assholes who'd only use you for your body. If you trust him, then don't be afraid to put out a little. That isn't something I want to hear from my grandmother, Rosweiss shouted. Gondal didn't stay much longer. After thoroughly embarrassing her granddaughter, she said her goodbyes and left. The embarrassed blush on Rosweiss's face, however, would remain several hours after her grandmother left. Devil Ninja. The week passed in relative obscurity. Naruto spent the vast majority of his time ditching school. Every day, he replaced himself with a shadow clone, snuck out of the classroom, and either enjoyed some time on the town or spent it relaxing on the roof with a piece of grass in his mouth. During these times, he often reflected on important matters. Do you think that cloud looks like a gardener snake or a giant dong? Very important matters. I don't think it looks like either of those. If anything, I'd say it looks more like a hose. Kurama paused here. You realize Rosweiss is going to find you, right? It's only a matter of time. She has become incredibly adept at recognizing when you have replaced yourself with a shadow clone. Then when she comes up here, I can convince her to join me. That straight-laced Valkyrie. Well, I guess if anyone can get her to let her hair down, it would be her boyfriend. Naruto snorted at Kurama's words. It hadn't been that long since he and Rosweiss began dating, barely a week in fact, but it wasn't like they had done a whole lot of couple-like things during that time. They still hadn't kissed. What's more, Naruto was juggling several different relationships. He still went out with Rias, still sparred with Kaneko and took her out to get sweets, and had sex, still had tea with Ravel, and occasionally had sex when she worked up the courage to ask him, and still took Ophis on dates. On that note, he and Ophis were not having sex, but that was because he was kind of sexed out by the time she got to him. Ophis was not pleased. There's still been no word from Valley and his team. Naruto switched topics to something more concerning. Do you think something happened to them? Maybe they just can't respond. It's perfectly possible that they're deep in enemy territory and can't send a message. I mean, they are spying for you. It's not unusual for there to be a communication blackout when your operatives are so deep undercover. You know that. I suppose I do. A cool breeze blew over the roof, rustling his hair and lowering his body temperature to something more comfortable. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the sensation. However, that feeling soon left him when a shadow appeared above him, blocking out the sun. Opening his eyes, he grinned when he found the furious red face and blue eyes of his teacher girlfriend staring down at him. There you are, Rosweiss said, hands on her hips and face masked by a stern frown. Why do you keep doing this, Naruto? You can't just replace yourself with a shadow clone like that. School is important. I know that you learn of everything your shadow clone does when they dispel, but that's still irresponsible of you. Also, what would happen if your clone gets dispelled in class? Could you imagine the panic it would cause? Naruto smiled as he listened to Rosweiss complain. She had once told him that Odin used to find her complaining unbearable, but he honestly thought it was kind of cute how she so earnestly tried to make him do what she felt was right. She was a very straightforward and honest woman. That was an attractive trait. Hey, Naruto, are you even listening to me? I am listening. Naruto grinned at Rosweiss as he lifted his hand and held it out for Rosweiss. Help me up. Oh, honestly. Rosweiss sighed as she placed her hand in his. What am I going to do with Ah? Rosweiss was completely unprepared for when Naruto yanked her down instead of letting her pull him up. She fell onto him with a heavy thud. Naruto discreetly enjoyed the way her breast smashed into his chest as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. For her part, Rosweiss looked too stunned to do anything. I'll go back into class after a moment, but please let me stay with you like this for a little while longer. That's fine. Rosweiss struggled to get her groove back. She shifted against him and placed her head on his shoulder. The warmth and softness of her body really was quite marvelous. But we're going back to class once lunch break is over. Lunch break. Oh, that's right. He had heard the bell not long ago. That explained why Rosweiss had come out to find him. She never would have left the classroom for any reason, not even because he ditched, unless class wasn't in session. Thanks. On a whim, Naruto tilted his head forward and pressed his lips to Rosweiss's forehead. She squeaked. However, she didn't move away. Naruto allowed his lips to linger there for several seconds longer before pulling back. They stayed outside until it was time for class, and then Naruto traveled with her to the classroom. Everyone saw them enter together. While Naruto was able to easily ignore the stares, Rosweiss could not, and she hurriedly looked away as she moved to the front of the classroom. Everyone, please open your civics textbook to page 236. As Rosweiss started the class with a lecture on practical and political aspects involving people with a dual citizenship, Naruto flipped through the pages of his textbook and made sure to dutifully take notes. For as much as he joked around, he didn't want her getting angry at him, so he buckled down. But even while he was taking notes, a small bit of worry wormed its way into his gut. What was taking Valley and the others so long to contact him? Devil Ninja. After classes, the members of the Occult Research Club gathered in the clubroom. Azazel and Rosweiss weren't present because they had to attend a teacher's meeting. It was just them. Naruto's butt sank into the comfortable leather couch. He was being squeezed on all sides by 3 of the 5 girls in his harem. Kaneko was on his left, snuggled firmly into his side. Ravel was hugging his arm on the other side. Ophis, who had shown up randomly because she was bored, had taken the spot on his lap. Irina was also sitting on this couch, but of course, that was because the other couch was full. Issei was sitting with Asia, Rainer, Zenobia, and Akino. Of course, Akino seemed to mostly be in a position similar to Irina. She wasn't really a part of the group, but she couldn't bring herself not to sit close by. On a side note, Kiba was leaning against the wall and Gasper was sitting in his box. Of course, the situation was not a pleasant one by any means. Rias was sitting on the sofa and wore a serious expression. This wouldn't have been unusual since she often wore this nowadays due to all the situations she had been dealing with, but she had just finished helping the Norse gods migrate to Japan. She should have been able to finally let her hair down and relax. A new situation has come up, Rias said at last. I'm sure you all know this, but recently, the Norse gods have migrated to Japan and are now living in Kuo. It was a huge undertaking that required all members of our alliance to do their part and help out. However, because of how much time and effort we spent doing this, our security became lax and allowed what might be a problem to slip inside of our city. What kind of problem are you talking about? Asked Kiba. Recently, a slew of new students have entered our academy. Of course, this in and of itself is not a problem. However, while the faculty was going through the new student applications, one of them gave us cause for alarm. Rias held a strange-looking device aloft. It didn't seem like anything special, but when she injected her demonic power into it, a magic circle lit up, and an image was projected into the air. Everyone focused on the image, which depicted a little girl with black hair that went down to her hips, black eyes, pointed ears like an elf's, and a tiny body. Her expression was blank. It reminded Naruto a lot of Ophis' expression. In fact, the entire girl's appearance was eerily reminiscent too. Holy crap, Issei shouted suddenly. That girl looks like Ophis when she was still a loli. While Akino giggled at his antics, Rias sighed. Thank you for that, Aiz-kun. That girl's name is Lilith. She has no last name, no personal history, and no parental signature admitting her into Kuo Academy. Yet she was still somehow able to become a student. Rubbing her face as though trying to keep herself from giving into exhaustion, Rias paused for only a moment before continuing. I can only assume that someone managed to pull one over on the faculty using magic. Sona is currently looking into things on her end, but at present, no one actually knows who she is or where she came from. Do you think this is an attempt from the Chaos Brigade to infiltrate the school? Asked Ravel. I don't know, and that is the problem. Steepling her fingers together, Rias took a deep breath. We have no idea what's going on here, who this girl is, what she wants, or why she looks like Ophis. We've checked her out both through long-range observation and magical means, and she seems to be completely human, but that's only made me more suspicious. The fact that she looks so similar to Ophis is cause enough to be alarmed. And you sure you're not paranoid? Asked Rainer as she picked her ear. Positive, Rias said, not getting angry at the girl's rude tone of voice. So what should we do about it? Asked Naruto. There's nothing we can do about it. However, that isn't to say we can't do anything. Rias smiled. As we speak, we've got someone coming into Kuo who will be able to help us by getting close to Lilith. Also, I was hoping that you, Ophis, would be willing to become an elementary school student and attend classes with this Lilith. Ophis frowned at Rias. You want me to change back into a child and attend school? If possible. Rias shrugged. I'm not going to force you to do anything, but it would be a big help to Naruto and me if we had an extra set of eyes watching this girl. Ophis continued frowning as she shifted on Naruto's lap. The feeling of her small butt rubbing against him caused some problems, but Naruto was nothing if not resilient. He had a will of iron, no, a will of adamantine. He would not succumb to his base lusts. What do you think? Asked Ophis. It would certainly help if we had another pair of eyes watching this girl. Also, I think I know who Rias wants to have helping keep an eye on Lilith, and if my guess is correct, having someone as strong as you looking after her would take a huge weight off my chest, Naruto answered honestly. Fine, I'll do it, but, Ophis looked at Naruto, silencing him before he could thank her. You will take me on a date this weekend. Fair enough. And we will have sex. Well, okay then. I want to have a threesome with Rias. Huh. Naruto wasn't the only one struck dumb by that particular request. In fact, pretty much everyone looked like they had been struck by lightning, though none of them were more surprised or embarrassed than Rias herself. What? Ophis frowned at everyone. I read about them in a magazine once. I want to try it for myself. And Rias was Naruto's first love and is kind of like the empress of his harem. I figured if a threesome is going to happen, it will have to involve her. Ophis paused here to tilt her head. Besides, Rias and Revel have already had a threesome with Naruto. What? Everyone except Revel, Rias, and Naruto shouted. Damn you, sensei. I'm so jealous. Oh, shut up, eyes. It's not like you haven't had threesomes before either. I know that, but I'm still jealous. I had no idea you'd already stepped into that level of adulthood, Kiba said. Congratulations, Naruto. You're so manly, Gasper complimented. You two had a threesome without me. Kaneko stared at Revel and Naruto. It just sort of happened. Revel shouted. It's not like, Naruto helped me out here. As everyone began trying to speak over each other, Naruto did what any man would do in a situation like this. He facepalmed. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Meow. Nya. Naruto. Despite having been in this situation before, Naruto would never get tired of seeing Kaneko like this. The Nekosho was on all fours and baring her ass to him. Sweat covered her body, creating a glossy shine, and her back arced as he thrust himself inside of her. Strange noises that were half meow and half moan reverberated from her throat. Her split tail had long since coiled around him. Nya. N Naruto. S show deep. You're gonna break me in half. Isn't that how you like it? Nya. Naruto's hands were planted firmly on Kaneko's small, firm ass, which he grasped, kneaded, and squeezed like it was Play-Doh. Unlike Rias, who was all soft and squishy curves, Kaneko was pure muscle. Her backside felt very different. However, that difference only served to turn Naruto on even more. The heat from the bathing room was somewhat stifling. Steam rose in the air around them and mixed with their sweat. Sitting on his knees, Naruto took great pleasure in stuffing Kaneko's incredibly tight hole. Perhaps it was her small size, but out of all the women he was dating, her body was the tightest. It felt like he was being sucked inside of a very small tube. While this did make it somewhat painful, the ridged softness of her walls also gave him some of the greatest pleasure. Nya. N Naruto. I'm Han. Kaneko was unable to get the words out as Naruto leaned over and stuck his finger inside of her mouth. She didn't protest at all. Like a ravenous cat who wanted something other than mice, Kaneko swirled her tongue around his finger, biting, licking, and sucking on it like it was a lollipop. All the while, Naruto continued thrusting his hips forward. Had anyone else been around to see them, Naruto was sure they would have been shocked at the expression Kaneko was making. Her eyes were lidded and filled with lust. Drool leaked from her mouth, which was open as she sucked on his finger. Twitching ears, shaking tail, Kaneko looked like a cat in heat. Han. Ha. Nya. Ruto. I'm. As Kaneko tried to tell him something, Naruto began placing kisses and nibbling on Kaneko's neck. Perhaps this was the final straw for her, but this action caused Kaneko's back to arc as her entire body stiffened and shook. Even her insides became so tight Naruto couldn't move. This was despite her juices flowing out of her, drenching both him and her thighs in love nectar. Her arms giving out, Kaneko fell forward until her face was buried between her arms. Her hips would have fallen too, but Naruto kept a firm grip on her. He waited for a few seconds for her tight love canal to loosen. Once she was no longer squeezing him like a vice, Naruto began thrusting inside of her again. Wait. Naru, it's too much. It's too much. If you do this Nya. I'll lose my mind. And yet, you want to lose your mind. Right. Naruto could already tell he was close to losing his battle. He gritted his teeth as his balls tightened. Wrapping his arms around Kaneko's tiny waist, he lifted the girl up and placed her on his lap. From this new position, Naruto could reach even deeper inside of her than he had before. Naya. Kaneko leaned back against him, her head lolling against his shoulder. Naruto could see her in the mirror. Kaneko's eyes were practically rolling around in her head, her tongue was sticking out of her mouth, and drool was leaking down it. Despite this, she wore a dopey smile. Nya. I'm coming again. Feeling Kaneko tighten around him once more, Naruto finally let himself go. He made sure to use chakra to kill all of his sperm cells. Kuroka had said it would be dangerous if Kaneko got pregnant, and he had no intention of having kids right now anyway. Kaneko's body twitched and shuddered against him. Even the muscles inside of her were spasming. She had orgasmed so hard that something warm and wet was flowing out of her that wasn't her love juices. As she slumped against him, completely spent, Naruto watched as the yellow liquid flowed into a drain not far from where they were sitting. Ha! Kaneko gasped for breath as he held her to his chest. No fair. You made me cum so hard I peed myself. I feel like this is a point of pride for me. Whatever. Hey, Kaneko. Naruto placed a hand on Kaneko's cheek and tilted her head so she was looking at him. I love you. I love you too. Naruto shared a kiss with Kaneko, enjoying the sensations of her small mouth.